Chapter 601. The third generation stood in front of the French window, looking at the two teams below. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Second generation, your technique will definitely make this child shine with the name of the fastest in the ninja world. At this time, the door was pushed open. It was Orochimaru who came in. Teacher, I want to take Mirai and the others to the snow country. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi was stunned for a moment. He looked at Orochimaru with some doubts. Snow country? Why are you going to such a cold place? Orochimaru did not hesitate and said directly, I heard that Fukasoyoki has a design drawing of a train, I want to visit it. The most important thing is that the heavy industry there is very developed, at least more developed than the 5 major ninja villages, so he wanted to go and see it. The third generation understood immediately, it seems that you still have a special liking for the thunder car. Orochimaru did not say anything, just looked at the third generation. The third generation thought for a while and asked, how are Linghua's eyes? Since she suddenly put on a bandage 3 years ago, he thought there was something wrong with the girl's eyes. Later, when he asked Tsunade, she just said that Linghua's eyes were overused on the moon, so they needed to be sealed temporarily. To avoid inducing blood disease. They didn't pursue this statement too much, because there was a precedent. That is, Uchiha Mirai, he also covered his eyes. Later, it was proved that he was really recovering from illness. However, his intuition told him that each of these juniors had a secret. But he didn't go into it. As long as they didn't harm Konoha, he didn't plan to care about them. Sometimes, for geniuses, free range is the best way to grow. For example, Mirai and them. Orochimaru and them rarely guide Mirai's training. If they don't understand something, they just let them ask. It's much better than the rote teaching mode of other teams. Unfortunately, it's not practical. Only for the self-disciplined students. She is almost recovered, and she has learned the chakra perception technique, so her strength is not weak. Orochimaru said, and then continued, Minato is the candidate for the 5th generation Hokage. He is already 15 years old. In his mission resume, only the number of D-level missions is relatively shocking, and there is no high-level mission. I want to take them to do more missions. They both knew that Mirai didn't want to be Hokage. Nato mentioned, this made them worry a lot. You can train someone specifically. Okay, I just want to invite Fukahe to watch the Chunin exam in half a year. This is a B-level mission, so I'll leave it to your team. Yet. Orochimaru responded and left the Hokage's office. When Mirai and the others received the notice. It was already noon the next day. In the grove, Mirai heard that the teacher wanted to go to the snow country to visit Fukahe, and immediately guessed the teacher's real purpose. Teacher, you are here for their snow country train, right? Orochimaru nodded, well, after all, my thunder car has many similarities with the trains of the snow country. Both need a power source to pull in front, and rails need to be laid, so I want to go and see in order to perfect my thunder car. Mirai thought about it. Although he had almost forgotten about the snow country, how could he say it? He was also impressed by that train. And it seems that Fenghua Nudao has not rebelled because of the treasure. This is a B-level mission. We are openly inviting Fenghua Zayuki to participate in the Chunin exam in half a year. So you all go back and pack up, we will set off at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone was stunned. It was already 12:40, and time was a bit urgent. Yes. After the 3 responded, they immediately disappeared in the grove. Mirai didn't have anything to bring, or rather, the things he wanted to bring were always kept in his body. So he directly created a shadow clone and asked him to do it for him and tell his parents about his mission. He accompanied Linghua back to the Hyuga family. He did not go in, but stood in front of the gate waiting. Soon, the 2 brothers Hayashi came out before Linghua. They looked at Uchiha Mirai with a very dark face. Why are you here again? Mirai glanced at them and was too lazy to pay attention to them. But Hyuga Hisashi on the side said angrily, tell me, did you harm Hyuga Ran? Hearing this name, Mirai finally reacted. He looked at this brainless fan speechlessly. He said unhappily, Hyuga Ran will be in trouble, it was your Hyuga clan's mission. I was still in Konoha village at that time. How could I have crossed thousands of miles in an instant and harmed her in the land of rain? Hyuga Ran is the name that Hyuga Tsuyoshi gave himself. Her father is Hyuga Shikato, and her parents are dead, so she returned to the Hyuga clan. And Herbian cannot be faked, so the Hyga clan recognized her. Hearing this, Hisashi was speechless. Hyga Ran's matter really can't be blamed on Uchiha Mirai. At this time, Rika had already strode out. After paying a proper salute to the two young masters, she immediately followed Mirai to the gate of Konoha. This made the two brothers Hayashi feel heartbroken when they looked at their backs. Especially Hayashi, who originally wanted Hyga Ran to replace Hyga Rika, and he took the opportunity to become Rika's boyfriend. But unexpectedly, his younger brother instead, he developed a crush on that Hyga Ran. Afterwards, he also felt that his brother and Hyga Ran were a good match, so he gave up the original plan. But the problem was that his brother also found out that Hyga Ran liked Uchiha Mirai. It was outrageous. Why would two Hyga beauties fall in love with that arrogant guy? They were both good in terms of strength and status. They were even much higher than Uchiha Mirai. Damn, was it just because he was handsome? Only after he could no longer see the backs of the two did Hayashi suppress the anger on his face. He turned around and patted his brother on the shoulder. Comforted, Hyga Ran may not have been in trouble. She may have encountered a relic or something and was temporarily trapped. After she digested the harvest, she will naturally come back. Hearing his brother's words of comfort, Hayashi smiled even more bitterly. Although he knew that these were his brother's words of comfort. How could such a thing happen? This is not a novel. Outside the gate of Konoha. When Mirai and the others arrived, they spotted the yellow-haired man in the crowd. They were speechless. How can Minato be so fast? Even Ling Hua couldn't help but sigh, Minato is so fast, Kushina will have an opinion? Hearing this, Mirai couldn't help but think back to the last time. When he was fighting with Noeki, Kushina admitted in front of everyone that she just liked fast. Especially someone like Minato. But how to say it, she may not know the meaning of fast and slow. Maybe Kushina likes this. At this time, Minato had a dark face and walked to Mirai and the others, muttering unhappily, "Don't think I don't know what you are talking about." Obviously, he heard the words that the future and the others had arranged for him. As he spoke, he looked at Ling Hua, who did not look shy at all, as if what they were discussing just now was not the issue of speed. It was just a normal saying like "Have you eaten?" He rolled his eyes at the future in silence. _. Look at you, Ling Hua has been corrupted by you. Ling Hua used to be such a shy person, but now, she can face even the dirty jokes made by the future calmly. Alas! This guy is really a pervert. Ling Hua has been influenced by him. Also it's good that I left him early, otherwise, he was really afraid that he would become gay. Mirai, /_/ Blame me. After receiving the telegram, Minato immediately retorted, "If you don't blame me, then blame me." Okay, blame me, okay. While the two of them were exchanging glances, Orochimaru had already walked over. After handing the exit certificate to the guard, he led Mirai and the other two to run towards the snow country. A few minutes later, Mirai looked at the sunny afternoon, turned his head and shouted to Minato, "Where is your egg? Has it hatched?" During the trip to the moon, Minato got a bird egg. It is said that he gave the egg to Miyaboka Mountain and asked for help to hatch it. 3 years have passed, and Mirai almost forgot about it, and he didn't know whether the toads would hatch the eggs. After being reminded by Mirai, Minato's eyes lit up immediately. "If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten it." He bit his finger and made a seal. Then he pressed it to the ground. He said softly, "Spiritual summoning technique." The next moment, a 10-meter-tall bird with a wingspan of more than 30 meters suddenly appeared. Chapter 602. Mirai touched the bird curiously and said in surprise, "What did your bird eat? How come it grows so fast? Look at the back of the bird. Even if there is another class of people, it can sit down easily." Minato was controlling the direction in front, while Ling Hua erected a barrier for them to prevent them from being blown away by the strong wind. Naturally, in the barrier, Mirai's voice was clearly transmitted to Minato's ears. "Shima Senin told me that beasts with low bloodline will grow very fast. This bird has IB. For more novels, 18483, join, https://discord.gg/xxtastk, sorbed the natural chakra of Miyaboka Mountain, so its current size is already its largest, and it will not grow any more in the future." These words reminded Mirai of his own Zyobai. It seems that the guy has grown a lot, but not as exaggerated as Minato's big bird. Could it be that its bloodline is higher than this big bird? With the help of the flying summoned beast, Mirai and the others were much more relaxed. Especially Minato, he held the scroll and read it tirelessly. It was the second stage training method that Linghua exchanged for him. For a while, he was fascinated by it. Many training problems were solved, which made him gain a lot. The snow country is very far away from Konoha. If you take a boat, it will take at least a month. If you go by land, it will take longer, because you have to pass through the control area of local forces. So it takes time to review and check. If you go through the territory of a big country, it is too dangerous. So many ninjas like to take the sea route. With the help of birds, even if you can't fly 24 hours a day, as long as you fly for a few hours, it will be much faster than the sea route. At night, Mirai lit a fire, and Linghua cooked quickly. As for Minato, they let him have a good rest in the future. After all, the existence time of the summoning beast depends on the amount of chakra used by the practitioner. But this guy was very excited and had no intention of resting at all. He still held the scroll and read it with relish. From time to time, he would smile in a daze. Orochimaru fiddled with the fire and couldn't help but sigh, I haven't felt the feeling of flying for a long time. To be honest, he wanted to get a flying summoning beast, because it could greatly reduce the time needed to travel. He has secret bases in the sea country, the grass country, etc. Every time he rushed there, it took several days. Mirai glanced at the teacher and asked curiously, I remember that in the early days of World War II, our village seized a lot of flying ninja tools. Teacher, aren't you curious about those ninja tools? This happened in the early days of World War II. At that time, Mirai and they were just little radishes. At that time, the group of air ninjas attacked Konoha by surprise, and the third generation led people to attack them directly. Later, only a few hundred people abandoned the village and drove warships to the depths of the sea. Therefore, after suppressing the arrogance of the rain country, the land country and the wind country turned around to deal with Konoha. Fortunately, the three ninjas remained calm and went to the battlefield. After Orochimaru's final desperate effort, the situation was completely reversed. Orochimaru was not surprised to hear Mirai mention the air ninja, because at that time, they had all seen the air ninja in the future. Especially for their flying ninja tools, I think they must have been impressed. After all, that was a ninja tool that allowed many ninjas to fly. Orochimaru smiled, shook his head and said, although flashy things give ninjas extremely high mobility and occupy favorable terrain in the sky, they also restrict the ninjas' combat. All they can do is to randomly fire a wave with the kunai launcher. As long as they are normal ninjas who have experienced battles, they will easily avoid these attacks. The most important thing is that this kind of tool consumes a lot of chakra and cannot last at all. For our 5 major ninja villages, these ninja tools are like chicken ribs, and it's a pity to throw them away. Now they are still gathering dust in the Konoha warehouse. After saying that, Orochimaru's face became serious. Mirai, Minato, Rika, you must remember that we are ninjas, and ninjutsu is our foundation. Only when we are strong can we survive better. The way of pursuing aerial combat like air ninjas is not practical at all, because once their chakra is exhausted, they must return to the ground to repair. That will be their most vulnerable time. Not to mention our 3 ninjas, even the bugs of the Aberame clan will be enough to wipe them out. After hearing this, Mirai looked at Orochimaru with a strange face. Originally, he didn't feel anything when listening to the teacher's previous narration, but when he heard about the Aberame clan, he couldn't help but wonder if the teacher had seen the future. He was actually right, it was Shino who sank the entire fleet. Linghua had already cooked the dishes. She nodded in understanding, I see, it's like a flower that blooms for a short time, it can only bloom a little beautifully and will soon fade away. Orochimaru nodded in agreement, that's it, so only when you are strong yourself can you be truly strong, and it's hard to go far by relying on external things. This is why he has been committed to biotechnology. Civilian technology is just a tool he uses to make money. Improving the comfort of the villagers can also make him have money to support the consumption of other scientific research. He can get many benefits at one stroke, why not do it? Linghua understood, Minato understood, and even Mirai understood. It feels like the chakra-enhancing armor of the snow country has been kept because Orochimaru and his teachers don't like it. Yes, Kakashi said that the strength of those 3 guys has not improved much from before, and they are obviously too dependent on chakra armor. If they take off this armor, they are nothing. After all, this is a self-centered world. Only when you are strong, you are truly strong. It is understandable that they look down on the armor. Because even Naruto and his strength can defeat the armored Fukanural. The problem is that this armor can increase the number of soldiers in a short period of time. Wait. It seems that the armor has not been developed yet. Let's go and see first. If it appears, I can persuade the teacher to think about it. This armor technology can be used without, but it cannot be used at the critical moment. This is a good thing to improve strength for a short time. If you are afraid of becoming dependent, you can recycle it all afterwards. But I don't know if the ninja who has experienced the pleasure of the armor's enhancement and taken off the armor can recover from this false strength enhancement. If it doesn't appear, forget it. We'll talk about it later. After dinner, Orochimaru assigned the night watchman to the 3 future people. It's 8 o'clock in the evening. So, Mirai, you guard from 8 to 11, Minato, you guard from 11 to 2 in the morning, and Rika, you guard from 2 in the morning to 5 in the morning, and I'll guard after 5. We'll eat at 7:30 tomorrow morning and set off on time at 8. Okay. The 3 of them naturally had no objection. And it seems that Orochimaru's assignment is for him to make breakfast. After the assignment, everyone started to wash and sleep. Mirai took out 4 sleeping bags from his body. Originally, he wanted to take out the tent, but thought that the tent was not suitable, because once an emergency occurred, he couldn't rush out of the tent in the first time. Especially Minato, he didn't have the perception technique. So for safety reasons, it's better to be careful. Besides, there are enough sleeping bags. Soon, the camp fell into a long-lost silence. There was only the crackling sound of the burning flames and the chirping of night creatures around. Although it was noisy, he slept very peacefully. Mirai sat alone on a tall branch, leaning against the trunk, looking at the moon in the sky. He opened the perception technique to a range of 1 kilometer, so he could wake everyone up immediately if there was any danger. But soon, there was a rustling sound behind him. A moment later, a yellow-haired man appeared next to Mirai. He sat down next to Mirai. Curiously asked, "Are you worried?" Mirai shook his head and said in confusion, "How can I be worried? But you, it's only a little after 9 o'clock now, why are you up? It's not time for you to change shifts yet." Hearing this, Minato smiled and did not answer Mirai's question. He looked at the moon, with a peaceful look in his eyes. "The reason why we have been so safe in the past 3 years is that you did something behind us." 3 years ago, they vaguely felt that someone was watching them. According to Mirai, it was Uchiha Madara. But after one night, this sight disappeared. It made them pass a rare 3-year period. If Mirai hadn't done anything, he wouldn't believe it. At this time, a beautiful girl rushed into Konoha village after reviewing the information. The gatekeeper was obsessed with her. Because she was so cute and beautiful. It was probably like this, just imagine the eyes as white. Chapter 603. The white Zetsu looked at the images transmitted by the spores on the shoulders of Hyagaran. It showed all the images of Hyagaran returning to Konoha. Finally, after enduring for a long time, the white Zetsu could not help but ask, "Mr. Madara, are you just letting him go?" Hearing this, Madara smiled indifferently. He thought that the white Zetsu would continue to endure. As a result, he couldn't help it after more than 2 days. It seems that his capacity is just like this. Why keep him? His existence will let Uchiha Mirai see the most real side of this world. Don't worry, we don't have to do anything. Just wait quietly for them to grow up, and they will naturally become the second Madara. White Zetsu knew that the they here refers to Mirai and Nagato. These are the people selected by Madara to be used as flags. One is responsible for resurrecting him, and the other is to control the days when he is away to ensure that there are no problems with the plan. I think Hyagaran is much easier to control than Mirai. The white Zetsu expressed his opinion. This brainless hermaphrodite is so easy to fool. He just said a few words and this guy would believe it. It's so sad. It's really easy to control. Madara sneered. A brainless person, but mastered the magical technique. Just watch, this person will die in his own hands sooner or later. A brainless person is not worthy of being the spokesperson of Uchiha Madara. So he never spoke to this person, just for fear of dirtying himself. The white Zetsu looked at the indifferent Madara and finally gave up the idea of persuading him. He is just a white Zetsu, just running errands, why do he have to do something thankless? So they looked at Hyagaran rushing into Konoha again, anxiously looking for the traces of Uchiha Mirai. And Hyuga Hisashi was shocked and ecstatic when he saw her. But the latter didn't care about him at all. At the border of Konoha. Mirai, we are good friends? Minato asked. Mirai nodded without hesitation, yes. But you are not honest, you are hiding secrets and bearing it alone. Minato said. He also imitated Mirai's just look and looked at the moon in the sky. He couldn't help but sigh, who knew that such a beautiful moon was actually man-made, how strong must the six-path sage be? Then how bad can Uchiha Madara's strength be? What Mirai is worried about is Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, Mirai couldn't help but restrain the smile on his face. He smiled bitterly and said, Alas, Minato, some things can't be said, at least not now. Minato heard this, he looked at Mirai, I came here, not to force you to say anything, I just... At this point, he suddenly turned around, pressed Mirai's shoulders with both hands, and turned him to his side. Firmly said, I just want to tell you, no matter what you want to do, I will accompany you. This touched Mirai so much. Good brother. For a lifetime. The two smiled at each other, and everything was self-evident. After a moment, Mirai suddenly asked, what if I want to borrow 100,000 taels? Borrow? What about 1 million taels? Minato patted his chest and said righteously, borrow, I will borrow even if I have to sell everything I have. Don't say 1 million, even 10 million, 100 million, I won't hesitate. Mirai held his hand back, moved to tears, good brother, if I borrow 13,787 taels, can you lend it to me? Hearing this, Minato's face changed drastically, and he immediately pushed Mirai away and hurriedly looked at his frog wallet. After feeling that there was not much less, he looked at Mirai speechlessly. This is my private money, you can't take it. Mirai just used perception to know that Minato only had this little money, so she couldn't help but feel a little confused. Where are your hundreds of millions of dollars? Where did they go? After Minato put the money away solemnly, he scratched his head and said, I gave it all to Kushina. He smiled embarrassedly, Master's wife said that men will become bad when they have money. I don't know why Kushina believed this perverse theory. Alas! Now she gives me 10,000 ryo a month, so I can spend it sparingly. Mirai. You should be content with 10,000 ryo. I'm not like you, I've never touched money. As he said that, he turned his head and glanced at Ling Hua, and that look made Minato's scalp numb. Too disgusting. So he stretched out his hand, forced Mirai's face to straighten, stared into his eyes, and asked curiously, why, is the money also managed by Ling Hua? Mirai sighed helplessly, of course, when we divided the spoils last time, Ling Hua took all my money and said she would keep it for me. As they spoke, Minato and Mirai couldn't help but sigh. Ah! The next morning, Mirai was woken up by Ling Hua's hair. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ling Hua's delicate face. After noticing that Mirai had opened his eyes, Ling Hua smiled and said, hurry up, the teacher has prepared the food. Oh! Mirai sat up, looked around, and found that he was the only one still sleeping. Minato, this guy, even finished washing up and walked towards them. He stretched and felt a tingling sensation in his bones. Oh ha yo! Good morning. Minato came over with a glass of water and said with a smile, go wash up, I'll take care of these. Oh! After responding, Mirai came to the side with the glass of water and squatted down. Took out the toothbrush and toothpaste and started to rinse his mouth. At this time, Orochimaru had already cooked the porridge. When Mirai came back, they were already sipping the porridge. Taking the porridge handed over by Ling Hua, Mirai took a sip and suddenly found that the porridge tasted unexpectedly delicious. Teacher Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to have this skill. Mirai said with sparkling eyes. Orochimaru was not afraid of the heat. He leaned over to the hot bowl and took a big sip. Then he moved his throat twice and swallowed the porridge. Hearing Mirai's compliments, Orochimaru raised his lips and rubbed his cheek with his tongue. His face and lips were much cleaner. He said happily, hee hee. After all, we are ninjas, and we may experience all kinds of hardships. Cooking ingredients in one pot like this is the most convenient way for us to cook. I understand. It means practice makes perfect. Mirai said, Teacher, you don't have to cook other cooked food next time. I have stored a lot, enough for the four of us to eat for a year or two. As a foodie in Madara's eyes, he deserves these two words. So the most in his body is food, followed by various ninja tools. Orochimaru shook his head and rejected, you do have a lot of food in your storage space. But you must develop a habit, don't rely too much on things prepared in advance, otherwise you will suffer. Orochimaru thinks that they will understand these principles in the future, so he just mentioned them. In case of real emergency. We understand. After eating and drinking, everyone dealt with the remains to ensure that no one would find them. Then they took the big bird and left here. After 7 days of traveling, they finally saw the scenery of white snow in the future. At first, there were not many of these scenes, but as the big bird continued to fly, they could see more white in the future. Until there was only white between heaven and earth. Minato lay on the back of the big eagle and looked down, curious. The snow country is too far away from Konoha, and Konoha may not receive a mission to the snow country in a year. Is this the mysterious country called in the textbooks? It is indeed very artistic. Minato exclaimed. Let alone other things, just this snow, he can chant 2 or 3 poems without any illness. Orochimaru opened his mouth to popularize science. This country has also prepared ninja villages, but their population is too scattered, and it is difficult to gather a large number of ninjas. So the snow ninja village is not worthy of its name. When you see them later, you can have a fight if you want to, but you can't beat them to death. He also wanted to reach a cooperation agreement with the Lord of the Snow Country. Hearing this, the future few people couldn't help but nodded. Yes. Chapter 604. At the town gate. Orochimaru and his 4 companions, led by Fukahei 8, entered the town. I've heard of the 3 ninjas for a long time. Today, I see that they are indeed extraordinary. Fukahei 8 complimented. Don't think that he is also a leader, similar to a daimyo. But compared with the 5 major ninja villages, he is not even worthy of carrying shoes. The reason why he can survive now is entirely because of the climate and environment of the snow country, which is not suitable for ordinary people to survive. In short, he just doesn't like this place. In addition, there are local forces here, so he just abandons it. Lord Fuka, thank you. Orochimaru smiled. Then he told the purpose of this trip. This time I came to your country because our Konoha will hold a Chunin exam in half a year, so I want to invite Lord Fuka to our Konoha to watch this grand event. Hearing this, Fukahei 8 was stunned. He didn't expect that it was because of this matter that Orochimaru came to this polar snow country. This. Is it a bit of a waste of talent? You know, the name of the 3 ninjas is well known even in their remote country. Facing such a person, he, the Lord, dare not put on airs. Is this trip just to invite them to participate in the Chunin exam? No, 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 Orochimaru must have other purposes. After thinking about this, he thought about it, and still shook his head as usual, and refused with a wry smile. We appreciate your kindness from Konoha, but first, the distance is too far, and second, the ninja world is already a little turbulent. Third, the strength of our snow ninjas can't be compared with the ninjas on the mainland. Our people are too dependent on the environment to fight. There is only one snow ninja village in the village, but that village. Sigh. Let's not talk about it. Facing Orochimaru, Fuka Soihoki didn't hide anything and directly told them the combat weaknesses of their snow ninjas. Don't think that they can also use ice escape, it seems to have something to do with the Mizuno Tsuki clan, a powerful family in the land of water. In fact, the snow ninja used water escape ninjutsu, not blood limit. They relied on the extremely low temperature environment of the snow country to create an alternative ice escape. This method may be fine for fooling ordinary people, but if it is faced with knowledgeable people, it will be exposed immediately. Especially people like Orochimaru. Therefore, instead of hiding it, it is better for Fukahei 8 to admit it directly. That's a pity. Orochimaru responded without comment. This B-level mission is to deliver the message, and it will be considered completed. If it were an ordinary person, it would be necessary to exchange letters between the leaders of the 2 parties, but with Orochimaru's status and position, it would not be so complicated. Orochimaru was not surprised at all that Fukahei 8 could detect the undercurrent in the ninja world. After all, he is the leader of a force. To put it bluntly, it is the identity of a daimyo. Unfortunately, his power is too small and his strength is too weak, so other big countries and small countries do not recognize his identity. So Fukahei 8 has the position of daimyo but not the identity of daimyo, and can only call himself a lord. When Fukahei 8 heard what Orochimaru said, he immediately became alert. Orochimaru really came with other purposes. Inviting him to participate in the Chunin exam is just one of his purposes. Seeing the alertness in his eyes, Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth. It is very convenient to talk to smart people. It seems that this person has realized that his purpose is not simple. So he said straight to the point, "Actually, I have another purpose for coming this time. Please tell me. I heard that your country is also researching a train that runs on tracks. I've been thinking about a similar vehicle recently, so can you please let me see your design drawings? As a reward, I can also take out the drawings of the thunder car I designed." When he heard that Orochimaru was actually coming for the snow country train, Fengwazayuki was stunned for a moment. He didn't quite understand. The drawings of the train. Does Orochimaru need to go there in person for this thing? But thinking of the evaluation of Orochimaru and the intelligence. He is a curious scientist. He understood that perhaps a trivial matter in his eyes is a big deal in the eyes of others. He immediately waved his hand, signaling the servant to fetch the blueprints. He then smiled at Orochimaru and said, "So that's it. Our train is still in the manufacturing experiment and there is no finished product. I can show you the blueprints first." Orochimaru was delighted. It would be the same if there were no finished products. It just so happens that he can learn a lot from them. Soon, the maid came back with a scroll. "Here, this is the blueprint you want to see. Our people have already perfected the theoretical part. Now it depends on the industrial part. Can the people outside keep up?" he said, and handed the scroll to Orochimaru. The tone seemed very relaxed, and it was obvious that the industrial technology required in this drawing had been mastered by the snow country. Orochimaru's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that the Lord would be so generous and actually handed the drawing directly to him. And judging by his actions and shadows, this scroll should be a first draft. There are many novel concepts on it, but many design concepts have been crossed out. Obviously, this scroll records the hard work of countless people. Especially since there are some industrial technologies of the snow country on it, for him, all three goals of this trip have been achieved. Especially after second, as long as he thoroughly studies this scroll, he can also figure out the heavy industry of the snow country. This is very valuable to Orochimaru. Although he is mainly engaged in the field of biology. He solemnly put away the scroll, and then took out a long-prepared design from his arms. This is the thunder car he drew based on his imagination, which has many similarities with the snow country train. But there are also many differences. For example, how to ensure that the iron wheels of the train will not derail. In the design drawing of Fengwazayuki, the iron wheel shape with a large inside and a small outside is adopted. The top one is Orochimaru's, and the bottom one is the surface is made in the snow country. In this way, no matter how the train runs on the rails, the centripetal force will keep the iron wheels on the center line, thereby avoiding derailment. And the design of Orochimaru teacher uses an additional edge inside. It is used to block the rails and prevent derailment. Fukazayuki looked at the drawings handed by Orochimaru curiously. There are many wrong information on the drawings, such as the wheels designed by Orochimaru. It seems feasible, but it is useless. On the contrary, it will easily get stuck when turning, causing derailment. This is what they have experimented with many times. However, considering that Orochimaru was born in the great ninja village and should not have seen a mine cart, it is understandable. Just when he was about to point out this mistake, Orochimaru took out another blueprint from his mouth. There was no mucus on the blueprint, but it was this posture that was a little disgusting. But fortunately, Fengwazayuki only had a stiff face for a moment, and then returned to normal. "Your blueprint is too precious to me. It made me see that my mine car has many shortcomings. This is a gadget I studied not long ago. As long as there is electricity, it can generate heat. I think you definitely need it." Hearing this, Fengwazayuki's face changed drastically. He immediately looked at Orochimaru excitedly. "Can it generate heat? What is missing from their snow country? It's just heat." So after hearing what Orochimaru said, he couldn't sit still. "Well." Orochimaru nodded, then glanced at the silent future, and then said, "This thing is called the Little Sun Electric Grill. As long as there is electricity, it can generate heat anywhere. Yes, this thing is a masterpiece developed by Future in cooperation with teacher Orochimaru. Orochimaru is not concerned about this invention, but the name of this invention. Little Sun Electric Grill. Little Sunday. Refers to Minato. What an enviable friendship. Why not just let them be together? After hearing Orochimaru's affirmative words again, Fukaze Yuki was overjoyed. He grabbed Orochimaru's hand and said excitedly, "If it was any other drawing, I would never accept it, but this drawing is so important to our snow country. As time goes by, the amount of coal mining in the snow country is getting worse day by day. Now many people are freezing to death. He is thinking about buying some coal from neighboring countries to help the people of the snow country survive this cold winter. But if they have the small solar electric oven that Orochimaru mentioned, does that mean they don't have to rely too much on coal and wood for heating? As for electricity, they have already built a large number of generators. This is really a great favor comparable to sending charcoal in the snow." So Fukaze Yuki entertained Orochimaru and his 4 companions even more enthusiastically. He even wanted to invite them to stay and have a meal before leaving. But Orochimaru was obsessed with his thunder chariot, so he declined. In this way, Mirai and his companions came to the snow country, went through the formalities, and stood in the main hall for a while. Then they returned calmly. Mirai also knew that the snow country had not invented armor yet. On the back of a bird. Minato still couldn't come back to his senses. B-level mission, is it completed? To put it bluntly, 100,000 taels of money is just, got it. The reward for a B-level mission ranges from 50,000 taels to 200,000 taels. Future was also a little dazed. He didn't even see the princess. Logically, she should have been born. Should be. Linghua didn't say anything, but looked at Orochimaru like the others. The latter ignored them at all. Instead, he took the 2 drawings and compared them. Whenever he found something unusual, he would lick his lips excitedly. Soga. So that's what it is. I understand. Future 3 people, underscore, underscore, underscore. Forget it, as long as the teacher is happy. Chapter 605. Somewhere in the snow country. A burly man who looked very similar to Fukaze stood in the snow. He frowned and asked, "Did Orochimaru leave?" A snow ninja nodded and replied, "Yes, according to our spies, Lord Hayate was very excited to send Orochimaru and the other 4 out of the city gate. Then he couldn't wait to go home." As the snow ninja finished speaking, the burly man narrowed his eyes slightly. Why did Orochimaru, one of the 3 ninjas, suddenly come to visit? Why is my brother so excited? There is a problem, there must be a problem. He absolutely didn't believe that Orochimaru would go to the snow country for no reason, and he ran so far. So there must be something fishy. So he ordered, "Go check, I want to know what Orochimaru left behind that made my brother so excited." Yes. Maybe he can take it for himself. After all, that was what Orochimaru left behind. Definitely a good thing. The time of departure and return to the village is completely different. Generally speaking, the time of return will be shorter. Just like taking a bus, it feels that time goes very slowly when going, but when you take the bus back, you find that time passes really fast. When they returned to the village in the future, it only took 5 days. As soon as the big bird landed, Minato was knocked down by a touch of red. Woo woo woo. Minato, why did you go for so long? These days, I'm bored to death. Minato hurriedly stood up, helped Kushina up, and said shyly, "Don't, this is the entrance of the village, everyone is watching." Hearing this, Kushina looked back. Found that there were indeed many people watching them. This made Kushina unhappy. People have been waiting for 12 days, 7 hours, 35 minutes, and 16 seconds. They have been waiting for so long, can't they be happy? Immediately, she glared and said viciously, "What are you looking at? Didn't you see the girlfriend picking up her boyfriend?" As she spoke, her hair was blown up automatically without wind. A chilly-like aura emanated from her delicate and soft body. It scared everyone around. Never provoke an angry woman, especially a woman who is still angry when she is in love. It's terrible. Everyone retracted their gazes in unison and dared not look at it anymore. Mirai stretched out his hand to touch Minato's shoulder with a smile and asked, "Kushina is so strong, can you bear it?" Minato. He smiled back at Mirai and ignored him at all, then turned his head and looked at Kushina again. Hee. Nana. Seeing Minato like this, Mirai was too lazy to pay attention to him, and immediately took Linghua's hand and followed the teacher back to the village. "Let's go to my house for dinner tonight." Future invited. "I haven't eaten tempura made by my mother for a long time, I'm so greedy." Come to think of it, did my mother add something to the tempura, otherwise why would he miss her food so much? Ling Hua thought about it, and nodded in agreement, okay. As they said that, the two of them walked home on the street with great interest, while talking funny things. This attracted a person behind him, hiding in the shadows, biting his handkerchief and staring at Ling Hua viciously. Damn bitch, you dare to snatch a man from your fiancé, wait, I will definitely make you live a life worse than death. After Orochimaru returned to the Hokage's office, he explained the mission process and was about to leave. But he was stopped by the third generation. Orochimaru, what do you think of the current situation? Hearing this, Orochimaru's footsteps that had stopped moved again. You are the Hokage. After saying that, he walked out of the office. There was a sense of déjà vu of someone who couldn't wait to see the good baby. This made the third generation speechless. He just wanted to test Orochimaru's opinion on the situation, so why did he run so fast? Why not resign and let Orochimaru, so that I can be much more relaxed? As he spoke, he couldn't help but see the densely packed documents on the desk. For a moment, he recognized his own ideas a little more. Yes, he must resign, and he can't die in the position of Hokage. Then the only ones to guard against are Uchiha's Fugaku and the root organization's Danzo. Thinking of these two troublesome guys, he couldn't help but smoke a cigarette. Orochimaru walked out of the Hokage building. Jiraiya was right in front of him. The latter hugged him with a surprised look on his face, and said with a chuckle, come on, Snake, I found a very good place this time, it will definitely open your eyes. No. Orochimaru moved. He lowered his shoulders and slipped out of Jiraiya's hands. He wanted to rush back to the laboratory to test the simulation of the new Thunder Car. Jiraiya had plenty of experience in dealing with slippery things. He immediately grabbed with his right hand. He hooked Orochimaru's belly. It was like holding a book of intimacy, and Orochimaru was easily taken away. Hee. I guarantee you will be amazed this time. Orochimaru struggled twice, and when he saw that he couldn't break free, he simply didn't bother. He rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, which new bathhouse is it? It's not a bathhouse. Is it a hot spring? It's not a hot spring either. Hey! It's not a bathhouse, nor a hot spring, which aroused Orochimaru's curiosity. Is there any other place in Konoha where you can see beautiful women? He landed on his feet and followed a few steps. Seeing this, Jiraiya also understood what Orochimaru meant. That is, let me go, I will go with you. Hee. Come with me, I promise you will never forget it. Then Orochimaru looked at the waterfall in front of him with a dark face. There was a pond below the waterfall. There were only people in the pond besides the two of them. A lot of people. I knew it. He covered his face with his hands. Why didn't he think that in addition to the bathhouse and hot springs, he could also meet women bathing by the wild pond? Jiraiya's eyes lit up. He was even so excited that his butt was lifted up. Good. What a beautiful spring scene. Orochimaru, come and see, there is a beautiful girl. Orochimaru, iota_. He was too lazy to pay attention to Jiraiya and turned around and left. He wasted an hour of his time in vain, he was simply drunk. Why don't I have the friendship like the future and Minato? Look, the future invented the raised nan for Minato. There is also a small solar electric oven that can keep people warm in winter. Look at Jiraiya, who is thinking about peeping all day long. He doesn't understand. Tsunade is so old, why does he still care about the outside world? Night. When Ling Hua returned home, she took a shower and went to bed. She didn't notice the letter on the table. Yes, her perception technique, like the future, perceives the world through the ground. For things on the table, if she doesn't want to see them specifically, she won't go to see them. So it's just a letter, she won't see it as long as she doesn't open her eyes. After Minato returned home, he couldn't help running to the future's house again. The two sat in the courtyard and ate the fruit cut by Mieko. It's so late, why don't you go to your kushina and come to my place? Future threw a piece of fruit into his mouth and asked vaguely. Minato scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, I'll tell you one thing, don't get excited. Well, tell me. Mirai responded and ate another piece of fruit. Chewing. After waiting for a long time, Minato didn't respond, so Mirai turned his head and looked at Minato in confusion. That look meant one thing. Go on, brother. I'll wait until you finish eating before I tell you, otherwise, I'm afraid you'll spray me in the face. Mirai? What's so mysterious about it? But he still swallowed all the food in his mouth and opened his mouth towards Minato, indicating that there was nothing in his mouth. Minato actually took a closer look. There was indeed no fruit, and he could even see his throat shaking. He then sat back to his original position. Then I told you, don't be scared by me. Don't worry. Even if you learn Flying Thunder God, I won't be surprised. Mirai said, and was about to use a toothpick to put the fruit into his mouth. But soon he was stunned. What did I just say? The next second he raised his head and looked at Minato. At this moment, the latter also looked at Mirai with a confused face. No, how did you know? Minato was even more confused than Mirai. Chapter 606. At this moment, the countless words of shock in Minato's heart combined into two big words. Peeping. His face instantly became interesting. You peeped at me. Mirai, puff. Mirai really spit out, but it was not fruit, but spit. Minato's face was full of saliva, and his jaw was pulled down by the huge amount of saliva. The latter's face became more interesting. Mirai pressed Minato's shoulders, and his tongue instinctively stretched out, licking the residue and saliva on the edge of his mouth. Retract, swallow. Gulp. A clean boy appeared again. You really learned Flying Thunder God. Minato was no longer excited because he was deluded by nausea. He was clearly fully prepared, and even asked Mirai to swallow everything in his mouth. Then he talked about Flying Thunder God. No. He didn't say it. Mirai knew it. And he sprayed his own saliva all over his face. This. Forget it, this is the saliva of the future after all, it is a little disgusting, but it is acceptable. So he took out a kunao and threw it at Yu Jiao in front of the future. Seeing this, the future seemed to have thought of something, and he immediately opened the Sharingan instinctively. His eyes glowed red, staring at every move of the kunao. This kunao is the fine kunao that the future and theirs often use, and the quality is beyond words. At this time, he noticed that there was a series of mysterious lines on the kunao. It looks a bit like words, but more like ghost paintings. At the same time, his perception was also passively activated. Everything within a radius of 20 meters was fed back to the future's mind. Then he saw. Minato disappeared. Disappeared from under his eyelids. Perception and Sharingan could not see any abnormality. Even his hand holding Minato was empty for a moment. Just like Minato had never appeared, he disappeared without a sound. Almost in an instant. In the direction of Kunishi, the familiar chakra of Mirai and the dazzling yellow suddenly appeared. He disappeared so abruptly, and appeared so strangely. It was like being in a house with doors open on all four sides. Minato disappeared behind the door in front of Mirai, and appeared on the other side of Mirai through another door. Minato felt a little confused after he appeared, and he shook his head slightly twice. Only then did he shake the dizziness out of his mind. Seeing this, Mirai jumped directly from the spot and jumped in front of Minato. He looked at him excitedly. Brother, you really learned this trick. Although they could see Minato holding the scroll and looking at it infatuatedly in the past 10 days. But they had never seen him do it, how could he learn it? Minato reached out and pulled his clothes over, wiping the saliva off his face. Then he smiled and explained, in fact, the most difficult part of Flying Thunder God is the first part. If you can't sense the space, you can't touch the space at all. As he said, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the void in front of the future, just like 3 years ago. This made his fingers bend a few degrees. And I achieved this 5 years ago, and then I have been exploring Flying Thunder God alone until now. Although it has never been effective, the road I have taken has laid a good foundation for me and accumulated a lot of experience. Look, with the help of the subsequent correct training method, I can finally perform this move. That is tonight. He was at home, and on a whim, he pressed the Flying Thunder God mark on the kunao. Instinctively performed Flying Thunder God. The result was successful. At that time, he didn't think about what would happen if he failed. The magical thing is that he really succeeded for the first time. So, in his excitement, he immediately thought of the future, and immediately came to show off to him. Future. As he said that, he stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, and put it on the future's chest. His face was full of a bright smile. Next, it will be our world. His words were filled with rare domineering, which was very different from his previous gentle and weak appearance. Listening to Minato's words, the future couldn't help but laugh. Okay. Let's make Konoha bigger and stronger together and create glory again. After saying that, the two of them were so excited that they couldn't help themselves. They didn't say anything more immediately. Instead, they took their equipment and went to the grove. They started a passionate night. There was also a girl who didn't sleep all night. She stood at the edge of the death forest, standing tall and graceful. Suddenly a cold wind blew, making her shiver. I really want to get up on the spot, make a fire. But I always feel that if Hygarika sees it, I will lose face for no reason. I immediately endured the cold and stood straight. For Mirai, I am fearless. Ah! Sniff. For Mirai, I caught a cold myself, and who else can do this? For a moment, she was directly moved by her own behavior. I think if Uchiha Mirai knew that she caught a cold for him, he would be moved and accept her. The next morning, when Rika got up from the bed, she asked the shadow clone to help her get some breakfast. Then the shadow clone saw a challenge letter on the table. She opened it with doubts, and saw a few lines of beautiful small words on it. 10 o'clock tonight, come to the death forest to fight me. The loser will never be able to entangle Uchiha Mirai again. Hinata ran stay. The shadow clone said it out loud, and Linghua heard it. She asked in confusion, 10 o'clock tonight? Why did she stay so early? Suddenly, she frowned. It seems that this person is not simple. He actually has such a strong hiding ability. Although I was asleep last night, I still have instinctive perception. I didn't notice it. This is a strong enemy. The shadow clone rolled his eyes and looked at the original body. She had a lot of things she wanted to complain about, but she didn't know which one to complain about for a while. She was speechless. After a long time, she finally said what she wanted to complain about the most. Didn't you find out the content of the letter? Hinata Ran, the hermaphrodite, actually fell in love with Mirai. But she recalled the appearance of Hinata Ran she saw half a year ago. You know what, she's pretty and cute. She's prettier and more likable than most girls. I really want to punch her and make her cry. If they didn't know that Hinata Ran was Hinata Tsuyoshi, they might really think she was born a beautiful and cute girl. But the problem is that she's not a real girl. Linghua, degree. The shadow clone continued to complain, and didn't Hinata Ran disappear half a year ago? How come she showed up again? Linghua. One more thing, this letter should have been put up last night. Look, there's still some dust on it, but you didn't see it last night. Linghua. The shadow clone looked at the original body's 3 consecutive shocks and was speechless. In fact, there is one thing she didn't say, that is, Hyagaran is essentially a man, how can she fight with him? But she didn't want to talk when she looked at the original body, because she was tired. They are obviously one body, why do I feel that I am smarter? Could it be? She looked down. It was a pair of DS that covered the solace of the feet. She looked at the original body again. The same size. Could it be that when the original body split, it gave its brain to itself? You mean, I stood someone up last night? Linghua. She scratched her brows speechlessly. Finally, she sighed, forget it, I've already stood him up. As for the fact that the hermaphrodite likes the future. Well, there are so many girls who like the future, she has long been used to it. Besides, they are not as good as herself, so she is not afraid that they will snatch the future away. This is her confidence in herself and the future. After all, in the past, his attitude towards girls was quite bad. Many girls were ruthlessly rejected by him and were deeply hurt. Some even formed a team to capture the future. But the result was, they got nothing. When she thought of the way the future was so excited that she had a nosebleed when she saw her true appearance for the first time, she couldn't help but feel shy. Her face was flushed, just like a cooked tomato. More like dried chili peppers. For a moment, she couldn't help but cover her cheeks with her hands, a little embarrassed. She also made a vague sound from her mouth. Shadow clone. She went to the kitchen expressionlessly. Although spring has passed and it is still early for next spring, it doesn't mean that you must go into eroticism in spring. Maybe the original body's eroticism period is later than others. Right. Chapter 607. Linghua threw the challenge aside. After turning on her perception, she found that Mirai and Minato were together, and they were both in the grove. But why did they all look exhausted? As if they had fought all night last night. She was puzzled. So she bought a few buns, took a few cups of soy milk, and went to the grove. In the grove, Minato lay on the ground, panting weakly. But there was a long-lost sense of satisfaction on his face. Hey! It's so cool. I've never been so fast. Mirai was weaker than him. Hearing this, he rolled his eyes and complained, "You are such a beast, I have never seen anyone faster than you." Hee. Minato smiled complacently, not ashamed. Fast is the kingly way. After taking several breaths, Minato removed the back of his hand covering his eyes and looked at the rising sun. His face slowly turned into a sigh. He suddenly asked softly, "Mirai, I can protect you now, right?" He had never seen the man's strength, but whether from the legend or the traces of his last battle, the man's strength was unfathomable. But space-time ninjutsu is one of the most shameless techniques, which can make the practitioner invincible. So he felt that he might not be able to resist a move, but if he wanted to leave, he couldn't stop him. Mirai was silent for a while. Finally, he shook his head with a wry smile, "I don't know. After all, he is a legendary ninja, who knows if he has the ability to restrain space-time ninjutsu. For example, when they met last time, he never noticed the existence of a barrier around them. But whether it was the villagers, the Hokage, or even the grave keeper of the Thousand Hands, they never found their traces. It was as if they were not in the same world. This can only mean one thing, that Madara also has a very high level of sealing skills, which he cannot sense with his ability. This made him think of the curse seal he implanted in Obito and Rin. That curse seal prevented them from committing suicide. At critical moments, it can also control them to do things that go against their wishes. For example, controlling Obito to perform the reincarnation technique for Madara. Although the curse seal was destroyed, Black Zetsu existed, which eventually allowed Madara to be successfully resurrected. He gained a young body and lifespan. This curse seal ability was either obtained by Madara from somewhere else, or developed by himself. Referring to the fact that he could complete the transplantation of Hashirama's cells alone without being backlashed, we can know that his scientific research ability is not weak. Because even if there is Sharingan suppression, without certain scientific research ability, how can he solve the rejection ability? So the most likely possibility is that he is a generalist. Just like he is very good at ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, he must be good at sealing techniques. So Mirai has no idea whether he has the ability to block space and move. Hearing Mirai's words, Minato's originally happy mood sank. No way. It seems that I have to learn Sage Mode as soon as possible. This is the super ability of his master, Jiraiya. During World War II, it was this move that gave the Tsuchikage a headache. If he learned this move, I wonder how much it would increase his combat power, and whether he could withstand one or two moves. Mirai ended the topic and looked at the kunao scattered around. There are many runes on them, but if you look closely, you can find that the styles of these runes are not very different. So he asked curiously, can the styles of these flying thunder god techniques be changed? Hearing Mirai's question, Minato nodded and stopped worrying about the man. He replied, "Yet. When I performed this move just now, I was thinking about which seal would suit me better." As he said that, he couldn't help but look around with a wry smile. "Look, there's no suitable one. These kunao either have super invincible or something, which is very second year and difficult to pronounce, and there are too many words, which have circled around the kunao for several times. It is estimated that the enemy died before he finished shouting the moves. In the underworld, the dead can't explain what moves killed them. Either it is a ghost painting that makes people unable to understand, or a strange symbol similar to the second generation. However, the second generation is more similar to the family emblem of the Senju clan." After hearing his words, Mirai couldn't help but ponder for a while. He was also wondering why it was not the sword of ninja love seen in later generations. It turned out that he had not yet decided which style to use. So he couldn't help but remind him, "What do you think of the sword of ninja love?" Sword of ninja love. When Minato heard these 4 words, he felt familiar and happy. He felt that this name really suited him. For a moment, he looked at the future, his eyes full of color. The future is really his good friend, so familiar with him. Whether it is Rei's Nan, Flying Thunder God technique, or the name, it is in line with his heart, as if he is another self. But he still wants to ask, why did he choose this name? Does this name have any meaning? This question stumped the future. This name was originally chosen by Minato himself. he knows the meaning of the ghost. But thinking of the fourth war period, after Naruto met the six paths, he held the trident kunao in his mouth, fastened the forehead protector, and instantly turned on the six-path sage mode. Thinking of this, he had a fabricated, correct explanation. He slapped Minato on the shoulder and smiled like the sun. The appearance of Flying Thunder God means that more people will die under this ninjutsu in the future. We will be ruthless to our enemies, but we must restrain our desire to kill and learn to be kind to our own people. He looked at Minato and smiled brightly. Then he said, "You have already named the baby you and Kushina will have in the future, Naruto, so pass this sword of ninja love to your son, let him understand kindness and become a better Hokage than you." Minato was stunned. He stared at the future blankly, his mind full of shock. Because of my son's name? He only heard the last of the two sentences in the future. He understood the first part. And he had done so 6 years ago. It was the second part that touched him deeply. For Naruto. He couldn't help but smile. His smile was as bright as Mirai's. "No, it's also for you." When Linghua came here, she felt 3 suns. She couldn't help but freeze. When she carefully sensed it, the alarm bells in her heart suddenly rang. No, they are in love again. She was not afraid of girls snatching Mirai from her, but she was afraid of Minato snatching her from her. She was confident that she could beat everyone, but Minato. She interrupted without hesitation, "Minato, why are you here, Mirai?" As she said that, she took an elegant step, 3 or 2 steps that seemed slow but actually fast, and rushed to Mirai's side. She took Mirai's arm very intimately and skillfully. At the same time, she took out the breakfast in her hand. "I guess you may not have eaten, so I brought you 2 portions. Eat them while they are hot." As she said that, her eyes were alert to Minato. "Raihua, you came at the right time. I'm almost starving." Mirai's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out a few buns and soy milk to drink. I don't know if it was an illusion, or because Raihua bought them, or if he was really hungry. Or maybe he was happy for Minato. He thought the buns were really delicious and fragrant. As he said that, he gestured to Minato, and said indistinctly with a mouth full of buns, "Hurry up and eat, it's cold, it's not easy to eat." Minato smiled. Mirai might not know, but Raihua's vague hostility was directed at him, and he could naturally feel it. He was a little amused. Between him and Mirai, it was pure friendship, how could the friendship deteriorate? This is absolutely impossible. Thinking of this, he nodded at Raihua, and then consciously walked to the side, leaving the venue to the 2 of them. Seeing Minato's look, Rika thought that Minato was provoking her, but when she saw him, he actually left on his own initiative. She was confused all of a sudden. What is this? It was not until Minato sat down that she realized that Rika was still looking at her, with a confused look on her face. She couldn't help laughing in her heart. This is love. No matter how smart you are, as long as it involves the person you love, you will always lose your rationality. Sister Tsunade is like this, Kushina is like this, and now Rika is like this. Chapter 608. After eating and drinking, Mirai brought Linghua to Minato and sat down. Minato immediately couldn't wait to say what he was thinking about while eating buns. "Mirai, I want to customize a special kunao." Mirai was stunned for a moment. He just wanted to come over and tell Minato that he had to go back home, but Minato spoke first. "Customized kunao." Minato nodded and said excitedly, "You see, this conventional kunao is diamond-shaped, only suitable for stabbing and chopping. For some ninjas using swords, it can't be effectively blocked. Even if you don't pay attention, you will be scratched. The most important thing is that I feel that this kunao is a bit light and can't be thrown farther." Mirai understood. An idea has emerged in his mind, but he didn't say it but asked it. "So you want?" "I want to make its 2 sides." Minato said, pointing to the 2 sides of the kunao, and said, "Recreate 2 sharp blades in these 2 places, so that you won't be afraid of being scratched by the ninja's ninja tools, and you can better block the opponent's weapons." This is what he noticed when he fought with Mirai. In fact, he discovered this a long time ago. It's just that he didn't have money at that time, so he practiced hard. But no matter how good the skills are, there will be times when you fail, and even because of injuries and other factors, the 4 skills will be affected, causing the blocked kunao to shift by an inch or 2. It's really unfair to be cut by the opponent because the force and skills are not controlled well. Now he has money, Although the money is kept by Kushina, he still has a lot of materials. He can completely redesign a special kunao. Also, the handle can be designed to be a thicker counterweight ring, which is convenient for me to engrave the Flying Thunder God technique. Regarding the matter of Flying Thunder God, Mirai had already told Linghua when they were eating buns just now. Linghua realized that they were so weak because they had fought here all night last night. This made her feel much more relieved. After she got rid of the grudge in her heart, she also actively participated in the discussion. This kind of ninja tool is light on the top and heavy on the feet. Will it be impossible to nail it on the target when it is used? The kunao used by them ninjas are all heavy on the top and light on the feet, which is very convenient to nail on the target. Minato smiled and said complacently, "Hehe. This is another one of my methods. My fighting method is to teleport with the kunao as the coordinate. Then the enemy can easily detect this. If they pick up my kunao, they can't use it to hurt our own people." And as he said, he picked up the kunao and threw it hard at a big tree. In the future, they were all surprised to find that the kunao was inserted into the tree at the handle. It doesn't matter to me where the center of gravity of the kunao is. For him, this is not a skill at all, but just having hands is enough. Hearing this, Mirai couldn't help but give Minato a thumbs up. Good idea. What he actually wanted to say was that Minato could completely recover the kunao after the war. Flying Thunder God technique has two modes, one is to transfer yourself to the vicinity of the coordinates. The other is to transfer the coordinates to other places. Then naturally you can also recover the kunao. If it doesn't work, plant a summoning technique on it. Just like the 7 ninja swords of the Land of Water, they can be summoned back by one person. Linghua asked, "Do you have enough materials? If not, I can give you some for free. You know, we Hyuga clan rarely use ninja tools." Mirai also said, "I have a lot of materials here, you can use them." Seeing that Minato was about to speak, Mirai knew that he wanted to refuse, so he smiled and said first, "Don't refuse, these materials are just gathering dust here, you know, I rarely use ninja tools other than ninja swords." This. Minato hesitated. Not to mention, the kunao he wanted, the better the material, the better. So he just calculated carefully, if he asked a craftsman to make his own materials, the suitable materials could only make more than 100 trident kunao. But good craftsmen are hard to come by, and only the country of craftsmen has good craftsmen. The second is the country of iron. It is impossible to run to the country of craftsmen every time after using up or breaking the ninja tools, and then ask someone to make a trident kunao. Not only does it waste people, it also costs money. It would be better to do as the future said, and complete the trident kunao at once, so as to save the trouble of running around in the future. Okay. Then I will be disrespectful. After hearing this, the future and Linghua looked at each other. Smile. There was nothing to do today, so they just went about their daily lives. That is, they practiced what they should practice, and studied what they should study. It was evening soon. Mirai wanted to send Linghua back, but was suddenly stopped by the communication snake, saying that Orochimaru asked him to go to the laboratory and wanted him to help with something important. This. Mirai looked at Linghua hesitantly, wanting to ask the teacher to wait until he sent Linghua back. Linghua interrupted him. "Go, the teacher may have something urgent, otherwise it would be impossible for him to go at this time." Mirai thought about it, that's right. The teacher usually doesn't look for him. If he wants to look for him, he usually comes in person. If he uses the snake to communicate like this, it is obvious that he is too busy to leave, but he urgently needs him to go. "Then you." Mirai looked at Linghua hesitantly. Minato patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, I will send her back." Hearing this, Mirai was relieved. "Okay, I'll go to teacher Orochimaru first." "Well, go." After saying that, Mirai hurriedly ran towards the number 3 laboratory. Looking at Mirai's disappearing back, Minato sighed, "Among us, only Mirai can help teacher Orochimaru." Yes. Linghua couldn't help but sigh. Her medical skills are indeed good, and her sealing skills are also okay, but teacher Orochimaru doesn't need her most of the time. On the contrary, Mirai can help deal with some experimental matters on her own. "Let's go, I'll take you home," Minato said, and was about to leave, but was rejected by Linghua. "Minato-kun, you go back first, I have a private matter to do." Minato was stunned, and looked at Linghua in confusion. Private matter? Is it important? Yet. Linghua nodded, her face was very calm, without the smile when she said goodbye to Mirai before. This concerns the happiness of me in the future. When Minato heard about the happy event of his good brother, he was immediately excited. I'll go with you. No matter who it is, don't think of disturbing the lifelong happiness of your good brother. When Minato heard what he said, Linghua looked at Minato directly and asked in a strange tone, Minato, you are not thinking about the future. Hearing Linghua's words, Minato's face froze, and he hurriedly explained, I'm not, don't talk nonsense. In the end, he felt that this statement had no influence, so he said again, we are good brothers, pure friendship. But he also felt that this statement was not convincing, and said again, and the person I like is Kushina. Linghua. Why don't I believe it? Anyway, don't worry, I will handle it all. I was once a girl who brought death to the future, not a beautiful vase. After saying that, she slightly took off a corner of her eye patch, revealing the pair of mysterious azure pupils. However, there was a little white in the pupils, which was a bit inconsistent with the azure blue. Minato was stunned. He looked at Rika stupidly, his expression was extremely dull. Minato didn't come back to his senses for a long time until Rika put on the eye patch again and turned away. He felt that there was only that pair of azure eyes in his world. The place where Rika was going was very simple. Keep an appointment. Isn't that hermaphrodite thinking about her man? She has to deal with it. By the way, let her know that some people are not for her to think about. When Hinata-lan received the news of Hinata Reka's challenge, she was so excited that she threw away the medicine sent by Hayashi, got up and flashed out of the room. Because she had a fever last night in order not to lose face. But at this moment, she felt that she was cured. There was a sense of power in her heart. This time, she must press Hinata Reka to death. What she said was useless even if the Buddha came. In the room, only Hisashi's anxious call remained. Hinata-ran, where are you going? You are not well yet, come back soon. But when he chased out of the house, there was no trace of Hinata-ran. In his anxiety, he hurriedly used Bun. But what made him dumbfounded was that there was no trace of Hinata-ran in his sight. Chapter 609. Valley of the End. In the future, they all have permits to leave the village, but they rarely use them. Linghua has several on her. After noticing that the shadow clone sent the message, she smiled slightly. She stood by the lake and waited quietly. This place is a little far from the village, and there is also a lake. If a fight really breaks out, she is not afraid of making too much noise. After all, Hyagaran has disappeared for more than a year. Who knows what adventures she has encountered? So it is better to be cautious. The future came to the number 3 laboratory and went through a series of disinfection, bathing, and changing clothes. The future entered the laboratory. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Orochimaru teacher looking at the experimental report with excitement. After seeing him come in, he immediately stood up and said, "Quick, give me some of your blood. I want to start the bloodstain net plan right away." After hearing this, the future was stunned for a moment, but without much hesitation, he opened his mouth and bit, and released 100 cubic centimeters of blood. When he handed it to the teacher, he asked curiously, "Are the simulation results out?" Orochimaru held the blood vessel excitedly and replied, "Well, some of the experimental data I got from Bailuo, plus some of the things you told me, finally allowed me to successfully perfect the theory of Demon Bud Ra technique. In the past 3 years, in addition to continuing to study wood release, manufacturing some civilian technology, and collecting funds, Orochimaru's most important work is Demon Bud Ra technique. This is a special plant discovered by Bailuo. At a specific time, it can devour organisms and obtain the characteristics of the organism. Inspired by this, he wanted to apply it to himself. Make up for his own shortcomings and make himself a perfect ninja. It's a pity that his 10 years of hard work are not as good as Orochimaru's 3 years. Based on Bailuo's original foundation, he successfully made the technique theoretically feasible. What he needs to do now is to rely on actual experiments to adjust some parts of the technique, so that it can eventually be safely used on people. That's why he can't wait to shout the future over. It's a pity that Naoki is not here. If he was here, he would have called him over to bleed him. After hearing what Orochimaru said, Mirai also became a little excited. He picked up the research report on the table and read it from beginning to end. The more he read, the more surprised he was. Orochimaru ignored Mirai and didn't think about hiding the technique. Because there were only two of them here. After so many years of getting along, the master and the apprentice have long been inseparable. It can be said that you are in me and I am in you. There was even one time when Jiraiya was so envious that he said something out of tune, and was chased by Orochimaru and Tsunade for 10 blocks and beaten. In the end, the third generation couldn't stand it anymore, so he stepped forward to stop it. Because Jiraiya said this at the time. Oh. Fortunately, Orochimaru is a man. If he was Orochimaru, given their relationship, Mirai might turn against his master and become a traitor. It was the phrase turn against his master and become a traitor that completely pissed off Orochimaru and Tsunade. After the two were poured, he hung him on the big tree and took turns to take a few hundred times. After watching it, he will give up his thumbs in the future. Teacher, how do you plan to provide chakra? Let himself devour other blood limit owners and turn himself into a perfect ninja. But to accomplish this great feat, there must be enough chakra supply. Without the supply of power energy, Orochimaru's chakra alone cannot accomplish the feat of 7 in 1. Hearing the words of the future, Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, and finally recovered from the excitement. He frowned, this is a problem. So he left the machine, came to the future, and took the research report and read it carefully. At the beginning, my idea was to use the power of the tailed beast in Kushina's body, which should allow me to complete the feat of 7 in 1. But now it seems, this idea is a bit hasty. After hearing what the teacher said, Mirai couldn't help but nodded and replied, it is indeed hasty. The power of the tailed beast is indeed strong and huge. But this chakra is already full of the will of the tailed beast and the boundless hatred of the ninja world. Teacher, if you use this energy to promote the 7 in 1, you will definitely suffer a great loss. Maybe it will be backfired. You make sense, I overlooked this point. Orochimaru said with a frown. At that time, he was really overwhelmed. Such a simple thing, he didn't even think of it, it was really wrong. This is a bad habit, it must be changed. Otherwise, if the laboratory explodes one day, he will still be immersed in the experiment and will not know until he is killed by the explosion. Well, help me see what else needs to be paid attention to. I was too excited at the time, and there must be many places that I accidentally overlooked. Okay. The future is the best choice. The Valley of the End. Linghua stood by the lake, quietly listening to the sounds of the world. Soon she raised her eyebrows. In her perception, there was something slightly discordant. No need to think, this is probably Hinata Ran, her former fiancé. You're here. At this time, a cloud floated in the sky, covering the white moonlight in the sky, and Linghua gradually sank into the darkness. It also covered the surroundings of Linghua, making her in a dark environment. I'm here. The dark clouds came and went quickly. With the appearance of a sweet but cold voice, the clouds in the sky finally floated away. The moonlight that was covered by it gradually appeared. Also, the figure of the person who came was revealed. She was wrapped in a black cloak, which seemed to be a treasure that could conceal the wearer's breath. She wore a mask on her face, blocking all her perception abilities. She looked at the beautiful girl standing quietly by the lake, like a fairy, with only disgust in her eyes. Hinata Ran continued coldly, tell me, what do you want to leave Uchiha Mirai? Hearing this, Linghua turned around silently and looked at Hinata Ran with a puzzled look. After thinking about it, she did not mention the matter of Hyagasuji, but asked, as far as I know, he didn't provoke you in the future, and you didn't have any intersection with him. Why did you fall in love with him? Hearing her curiosity, Hyaga Ran, who had been holding back for a long time, couldn't help but reveal her true feelings. The coldness on her face was replaced by a touch of red, because he is my dream lover, I have dreamed of marrying him more than once in my dreams. This means that God is bringing us together. So Hyaga Rika, be sensible and take the initiative to leave him, so that I won't do it. After saying that, she raised her delicate white fingers in front of her mouth, as if she wanted to blow on her fingernails. But it was completely covered by the mask, and the air she blew was blocked by the mask. Hyaga Rika. _ There are actually men who dream of marrying another man in their dreams. This. It's too disgusting, I really can't stand it. I thought Future was actually a pervert, but after seeing you like this, I realized that there is a difference between perverts and perverts. You are a real pervert. Hinata-lan put away the charm in her heart and snorted coldly, stop talking nonsense. Do you want me to ask you to die, or do you want to leave him on your own initiative to avoid physical pain? Ah! Hinata Linghua sighed. Although I have been ready to fight with him many years ago, I didn't expect that the first person to fight with me would be you. She actually fought with a man who is essentially a man to snatch another man. Who else has such explosive news? Hinata-lan didn't understand what she meant, but she heard the other party's thoughts. Fighting. That means going to war, right? Since you don't want to drink the wine, then I will fulfill your wish. As she said that, she rushed towards Linghua. At the moment of running fast, a fine short blade appeared in her hand, and she went straight to Linghua's neck to wipe it off, obviously intending to kill Linghua. Of course, Linghua didn't indulge her. The moment she rushed to the front, she had already set the starting posture of soft fist. Soft fist 8 diagram 64 palms. Chapter 610. The battle ended very quickly. Even though Hyagaran had used her one-time Rinnegan, she was still beaten by Linghua. First, although Linghua's Rinnegan was still in the gestation period, it had reached the final stage, and she could use a lot more power from it. Second, the essential difference between the two was there. Linghua followed Orochimaru after all. Although she did not receive much instruction, the learning environment was different, and the growth rate was also different. A truly free-range ninja like Hyagaran is naturally not as good as Linghua. What's more, with Linghua's perception, she can fight without eyes. She pinched Hyagaran's neck with one hand and lifted her in front of her. He stared at her face to face with a pair of deep blue eyes. She was also surprised that this guy got the Rinnegan from nowhere. Although it was a semi-finished product, it was terrifying enough. This may be related to Hyagaran's disappearance, but she is not interested. Because a bold idea flashed through her mind. She couldn't help but let out an evil and crazy smile. He stretched his neck and leaned close to her ear, saying in a disdainful tone, "My stupid tribesman, why are you so weak? If you want to kill me, then hate me, hate me. Then, live ugly. When you have eyes like mine, come and face me again. I have no interest in you now." After saying that, she stood up and looked at Hinata-ran, who was confused. Her eyes were beautiful, big and round, with long eyelashes and double eyelids. But there was no fighting spirit in her. With this kind of intelligence, the people of the main family are hopeless. In order to let her complete her thoughts, she decided to add fuel to the fire. So with 3 parts of sarcasm, 3 parts of ridicule, and 4 parts of teasing on his face, he said, "Look at what you look like now, what's the difference between you and a rat in the gutter? I am so disappointed in you. With a kind of stuff like you, he will never fall in love with you even if he doesn't have me in the future." As he said, he threw her onto the lake, and then went back to the village without looking back. Hinata-ran was floating quietly on the lake. After an unknown amount of time, her eyes moved and she finally said the first sentence. "How is this possible?" Her thoughts finally came back. And the first thing she felt when she came back was a strong sense of disbelief. Because it hadn't been 3 minutes since she started. She had played all her cards, even using the one-time reincarnation eye, but she didn't get any benefit from that person. Although her attack was sharp, in those blue eyes, it seemed that all her actions were predicted. She just dodged all her attacks and was able to pull herself away from her acupuncture points from time to time. As a result, the power of her one-time reincarnation eye was completely dissipated. What disappeared at that time was not only her reincarnation eye, but also her spirit and everything she had. When she thought of those eyes, she felt powerless. Could she really defeat that monster? But deeper in her heart was an indescribable anger, frustration, hatred, disgust, jealousy. Why? Why did she have the reincarnation eye? Why could she defeat herself? She was a branch family whose fate was determined at birth, and she was the main family that controlled her fate. Why could she mock herself? It was just because she had a pair of powerful eyes. If she didn't use those eyes, she would never be able to defeat herself. Why can she point fingers at me, saying that Uchiha will never look down on me? Why is she a girl? Why? For a moment, she felt a lot of resentment in her heart. Yes, why? She wants revenge. She wants revenge at all costs. She wants to trample that bitch under her feet and let her taste the humiliation she suffered today. She likes Uchiha, then she will sit in his arms and let her watch how she pleases that heroic, handsome, and charming man. In an instant, she sat up suddenly and stared at the direction where Ling Hua left. She growled with gritted teeth, "You don't bother to kill me today, I will make you regret it in the future." Ling Hua, walking in the woods, saw the other party's lip language, and her mouth curled up slightly. Very good, I have to keep this hatred in my heart. Next, I have to integrate a lot of white eyes, let her know the matter of synthesizing the Rinnegan reasonably, then the next step. The branch family's eyes cannot be taken away, so she can only start from the main family. He. For a moment, the smile on her face became even more intense. However, she looked at the palm of her hand, thought for a while, and then squeezed it hard. It was like crushing something. The white Zetsu's body, which was far away in the underground of the rain country, was stunned for a moment. He looked in the direction of the Valley of the End in surprise. Uzumaki White Zetsu, who had already experienced the feeling of defecation, asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "The spores I placed on Hyuga Soyoshi cut off contact with me in an instant." As soon as these words came out, Senile Spot, who was sitting on the stone chair, raised his eyes slightly, revealing his blood-red eyes. 3 of the Megatama were slowly rotating. "Oh." He made an interested sound, and then asked, "What's going on?" Hearing that it was Madara's question, the white Zetsu body hurriedly replied, "More than an hour ago, Uchiha was suddenly called by Orochimaru. I was curious and focused all my attention there. But I don't know if Uchiha noticed the existence of the spores, or if he was just being vigilant. When he entered the laboratory, he immediately changed his clothes and took a shower. My spores were on his original clothes, so he couldn't get into the laboratory at all." As he said this, he noticed that Madara's eyes were a little unhappy, and he finished speaking quickly. "Just now, the spores I used to monitor Hyuga suddenly disappeared for some reason, just like 3 years ago when Uchiha and the others were on the moon." After listening, Madara fell into deep thought. Also in deep thought was the black Zetsu in the ruins. He was now possessed by a white Zetsu clone. He heard the information from the white Zetsu body. He frowned for a moment. "Didn't your original body receive any news?" The clone shook his head and said, "No, the original body said that he was focusing on the number 3 laboratory in Konoha village at that time. He didn't notice anything strange about Hyuga at all." "Who has Hyuga been in contact with these days?" The clone thought for a while, and after asking the original body in his heart, he said, "Since she returned to the village, she found that Uchiha and the others were on a mission, and she was angry. After seeing them come back yesterday, she wrote a letter to Hyuga that night to challenge them. But the latter didn't go, causing the idiot to freeze in the death forest for a night and caught a cold. Today, he stayed at home all day and was taken care of by the man named Hyuga Hisashi. The spores did not pass on what happened afterwards to the original body, so the original body didn't know what the idiot did." After saying that, he found that Black Zetsu didn't speak for a long time, so he mentioned it out of curiosity. "Do you think that idiot burned his clothes?" This thought made Black Zetsu stunned for a moment. "You know what, it's really possible. But it's not right. Even if the spores were burned, they would at least send a message back. It shouldn't be so silent. Let's go see that idiot." "Oh." After the clone responded, it slowly merged into the ground. Quickly rushed to the land of fire. In the underground cave. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Madara speculated, Team 8, Senju Rope Tree, Jiraiya, the vixen of the Uzumaki clan, and Ichiraku Chef are all on missions in the outside world. The most likely people to find the spores in Konoha village are Uchiha and the little girl named Hyuga. Combined with their experience on the moon and the 3 years that Uchiha fought for this little girl, it is obvious that the eyes of this little girl have evolved in some way. As he spoke, he denied himself. No, the Samsara Eye is at the same level as the Rinnegan. Even if she really absorbed a lot of the Samsara Eye power, it is absolutely impossible for her eyes to evolve easily. For reference, he transplanted Hashirama's power to trigger the power of the 6 paths, which took countless years to open the Samsara Eye. A little girl, no matter how talented she is, can't get the Samsara Eye in just 3 years. This is not scientific at all. Otherwise, if it can evolve so easily, why has the Samsara Eye never appeared in the past 1,000 years? So he came to a conclusion. Is it because of the use of the one-time samsara eye that the existence of the white zetsu spores was detected? Chapter 611. The ability of the Rin-Egan is very strong. Ling Hua found that as long as she opened her eyes, she could see things that the naked eye could not see, even the Bian and Sharingan. For example, the small dots attached to their clothes. When she saw this dot, Ling Hua realized that it was a spore. In the future, the one called White Zetsu was a kind of monitoring ninjutsu. Although it has a strong mimicry and can deceive the perception of many people, it is still not enough to face the Rin-Egan, even if her eyes at this moment have not experienced the final fetal movement. It is a semi-finished Rin-Egan. But with the help of the system, her Rin-Egan has become the most suitable super eye for her. So when the battle started, she quietly used her mental ability to control the spores. And during the battle, she took all the spores away quietly. Hai Garan thought she was attacked by a simple acupuncture point. Besides, she didn't know that there were 3 spores attached to her body. After finishing the work, she returned to the Haiga mansion as if nothing had happened. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Haiga Hisashi, who was anxiously looking out. She greeted politely as usual, and left without being close or distant. Hisashi hurriedly called her and asked anxiously, "Haiga Rika, have you seen Haiga Ran?" Hearing this, Haiga Rika paused for a moment and shook her head. "I don't know, I just came back from training." "What? Don't you know where she went?" Hearing this, Haiga Hisashi looked a little disappointed. He shook his head with a wry smile. "I don't know, she went out in a hurry after receiving a letter. No matter how I shouted, she couldn't hear it. Even when I used the Bian, I couldn't see her trace." After listening, Haiga Rika understood. It should be that Haiga Ran received the news that she accepted the challenge, and in excitement, she directly abandoned this poor single dog, and then the moment she went out, she couldn't wait to change into her clothes with shielding perception ability. This made her look at Haiga Hisashi with a trace of pity. Poor guy, he gave his heart to the wrong person. She kindly reminded this person, who was also a branch family. "Master Hisashi, listen to my advice, Haiga Ran is not a good match, she is not worthy of your love at all." Having said this, she turned and left. It was only when she left that she remembered why Hayashi was not here. But forget it, if she asked, it would inevitably make people think too much. The next morning, the future and them gathered in the laboratory of teacher Orochimaru. Regarding the fact that Rika went to deal with the lifelong happiness between her and the future last night, Minato thought about it and quietly told the future. He always felt that it was better for boyfriends and girlfriends to hide less. If they were hiding something, he had no business doing it. But if he knew about it and helped the other person hide it, it would be a bit unfair. Besides, Ling Hua didn't ask him to hide it. When Mirai learned about this, he was stunned for a moment. Just when he wanted to chase her, he saw Ling Hua had returned. After hesitating for a moment, he pretended not to know. As long as she was fine. At the same time, he also learned from Minato that Ling Hua could already use part of the power of the reincarnation eye, and he felt extremely relieved. Such Ling Hua already had the ability to protect herself. It's a pity for her sister, her pupil power is still at the level of 3 Megatama. As for my parents, they have been out a lot more in the past 3 years, and I don't know what they are busy with. All the friends have improved to varying degrees. Especially the perverted rope tree. After receiving Hashirama's cells, his strength became even more awesome. But he never used it in front of people. Because Tsunade, Jiraiya, the 3rd generation, and Orochimaru did not allow it. The ninja world can't afford another wood-release ninja from Konoha. But this guy still made a name for himself, the title of Konoha Little Senju. This made him very happy. He called himself the first person among the 7 to have a title. For a time, he felt the pleasure of surpassing the future. Ichiraku, that kid, was determined to become the #1 chef in the ninja world, but unfortunately, he was given the title of Konoha God Chef. Although the words God Chef and Chef God are reversed, their meanings are completely different. The former is just a person, while the latter is a god. Although Ichiraku was a little unhappy, he was more motivated. As for Kushina, the people in Konoha called her Blood Red Spicy Pepper. Somehow, people outside knew about it, so they kept using this name. This made Kushina very depressed. She also wanted a sweet name. Only Mirai and Minato didn't have one yet. "I called you here this time because there is a mission for you to do." After a night of recovery, Orochimaru teacher obviously returned to his usual state. After saying that, he handed the mission scroll to Mirai and the others, and then said, "This is the S-level mission I issued, investigate the dragon veins." Hearing this, the 3 people present were stunned. The teacher issued a mission to his team, and it was an S-level one. This made them all feel strange. At the beginning, Jiraiya teacher also issued a long-term mission to himself, which was to go to the rain country to investigate. But secretly, he went to take care of those 3 people. Now the teacher does the same. It should be said that he is really a member of the team. But the dragon vein. In the future, I remember that it was not long after Minato learned the Raise Nan, and he received a mission assigned by the 3rd Hokage, which triggered the incident. It seemed to be during the 3rd World War. Alas! It's been a long time, and I can't remember it. But the time of the original work has long been unrecognizable. Minato thought for a moment and said, "Dragon vein. I remember that it was in the Kingdom of Wind, in a city-state called Lulan, there was a mineral vein called Dragon Vein. It is said that the mineral vein contains magical power. It can destroy the world. The queen there has a contract with Dragon Vein, and recently it seems to have received help from capable people, making Lulan very powerful, which makes the 3rd Kazekage of Sand Village very headache. I have always wanted to eradicate Lulan, but every time I am blocked by the puppets. If we intervene there now, will it cause hostility from Sand Village?" Orochimaru smiled slightly and said, "That's why it's an S-level mission. I want you to snatch the power of Dragon Vein, the teacher will be useful." After hearing this, Mirai was stunned. He didn't expect the teacher to think so. He gave up the power of the tailed beast and turned to focus on natural chakra. But using natural chakra as a source of energy to perform Ghost Bud Ra technique. This method seems feasible. It was just that Minato looked a little hesitant. Taking someone's life by force, this. Mirai looked at Minato and asked the key question, "How do we bring back the dragon vein?" Orochimaru naturally noticed Minato's mood change, and said, "You don't need to bring all of them back, you just need to fill this ball." As he said that, he opened his mouth and spit out a ball the size of a human head. The ball contained mysterious curse patterns, oval, and white overall. "This is the chakra storage device I developed through the core ball left by the moon people. It can store any chakra and keep it for 10 years. You just need to fill it up and bring it back." After all, he still needs to investigate in advance whether he can use the energy of the dragon vein. This made Minato feel relieved, as long as he didn't dig up the life of tens of thousands of people. Seeing that no one had any objections, Linghua asked, "Then, teacher, when do we set off?" "Today, it is said that after Ichiraku comes back today, he wants to reorganize the signboard of Ichiraku Ramen tomorrow. You can wait for a few days. There is no rush for this matter. After all, it is an S-level mission. And he posted it himself. He has the final say on the time. Is that so?" Mirai and others responded and also accepted the chakra storage. He swallowed the ball into his stomach like teacher Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru's communication snake suddenly crawled over, and when it looked at teacher Orochimaru, its letter kept protruding, drawing different trajectories in the void. If you look closely, you will find that they are all fonts. This is how the snake communicated with Mirai when he was rushing to the laboratory last night. After reading the message, Orochimaru was stunned, and he looked at Minato strangely. Mirai and Rika were like this, the weird look in their eyes gradually turned into teasing. Even Minato was stunned. "This." Mirai patted his shoulder, and the weird look in his eyes couldn't help but turn into teasing. "I didn't expect the 3rd generation to ask you if you are interested in taking a disciple." Tisk tisk tisk. Minato scratched his cheek awkwardly, and he waved his hand hurriedly and said, "I'm only 15 or 16 years old, and I'm still a genin, how can I take a disciple? No. Besides, he felt that he was too busy, how could he have the time to take a disciple?" Orochimaru followed Mirai and the others and looked at them with amusement for a few times, and then he also restrained himself. In his heart, he was joking. Then he frowned and said, "Someone must have taken a fancy to your identity, so they want to place a bet in advance." Hearing this, the 3 people in the future were stunned. They were busy joking with Minato just now, and they didn't think of this. Linghua reacted quickly and said in astonishment, "Teacher, you mean that someone has noticed that Minato may be the 5th generation Hokage, so they want to bet on him before he grows up, so that the descendants of that person who is a disciple can have higher achievements, or have a greater chance of becoming a Hokage?" Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and looked towards the direction of the Hokage building. Minato also had greater doubts. He looked at the future and said, "No, it's obvious that the chance of becoming a Hokage in the future is much greater than mine. No matter how you think about it, it's impossible to find him." Chapter 612. Minato's words made the three people present narrow their eyes. Although Rika's eyes were still wrapped in bandages. "Only the three of us, the three ninjas, your parents in the future, and Sarutobi teacher know about this. None of us can leak the secret, and there is absolutely no way that a 10th person knows it. Then this problem is serious." Who noticed this? Yuditen Koharu, Midaman N, or Shimura Danzo. These three people are not easy to get along with, especially the latter. Although most of his energy has been diverted by wood release in recent years, he has no time to throw dirty water on Uchiha. But what he did in the early days was simply disgusting. Speaking of this, Mirai always suspects that it was the teacher who deliberately used wood release to delay Danzo's gaze. Otherwise, Danzo would be too quiet. Look at the Uchiha now, everyone lives and works in peace, and few people jump out to seek a sense of existence. Even when performing official duties, there are rarely complaints. Then I refuse. Minato said directly. He didn't expect that he was calculated for no reason. And this person's wisdom is very high. He can actually see through the best candidate for the 5th generation Hokage. Because from the perspective of ordinary people, Uchiha's future and Senju's rope tree, both have a much higher chance than him. Even Rika is not impossible. But people with a little IQ will think that rope tree and future are most likely to become the 4th generation. After all, Rika is from the branch family. Once she becomes Hokage, the position of Hokage is equivalent to that of the Hyuga main family. With the weird thinking of the brainless people in the main family, it is not certain what will happen to Konoha. Few people with higher thinking will determine that Uchiha future is the most likely person to become Hokage. Because he is the most suitable person in terms of strength, status, and even identity. The only thing to consider is whether he is more inclined to Uchiha or more inclined to the Hokage line. After all, there have been many factions in the Uchiha clan. Especially the Uchiha Kagami clan was the main one at the beginning. They were the people who were close to the Hokage clan, and they made a lot of noise at the beginning. So as long as they were sure that Uchiha Mirai was close to the Hokage clan and would not do stupid things, they would just accept it. Only a few people were really sure that Uchiha Mirai had no intention of becoming Hokage. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. "You are not yet fully grown, and it is not appropriate to make people hate you. You should go to the Hokage's office and refuse in person. Use the reason you just said, so that it is not easy for people to hate you." Because Minato was telling the truth. Besides, Minato's glorious deeds were only the terrifying 600 plus D-level tasks. The speed of completing 2 tasks a day, or 1 task every 2 days, was abnormal. But most of them were evaded by him with a sentence, "Because I am the disciple of teacher Orochimaru." When people heard it, they immediately felt balanced. Yes, that's right, he is the disciple of Lord Orochimaru, so he should be so awesome. Just like some people have achieved great success, but people often ignore all the efforts and achievements of the other party with the word genius. So Orochimaru and the 3rd generation once said that the word genius can kill people. "Okay, teacher." After responding, Minato followed the teacher and his friends to the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. The 3rd generation smoked, and the choking smoke gradually filled the room. It also covered his sight of observing people obscurely. He was also shocked by the request of the man in front of him. Did the other party notice something? After notifying Orochimaru, he remained silent. In addition to the 3rd generation, there were 2 figures in the room, one big and one small. The big one had white hair, but did not look old, while the small one had a proud face and his face was covered. He put his hands in his pockets, looking arrogant and saying, "I'm very cool, don't bother with me." The Sanda looked very serious. Because he also realized that this was a shortcut to get involved in the position of Hokage. So he had to think carefully, even if this man was his confidant, even if he had made great contributions to Konoha, even if he saved Konoha from danger. But the position of Hokage is not a joke. "Sakumo." Finally, he spoke. "Hokage." Hitaki Sakumo hurriedly saluted. Although the little brat looked arrogant, he followed his father's salute and saluted in a proper manner. This made the Sanda feel a little better. "This kid, don't look at his arrogant face. He looks like a fart," but he has a good character and upbringing. You are not weak, why do you want him to become Minato's apprentice? Hatake Sakumo looked embarrassed, he turned his head to look at his son, and smiled bitterly. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but actually the little guy wanted to become Jiraiya's apprentice at first. Third generation, surprised face, what the hell? He looked at Hatake Sakumo who was smiling bitterly, and then looked at his son. The man called Hatake Kakashi was said to have enrolled a year ago. Didn't you want him to become your apprentice? No. Sakumo smiled bitterly. I think I am strong enough and can teach him more, but this kid always looks disdainful. He hesitated for a moment, looked around, and then asked, please ask the third generation to dismiss the Anbu ninjas around, because I can't say what I'm going to say next. The third generation's vigilance was gradually replaced by a strange look. He looked at the boy wearing a scarf and a black mask, and finally agreed with Hatake Sakumo's words. He waved to the people around him. After realizing that there was no one around, Hatake Sakumo slapped Kakashi's head in frustration. He turned around and said with tears in his eyes, third generation, please take care of your Jiraiya and see who he has poisoned. As he said that, he took out a book from his ninja bag that made people excited just by looking at the cover, and the pages were a little frayed, and it was obvious that he had read it many times. As soon as he saw the cover, Sandai was dumbfounded. This is Intimate Paradise. He was too familiar with this book. He would even flip through it quietly when he had free time. Although he would be discovered every time. He could even recite it by heart now, and even drew illustrations of the fresh clothes in it. For a moment, he felt a little embarrassed in front of the child for the first time in a long time. Hatake Sakumo continued to complain, this kind of 18+ is fine for adults to read, but he is just a child. And those unscrupulous profiteers. He got angry when he talked about this. He gritted his teeth and said, don't you see who is buying the book? They even sell it to children. Shameless. Despicable, despicable. I wish I could tear him into pieces. When Sandai heard this, his face became even more embarrassed. Because he had noticed something, and he often visited that bookstore. Naturally, he knew what kind of person he was. But because Konoha only has this one proper bookstore, he turned a blind eye. Who knows, such a young child was poisoned. After being slapped, Kakashi rolled his dead fish eyes speechlessly and looked at his father. He said unhappily, third generation, I report my father by real name. He abused his private power and maliciously retaliated against the store owner 3 days ago. He is guilty. Hatake Sakumo. Hard, fist hard. Kakashi also knew that he would inevitably be beaten up, but in order to see that kind of book, he didn't care about anything else. He hastily stiffened his neck and defended the boss, sir, this has nothing to do with the store owner. I used the transformation technique to transform into my father's appearance to buy the book. The store owner didn't notice anything unusual, so he sold it to me. He is really wronged. Third generation. Damn it, this kid is so brave. Not only did he dare to report it by real name, but he also dared to buy that kind of book with his father's appearance. He hurriedly looked at Hatake Sakumo. Sure enough, the latter was so angry that his facial features were distorted, smoke came out of his 7 orifices, and blood flowed from his 9 orifices. Without saying a word, he took off his shoes, grabbed Kakashi and whipped him hard on the butt. Snap. Ah. Snap. Ah. Snap. Snap. Ah. Snap. 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 Ah. For a while, a very rhythmic whipping sound came from the office. And the child's screams of pain. This made Orochimaru and the other 4 who had just arrived at the gate, as well as the people around the Hokage building, all look at the Hokage's office in confusion. Which unlucky child was beaten? He screamed so rhythmically. But just by listening to the sound, you can tell that it hurts. For a moment, many people subconsciously covered their buttocks. Some bad memories came to mind. But they also felt gloating for the boy, no. They felt relieved. Look, this is a complete childhood. So relieved. Asterisk. Chapter 613. When they pushed the door open in the future, they saw Hatake Sakumo still beating Kakashi. He was beating him and cursing, little bastard, do you know you're wrong? I was wrong. Will you dare to do it again next time? Hatake Sakumo. Well, I'm even more angry. Future and others. Oh, Kakashi was so brave when he was so young? Minato and others were originally very solemn, but as they saw the scene of the father beating his son, their vigilance disappeared a little unconsciously. The third generation had stood beside Hatake Sakumo and persuaded them to fight many times, but the two of them didn't listen, which made him laugh and cry. Saw the telegram sent by Orochimaru. He nodded, indicating that this child wanted to become a disciple of Minato Namikaze. This made Orochimaru very confused. They thought of everyone, but they didn't expect that Hatake Sakumo's son would become a disciple. But this also made them more curious. Hatake Sakumo was stronger than them. Wouldn't it be better for him to teach Hatake swordsmanship in person? Why did he want Kakashi to become a disciple of Minato? The future even suspected that this was a certain existence that was repairing the development of the ninja world. Here, the third generation had already explained the whole story in a helpless way. This child came into contact with intimate paradise and was fascinated by it. He wanted to become a disciple of Jiraiya. But you also know that as a parent, who would be willing to send their children to Jiraiya, that pervert, as apprentices? Rope Tree Team. Nagato Team. I always feel that I am being implied. The third generation said, and tried to pout at the father and son who were kind father and filial son, and their moves were critical. Look, Sakumo has been beaten for who knows how many times, but this kid just refuses to repent. Finally, they had no choice but to find a way out. Let him become a disciple of Minato. First of all, Minato, you are very sunny and have not been poisoned by Jiraiya. Sakumo hopes that you can teach by example and change little Kakashi's bad habits. Secondly, this kid thinks that being Jiraiya's disciple is enough. Anyway, he thinks that as long as there is a bridge connecting him and Jiraiya, he will be satisfied. Mirai and others were speechless. It seems that their previous speculations were in vain. This is a bloody case caused by an 18-rated novel. On this side, Hatake Sakumo didn't know whether he was tired of being beaten or felt sorry for his son, and finally put down his shoes. A face full of sorrow. He looked at Minato. Look, how good this child is, with a righteous face, and that yellow hair, like a rising golden sun. I hope he can help his child get rid of this bad habit. If the child's mother hadn't passed away, he would have wanted to give up this account and practice a new one. Minato-kun, I know this request is presumptuous, but I can't do anything about it. This brat wants to become Jiraiya's apprentice, Speaking of Jiraiya, he gets angry. When he gets angry, his hands itch. When he gets itchy, he turns his head and looks at Kakashi who is gently rubbing his butt and grinning. Very good, the punching bag is here. He immediately took off his shoes and started to beat him. Brat, do you know that if you do this, you will have kidney deficiency in the future? Kakashi was beaten again, but he still refused to repent. Impossible, absolutely impossible, my chakra volume in the future will definitely surpass yours, so I won't become a man with kidney deficiency. You still dare to be stubborn. Mirai and others watching, ___. They were too tired to complain. Especially Mirai, no wonder Kakashi would be so weak in the future, his feelings were ruined by intimate paradise. At this moment, a person suddenly appeared in front of the window. He grinned with his big white teeth. Old man, I'm back. By the way, what happened? It's so lively. I heard someone beating a child from a distance. Everyone turned their heads to look. They found that it was Jiraiya, and their faces instantly became interesting. Especially Orochimaru, his eyes were full of teasing when he looked at Jiraiya. And Namikaze Minato was embarrassed, and kept winking at him, asking him to leave. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, always feeling that something seemed to be wrong. What's wrong with you? Why do you have a strange expression? And Minato, what happened to your eyes? Are you cramping? As he said this, he walked past everyone and came to Hatake Sakumo, looking at the other's stunned look, and then looked at the child who had a big swollen butt but was looking at him in shock. For some reason, he suddenly felt that this child was really cute and quite compatible. Look, he also has a head of white hair. So he took the initiative to reach out and take down Hatake Sakumo, who was in a daze. He also said, "You are really something, the child is so young, there is nothing he doesn't understand, you as a father, just say a few words, why do you have to? He noticed that Hatake Sakumo suddenly put down Kakashi, and thought that his persuasion was effective, and immediately smiled. That's right, between father and son. Wait, why did you draw your sword? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. You don't need to use a knife. Use shoes. Shoes are fine. Just as he was talking, Jiraiya couldn't continue. Because he had gradually recovered from the excitement of meeting Minato and the others. He turned his head quickly to look at the people standing on the other side who didn't speak. The teasing in Orochimaru's eyes, the embarrassment in the teacher's eyes, the weirdness in the eyes of the future and the worry in the eyes of the beloved apprentice. This seems to be because of something he did. Could it be that Orochimaru, the bastard, told everyone about his peeping at the beautiful woman bathing under the waterfall? At this moment, a chilling voice suddenly came to his ears, "My dear Jiraiya, you are finally back." The words were very cold, just like using an ice knife to shave his hair. Every time at the same time, a layer of goosebumps appeared on his skin. At the same time, a sharp and pure killing intent turned into the sickle of the god of death, gesturing something on his neck. He turned his neck stiffly and saw Hatake Sakumo stretching his neck, his chin resting on his shoulder, with a cold face. Damn it! I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. It was actually coming for me. At this moment, there was a knock at the door, interrupting the atmosphere in the office. This distracted Hatake Sakumo a little, and Jiraiya seized the opportunity, immediately broke free from the restraints without looking back, and jumped out of the window to escape. Although he didn't know what happened, he clearly felt the sickle of the god of death just now. If he stayed there, he would definitely be worse than death. Jiraiya, you fucking stop right there. When he saw Jiraiya, the culprit who led his precious son astray, running away, Hatake Sakumo's nose was crooked on the spot. Without saying anything, he jumped out of the window and chased him out. This made Rope Tree, who had just opened the door, look at the weird atmosphere inside with a confused face. When he noticed the strange eyes of the teachers and others staring at him, Rope Tree couldn't help shrinking his neck. He immediately protected Kushina and Ichiraku in front of him. At the same time, he tried to shrink behind them, trying to make them unable to see his figure. Mirai couldn't help but cross his arms and raised his eyebrows and said, "Senior brother, you did it on purpose." Minato breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at the person who had disappeared outside the window and couldn't help but thank Noeki. "Thank you, Noeki-kun." Even Rika covered her mouth and chuckled, "Noeki-kun, you should be prepared to be targeted by a top assassin next time." Noeki, oh. What happened? One or two riddlers, go to hell. Orochimaru kindly reminded, the noise you knocked on the door just now allowed Jiraiya to take advantage of Sakumo's distraction and escape from his shackles. That's why Rika reminded you to be careful next time. Mirai said happily, it's better to sleep with one eye open in the future. Noeki, Oh my god. Chapter 614. In the grove, the four future people sat on the bench made of rope trees, looking at Kakashi with strange eyes. Kakashi was lying on the ground, his butt was swollen. Linghua and Kushina were treating him. He felt his butt quickly cool, swollen and relieved. Little Kakashi said gratefully, "Thank you, two sisters." However, due to the mask, people could not see his appearance clearly. Kushina looked at him curiously and couldn't help but joked, "You are so brave, you dare to contradict Master Sakumo. You know, your father is a man who even my master and the other three ninjas have to call him an adult when they see him." Hearing this, Kakashi snorted disdainfully. "Humph, he is just a kind uncle, how can he be as powerful as you say?" Although the words were said with disdain, when he mentioned his father, the little guy's eyes were still full of pride. The kind that can't be concealed. Mirai interrupted and said, "I really admire you. You've been beaten like that, but you're still stubborn." Kakashi smiled when he heard the Uchiha genius say that he admired him. As a ninja, you have to learn to endure hardships that ordinary people can't. This is the truth my father taught me. This made Mirai and the others laugh. Not to mention, although Kakashi looked aloof when he was a child, he was actually pretending. He was very sultry inside. Noeki and Ichiraku also learned about Kakashi's affairs and the reason why he wanted to become Minato's apprentice from Mirai and others, and they couldn't help but laugh. Of course, this also made Noeki find a fellow traveler. However, when he thought of the teacher who was being hunted, he immediately extinguished the idea in his heart. He didn't want to be the second Jiraiya teacher. Fortunately, Hatake Sakumo really loved his son. Even though he was very angry, he didn't really kill him. Kakashi's butt looked very swollen. In fact, as long as a ninja who knows medical ninjutsu can help treat it, it will recover soon. After Kakashi felt his little butt return to normal, he looked at Minato Namikaze and returned to his aloof look. How about it? Are you willing to accept me as your apprentice? If not, the one next to him named Rope Tree can also be his teacher. What he cares about is not the teacher, but the shortcut to get close to Master Jiraiya. And this person looks very honest, so it must be easy to control. Another point is that this person also looks righteous, not like the kind of person who reads pornographic books, so dad must be able to accept it. So this person is not bad. Originally, Minato did not plan to accept an apprentice, but if this person is from the Hokage family, it would be another matter. And this little guy is quite interesting. It will definitely be fun in the future. So he stretched out his hand and made a seal, and the next moment a yellow-haired figure appeared. This is a shadow clone with 10% of my strength. If you can touch this bell, you are qualified to be my disciple. He also saw that this kid didn't think much of him. The reason why he worshipped him as his master was mainly because his master was Jiraiya. So he had to discourage this little guy. Sure enough, little Kakashi frowned slightly and felt unhappy. Lord Minato, you are too arrogant. Maybe he is not as powerful as them, but he is not much different. It is impossible that there is such a big gap that he can't touch the bell. He just used a shadow clone with 10% of his strength to test himself. This is too arrogant. Future chuckled, just try it and you will know. This made little Kakashi relax his brows slightly. That's right. If he loses to me because of his arrogance, then I think it will be difficult for him to act like a master in front of me in the future. Thinking of this, he looked at Minato Namikaze with pity. Minato-sama, you will regret your arrogance. Jiraiya, stop right there, I promise I won't beat you to death. On the street, Jiraiya ran forward desperately. This time, he used all his strength, and for a while, his face was covered with saliva, tears, and snot. Sakumo-sama, if you have something to say, let's talk, nicely. At this moment, he deeply understood what Konoha White Fang was. He could only fight if he took out the Sage mode, otherwise, he would run away desperately. But that mode takes time. And now, what he lacks most is time. Don't run, I just want to talk to you. Hatake Sakumo held the White Fang short blade and shouted with a forced smile. He didn't expect that Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas, could run so fast. He thought he couldn't catch Orochimaru because he was too slippery, but this old pervert was slipperier than Orochimaru. But when Jiraiya heard what he said, he ran even harder. It was as if what he said just now was not a good thing, but something like he was going to kill you. If you don't chase me, I won't run. Hatake Sakumo. Omega. Then you still run, let's see who can outlast the other. When Jiraiya heard this, his face turned pale. What the hell? Yes, Hatake Sakumo is stronger than me, and he is still at the peak of his prime, and I am still a long way from my peak. I can't outlast Hatake Sakumo. If I keep running like this, I'll be finished sooner or later. Immediately he jumped up and jumped onto the roof, and at the moment he landed, he made a seal with his hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. In an instant, a large amount of smoke spread out on the roof. When Hatake Sakumo jumped onto the roof from the ground, he saw dozens of Jiraiyas. They all jumped in different directions. This made him laugh. I told you to be the Hokage, but you didn't. You chose to learn to write books. You also led my son astray. If I don't chop you off today, I won't be called Konoha White Fang. He immediately raised his sword and snorted coldly, Hatake sword technique 3000 lightning flashes. In an instant, he was covered with lightning power. And his speed increased significantly under the stimulation of lightning. So that to ordinary people, it looked like a ball of lightning suddenly appeared on the roof. Countless lightning snakes were flying wantonly. Wherever those lightning snakes passed, all the shadow clones were easily defeated. However, his move was fast, but 4 Jiraiyas also ran away. Without saying anything, Hatake Sakumo immediately cast his shadow clones and chased them one by one. When there was no more movement, the wall in the alley suddenly moved. Soon a person appeared. It was Jiraiya. After sensing that Hatake Sakumo was led away, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my god, what is this? He was simply crying without tears. However, just in case, he still prepared a technique to prevent something bad from happening later. Suddenly, his face changed drastically. Because the remaining 4 shadow clones actually disappeared together. In the picture fed back by the last shadow clone, he vaguely saw a white figure holding a knife on the rooftop just now. Hitaki Sakumo did not create 3 shadow clones, but 4. He himself took advantage of the fluctuations of the shadow clones to quickly calm down. Obviously he guessed that he might use a trick to transfer him away. And he guessed it right. Suddenly, the cold voice sounded again. So you are hiding here. Hearing this voice, Jiraiya did not think twice and immediately activated the prepared technique. Bang! Another puff of smoke rose. Hitaki Sakumo missed. In an instant, the cloth that Jiraiya used to disguise as a wall was directly split into 2 pieces and fell down softly. It did not deform at all because of the blade, as if it was originally in 2 pieces. Hitaki Sakumo looked at the blade, because he used the back of the blade to split the camouflage cloth. His face was extremely dark, and he recognized the fluctuations of the technique just now. Reverse summoning technique. And it's not just an ordinary technique, it's specially modified so that it doesn't need a summoning beast, but the reverse summoning technique performed by the practitioner himself. It's obvious that Jiraiya has already fled to Myaboka Mountain. If you have the guts, don't come back for the rest of your life. He had a dark face and then put away his white teeth. He walked away angrily. After falling off Myaboka Mountain, Jiraiya lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, looking extremely aggrieved. Why did Hitaki Sakumo chase me? Did I dig up someone's ancestral grave? Or did I peek at him? And the book? What book? Which of my books provoked him? It's simply inexplicable. Chapter 615. Kakashi was so tired that he fainted, and he didn't even touch the bell. This made the latter very depressed when he woke up the next day. He saw his father sitting on the bed, and couldn't help but said sadly, "Father, am I really bad? I can't even compare to 10% of Lord Minato's strength." He felt that he had embarrassed his father. After all, his father is Konoha White Fang, an existence above the 3 ninjas, but his son is not as good as a disciple of the 3 ninjas. If you say it out, it's simply embarrassing for your father. Hearing this, Hitaki Sakumo couldn't help but chuckle. When his son doesn't make him angry, he is still very cute. He reached out and stroked his son's head, smiled and shook his head and said, "You finally got what you deserved. You used to be so arrogant, and you didn't like to listen to most of what I said." Little Kakashi was immediately unhappy, and he muttered, "Of course I didn't listen. When I first entered school, didn't you tell me not to underestimate that guy and treat him as an opponent? I did it. But when it comes to that guy, little Kakashi has a lot to say. But father, you have a good eye for people. That guy will definitely become a powerful ninja in the future." "Oh, tell me about it." Hitaki Sakumo became interested. Although that guy doesn't even have the talent for ninjutsu of an ordinary person, he has an extremely tenacious heart and belief. When we are out of class, we are playing, he is exercising. When we are out of school, we go home, he is exercising. When we rest at night, he is still exercising. Although the progress made is minimal, as long as he persists, he will definitely become an excellent ninja. Listening to his beloved son's words, Hitaki Sakumo smiled with relief. Look, this is his son, who never prides himself on being the son of his Konoha White Fang. He can see the shining points that ordinary people can't see. The question is, how did he become obsessed with the books of that shameless guy? When he thought of his beloved son, who was infected with bad habits by a book of Jiraiya, he was angry in his heart. "Son, you have a good rest, Dad has something else to do, and Dad is really not clear if he doesn't solve it." After saying that, he picked up the White Fang short blade and went straight to the Hokage's office. Today he will stop Jiraiya no matter what, even if he doesn't come back. He also wanted to ask the 3rd generation for an explanation. In short, pornographic books and magazines were never allowed to appear in Konoha village. He would burn every copy he had, and every pile he had. After he left, 3 little rascals suddenly appeared at the door. One was dressed in green, with torn bandages wrapped around his arms and other parts, and calluses all over his exposed skin. One wore goggles and looked a little silly, and there was a cute little girl. When they entered the door, the little girl called out sweetly, "Kakashi, we're here to see you." When the 3 people appeared, Kakashi returned to his cold look. He stared at him with a pair of dead fish eyes and responded lightly. Oh. This irritated the boy with goggles. What's your attitude? We came to see you with good intentions, and you. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the little girl. Okay, Obito Kakashi is a wounded soldier, don't bother with him. Hearing this, Obito crossed his arms and turned his head away from Kakashi. Instead, he listened to Lin's words and didn't say anything more. At this time, the green-clothed boy asked hesitantly, Kakashi, we heard that you want to become a disciple of Minato-sama. Did you succeed? Yesterday in the Hokage's office, there was such a big commotion that many people found out that it was Hatake Kakashi who wanted to become a disciple of Minato Namikaze, one of the three ninjas. Although Minato Namikaze has been somewhat indifferent to the crowd in recent years and rarely appears in the mission hall, the terrifying mission speed and completion rate he set back then directly amazed everyone. So they were not very surprised that the son of White Fang became a disciple of the three ninjas. Although the reputation of Konoha White Fang is above the three ninjas. But after these years, Konoha White Fang has not made much moves, and his prestige is faintly surpassed by the three ninjas. Especially with Orochimaru's technology changing life and Tsunade's improved medical system. Both of these are closely related to people. So they all think that the three ninjas may have surpassed Konoha White Fang. As for Jiraiya, he has no achievements, just a few books to read. Naturally, after a day and a night of fermentation, even the students in the ninja school knew about it. So, Might Guy, who regarded Kakashi as his lifelong rival, followed Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin to visit Kakashi in the hospital. By the way, he asked about the truth of this matter. No. Speaking of this, Kakashi's face became depressed. He couldn't pretend to be cool anymore. He sighed and said disappointedly, Lord Minato played the game of grabbing bells with me with a shadow clone of 10% of his strength. I was so tired that I fainted, but I still didn't get it. In his eyes, yesterday's trial was a game that Minato played with him. It was not a test at all, he was too bad. As soon as this was said, the friends present were stunned. What the hell? You can't even beat someone's 10% of their strength. Obito didn't bother to cross his chest, he hurriedly looked at Kakashi and asked in disbelief. In his eyes, Kakashi was excellent in everything, whether it was ninjutsu, taijutsu, or other skills, he was far superior to their peers. With such strength, he couldn't even snatch Lord Minato's 10% shadow clone. This. Nohara Rin and Might Guy also had similar expressions. This made Kakashi even more bitter. Alas, this world is big. I may be very strong in your eyes, but in the eyes of stronger people, I am like a baby. Teacher is right. In this world, there are always people better than you and mountains better than you. We in the ninja school are a little too arrogant. Kakashi has never been able to clearly understand the meaning of these two sentences like this. Today is the day when Ichiraku reopened. Since Ichiraku was assigned to the 8th team and achieved good results, Ichiraku's mother has let go of her obsession. Perhaps she also felt that since her son's title was Konoha God Chef, it was still related to the chef, and this might be God's will. So she just let it go. And since she accepted her son's improved recipe and taught her hand in hand, her cooking skills have improved by leaps and bounds. At least customers won't want to come back for the second time. In the future, they don't need to queue up like Minato in the original work. They were all pulled in by Ichiraku to help. Because he needed to re-establish his reputation, Ichiraku spent a lot of money to renovate the handmade store. And he changed the word handmade on the sign to his own name, calling it Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Mirai and Rika were arranged by Ichiraku to hand out flyers in front of the door. Minato and Kushina worked as cashiers and waiters in the store. As for Noeki, he knew would release, so Ichiraku arranged him to plant trees and make fire in the backyard. This made the latter very angry. His wood release was used to conquer the world, not to make fire and cook. But for the sake of future delicacies, he finally endured it miserably. Don't miss it if you pass by. Today is the first day of the opening of Ichiraku Ramen. Everyone can try a bowl for free. If it doesn't taste good, you don't have to pay. Come and take a look. Waiwei stood not far from the door of the store and shouted. Soon, curious people were attracted by the shout of free bowls and walked towards Waiwei. And Linghua hurriedly handed the flyers to these people one by one. Let them take a good look, and with the flyer, they can get another free bowl. In other words, they can get 2 bowls. Even the flyer can be used as a meal ticket, and save it for free next time. There is such a good thing in the world. Not only that, there are exclamations of deliciousness from time to time in the store. There is even the fragrance of ramen, which permeates. So gradually, a long line appeared in Ichiraku Ramen. Seeing that the store is so popular, Wai Wei and Ling Hua shouted more vigorously. Even the third generation was startled. He was originally using a crystal ball, ahem, to inspect the safety of Konoha. Unexpectedly, he saw people queuing up on the streets of Konoha. Although there were not many people, most of them were probably out of curiosity. But the number of people must be at least 100. Ichiraku Ramen Shop was expanded by Ichiraku, and it can accommodate 20 people to eat ramen together. But it was still a bit crowded. Tisk tisk tisk. Looking at the popularity, the third generation was a little greedy. Chapter 616. That night, after the last customer left with a satisfied meal. After cleaning up, the future team can finally close the door and rest. It turns out that being a waiter is so tiring. Kushina moved her shoulders and said with some emotion. Her hands were numb just from finding money today. This is when 2 bowls are free. If there are no 2 bowls for free, she would have wanted to ask the shadow clone to help. Next time, I have to discuss with Ichiraku and limit each person to 4 bowls. Otherwise, with this intensity of work, who can bear it? Ichiraku brought out 7 large bowls of ramen of various colors and said a little embarrassedly, "Thank you for your help. This is a little thought. Please accept it. Money, gifts, and other treasures, the future team will never accept them. But if it is just for food." Without saying a word, the future team immediately brought their favorite ramen to themselves. Slurp. Hiss. It's so delicious. Instantly, exclamations were heard again in Ichiraku Ramen. Slurp, slurp, chew, chew. I don't know why. I feel that this ramen, slurp. It's better than what we've had before. Rope Tree asked while eating. Maybe it's because of the different environment. Ling Hua blew on the ramen and guessed while eating. She felt that eating with someone she loved, even if it was rice soaked in boiled water and sugar, she felt it was a delicacy. Rope Tree thought about it and felt that it made sense. So he didn't say anything more, buried his head and ate it. At this time, Wei Lai said, "Don't worry, Ichiraku. I have already informed my family. As long as your store does not openly violate the Konoha public security law, the Uchiha of the police department will not take the initiative to cause trouble to you. After all, my father's voice in the Uchiha is very important, and he is also one of the captains of the police department. His words will naturally be obeyed by the people below. People from other teams will also give some face." Hearing this, Ichiraku's mother smiled immediately. "Thank you so much, little Wei Lai. Those who do business in Konoha are most afraid of people from the police department. If he is sincere in making trouble, even the best shop will go bankrupt. In the past, their family often suffered this kind of loss. So every time they opened a store to do business, they were afraid that they would violate the regulations and be caught and entangled by people from the police department. Later, the business was not good, and the child's father died in the kitchen ninja battle. As a woman, she didn't know how to do business, which led to the decline of the store's business. She was completely discouraged. But unexpectedly, her son inherited his father's cooking skills. Not only is it delicious, but he is also obsessed with it. Now he has saved the store and met many reliable friends. This. Dad, if you were still alive, how relieved you would be. And, you are too polite. We are good friends and good brothers with your son." Walai responded with a smile, "That's right," with noodles in his mouth. But Yul's mother didn't think it was rude. Because the noodles made by her son were really delicious. What's more, the so-called etiquette is only felt by people who are not familiar with each other. If you are familiar to a certain extent, etiquette will become a barrier. Yul also smiled. "Thank you, Walai. Thank you too." The friends shook their heads to show their politeness. "Oh, you're too polite. We don't need to say such things to each other. That's right, let's eat noodles. Slurp, slurp. Sizzle, sizzle." Because the noodles were so delicious and the quantity was so large, after eating, the future and the others were all so full that they didn't want to move. 1 or 2 of them collapsed in their seats, not wanting to get up. But they could still move their mouths. Future asked curiously, "Ye, how long will your family's activity last?" Hearing this, the friends present all looked over curiously, even Yili's mother. Now she completely regards her child as the head of the family, the kind who can make decisions. Ichiraku thought for a while, I originally wanted to do it for a week, but seeing how popular it is, I'll change it to 3 days. He smiled a little embarrassedly. I originally thought that the store had doubled in size, so there should be enough seats, but I didn't expect that I was too small. It's too late to renovate now. The most important thing is that tables are not allowed on the street, which will affect traffic. This is a rule set by Konoha, and Uchiha can't ignore it. So we have to wait until the off-season in the future to buy the surrounding shops and renovate them into Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. Of course, the most important point is that there are not enough people. Originally, he thought that he and his mother were enough. He cooked noodles and entertained guests, and his mother was responsible for cashiering and washing dishes. As a result, even pulling his 2 teammates together was a bit difficult, but fortunately, the 3 of them came to help. That's right. Shang Shu sighed. He really didn't expect that today's business would be so popular. I'm not afraid of being laughed at. He was almost exhausted from making wood in the backyard. After all, to make dry wood, you need to extract all the moisture, which is also a process. And you have to make flammable pine wood. He couldn't help but say, then you have to recruit some people. Tomorrow, they will go on a mission. The 4 of us alone will definitely not be able to handle it. This reminded Yul. It's really time to recruit people. Thinking of this, he said, okay, I'll go ask my neighbors next door to see if anyone is willing to come over. That's good. Mirai said, and stood up and said, we'll go back first. There's a mission tomorrow, which is a bit tricky. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. After saying hello to Ichiraku and his mother, they left. Because everyone is busy tonight. It can be said that they are very tired. On the way, Kushina suddenly whispered, I guess when we all become Chunin, Ichiraku will resign from his position as a ninja and concentrate on running his Ichiraku Ramen restaurant. A 1 to 3 mission team can usually be disbanded when they reach Chunin. Because Chunin can also lead a team to do missions by themselves. Of course, many people are reluctant to disband, in addition to the bond between each other, and because they are full-time ninjas. Minato glanced behind him, and the lights were turned off there. Yes, his dream is to open a shop and make delicious ramen. That doesn't matter, I'll just bring Hong Hong in when the time comes. Shang Shu said happily. This pissed off the future on the side. He stared at Shang Shu with a pair of bloodshot eyes, extremely annoyed, you bastard, you still miss my sister. Hey! Shang Shu waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, don't stare at me. In the past 3 years, he has gotten used to the future. Although this guy always glared at me when I mentioned his sister. But the number of times he took action is getting less and less, especially recently. He only moved his mouth and almost never took action. As long as I work harder, he will at most roll his eyes, and nothing will happen. This is the result of my 3 years of hard work. Asterisk. Humph. Then you have to see if my sister is happy or not. Besides, my sister and Sister Leza have such a good relationship. How could she agree to join your teammate? Then we'll see. Noeka said nonchalantly. After reaching the fork in the road, the few people went their separate ways. Mirai sent Linghua back as usual. In the Haiga mansion, Haigalan's eyes were gloomy. The battle with Linghua had dealt a heavy blow to her body and mind. Why did that bitch deserve to have the reincarnation eye? These were obviously her eyes. She had thought about it. If she showed the reincarnation eye that matched the legendary reincarnation eye, became the head of the Haiga clan, controlled the Haiga clan, and married Uchiha Mirai with these 2 things as a dowry, I don't believe he wouldn't be tempted. A powerful clan comparable to the Uchiha clan, a pair of legendary eyes. Even if Uchiha Mirai is gay, he will definitely be tempted. But why does Haiga Rika also have the path he has envisioned? Why does she have the Rinnegan, and how did her Rinnegan come from? At this time, Hisashi walked into the room with a meal. Ran, you should eat something, your health is the most important. He didn't know what Haiga Ran had experienced, anyway, when he saw her again. She was like a different person, no longer as sweet and lovely as before. Instead, her whole body was filled with an uncomfortable evil spirit. Suddenly, Haiga Ran turned her head and looked at Hisashi. With a gloomy look, she stared straight at Hisashi's byun. According to the stone wall documents on the ruins, a large number of byun can be gathered into Rinnegan. I still have a chance. Chapter 617. The next morning. After Linghua got up early, she deliberately put a diary in the secret compartment, which described her experience on the moon. Most of them were fabricated, and they would not reveal their strength and abilities at all. Of course, some of them were true. First, a large number of Byan can be combined into Rin-Egan. Second, Atsutsuki's chakra and Hyaga's Byan can also be combined into Rin-Egan. She looked at the secret compartment, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Hinata ran. Oh no! Hyaga Tsuyoshi, I hope you will come to my house to look through it. Since the passage to the moon is blocked, it seems that there is only one way to get the Rin-Egan. She very much hopes to hear good news when she comes back. It's a pity that she didn't know that Hinata Ran already knew this. And she couldn't figure out where Hinata Ran got the Rin-Egan from, and what happened to her a year ago. When she went out, she found that Mirai was waiting for her at the door, holding breakfast in her hand. She smiled immediately. Her steps became much lighter. Sorry to have kept you waiting for a long time. Let's go. It's time to leave. Okay. With that, the two walked side by side towards the gate of Konoha. But Mirai noticed something unusual. He looked at the door of the Hyaga mansion and didn't notice the three people, so he asked curiously, where are they? Linghua ate the buns in small bites, and she whispered, Hinata Ran was beaten into autism by me. Hyaga Hayashi is probably taking care of her, and Hyaga Hayashi hasn't been in the clan for several days. I don't know where he went. Oh. Mirai responded, but she was speechless about Hayashi in her heart. You can say who you like, but you are attracted to Hyaga Ran. That guy is essentially a man. Although she is a little prettier, she can't have children. Alas. I don't know if this little guy Niji can be born. Let alone Niji, he couldn't be sure whether Hinata was still the original Hinata. After the two finished eating, they also arrived at the gate of Konoha. At this time, Minato had already registered the three people's departure from the village. Orochimaru waved to them away from the crowd. When you go to the Kingdom of Wind, you must pay attention to hiding your identity. Although I'm not afraid that they will hold a grudge, the old guys in Konoha are very fond of finding faults. Orochimaru said, handing 3 masks to the future. Don't worry, teacher, we will be careful. Minato said with a smile. His tone was full of confidence. He doesn't need the Raise Nan, he still has the instant body technique, and Rika, her other types of physical skills are even more powerful. Even if he doesn't use a sword in the future, he will be proud of his ninjutsu alone. In addition, Linghua also knows how to seal, and she made some talismans to hide her body. Although it is not as abnormal as the Kaifeng barrier in Kushina's hand, it is enough. So hiding their identities is not difficult for them at all. Well, be careful on the road. Orochimaru also smiled. He was very confident in their strength in the future. If you have to, you will be exposed. If those old guys dare to trouble you, the teacher will help you fight back. Hearing the teacher's words of protecting the calf, the future people couldn't help laughing. They looked at each other, and then gave Orochimaru a reassuring smile. Hee. Then let's go. After the 3 of them finished speaking, they all ran out of the village. Soon their backs disappeared from Orochimaru's sight. The smile on his face also disappeared with them, and he glanced behind the gate instead. He asked softly, what's the matter with Master Sakumo? After a while, Hatake Sakumo came out awkwardly from the gate, with a little kid tucked under his arm. The kid was staring with dead eyes, silently resisting something. Sakumo said awkwardly, sorry, I didn't mean to do anything, it's just that this kid was crying and clamoring to go on a mission with Minato and the others, and I just caught him. As he said that, he slapped Kakashi's butt again. Snap! Little Kakashi! Hiss! It hurts, but Kakashi, you can't cry, or you'll be laughed at. So he kept silent. After hearing Sakumo's explanation, Orochimaru nodded slightly. He really thought Hatake Sakumo was eavesdropping on him on purpose. Father, I'm not a child anymore. I also want to do missions and become a real ninja. This made Hatake Sakumo angry. He couldn't help but scold, you are a student of the ninja school, what missions are you doing? Go back and do it well. Go to class. Kakashi was immediately unhappy, just wait, I'll apply for early graduation when I get back. You dare. Originally, Hatake Sakumo didn't care if Kakashi didn't graduate early, but he was angry at the moment, and when he heard Kakashi's words, he denied and refuted without thinking. Directly confronted him. See if I dare. Hearing his son's words of contradicting him, Hatake Sakumo's fist hardened again. He immediately hit Kakashi's butt at the gate. This made Orochimaru laugh and cry. This child has reached the rebellious stage. Outside the village, Mirai and his friends found an empty corner and changed all their clothes, but did not change their forehead protectors. Because the masks given to them by Orochimaru teacher all have magnetic buckles, which are attached to the forehead protectors, so they will not fall off. So Linghua also tied the forehead protector from her neck to her forehead. Not to mention, Mirai straightened his head slightly to show respect. After all, he is already a teenager and his body has grown a lot. He hurriedly found other things to divert his attention. So he said, if anything happens, we will call each other by code names. Okay. Both agreed. Then I'll be called Lanhua. After thinking for a while, Linghua chose the name of a flower. It just so happened that her mother's name had the character Lan in it. It also meant that she hoped that Hyagasuji could do something that satisfied her. As for me, Minato thought about it and immediately had an idea. Let's call him Kushina. Mirai was stunned for a moment. Wine. Will this code name be uncool? And can he drink? Linghua understood something as soon as she heard it, and she couldn't help but laugh at Mirai. Haha. Mirai, you are so stupid. It's Kushina. After being reminded by Linghua in such a subtle way, Mirai immediately understood. He looked at Minato with a bit of a smile. You guy, you are actually showing off your affection. Hee. Minato chuckled, not embarrassed at all. Over the years, he has become thick-skinned, but in front of Kushina, he is always the shy boy, and his face will instantly turn red when his little hand is touched. What about you? He asked Mirai. This question really stumped Mirai. He was originally a bad at naming. He thought for a while, and asked hesitantly, Inuyasha. Shimaru. Rei and Hana. What code name is this? Yasha. Shimaru. Why do they both sound like the name of Shura? Seeing the confused expressions of his friends, Mirai thought for a while and said, Hana Lai. Hana Wei. Wei Hua. Lai Hua. Ling Lai. Lai Ling. Wei Ling. Stop, stop, stop. Rika hurriedly stopped him. Although she liked that Mirai would use her name as a code name, she always felt it was too embarrassing. If the little sister was here, she would be broken by the word Ju Shui. Because she felt itchy all over her body at the moment, and she felt like she had prickly heat. She hurriedly corrected him, you should still call yourself Wei. One word, easy to remember, easy to call, and one of the 12 seals. Wei. Mirai thought about it and nodded. This code name is not bad. It is a word of his name, one of the 12 seals, and a common name among ninja code names. Okay. That's good. Minato concluded. He looked at Rika, who was blindfolded. You are Orchid. Rika nodded, and then put on a puppy mask. Yet. Minato looked at Mirai again. You are Wei. Mirai couldn't help but frowned. How could this title come out of Minato? It felt weird, and it was far less pleasant than Linghua's. Yet. But since it was already chosen, he accepted it. Then he put on the kitten mask. I. Joshui. Minato said, and put on the owl mask himself. But with his golden hair, it seemed to complement each other. Then the three of them put on black cloaks that could block some of the breath, and Minato summoned the spirit beast Xiao Shui, and the group flew to the land of the Wind Kingdom. Chapter 618. In the territory of the Kingdom of Wind. In a town. The younger brother of the third Kazekage, Lei Xiao, was leading his men to guard a fortress. The fierce battle had already reached dusk. Judging from the situation, the people guarding one side suffered heavy losses, even though they had the help of a huge red phosphorus snake. However, there were a constant stream of masked ninjas surrounding them, and a large number of puppets rushed to kill them, causing them to suffer heavy losses. It can be seen that being defeated is a matter of sooner or later. Lei Xiao used a move Thunder Release to electrocute several masked black-clothed ninjas, and then immediately stood up and jumped away from the spot. The next moment, a huge red snake tail swung over fiercely, directly killing all the ninjas who were too late and unable to move. They have used this kind of cooperation many times, one person and one snake, and are extremely skilled. Ha ha ha. Humble bug, have you tasted my power? Red phosphorus snake shouted excitedly, his voice full of arrogance. Lei Xiao landed on the wall and looked around hurriedly. His face suddenly became very ugly. Damn it! Except for here, other places in the fortress have been breached. In other words, it is useless to stay here. Another thing is that he has little chakra left. Once surrounded by the enemy, he will surely die. The idea of retreating came to his mind immediately. He did so. He immediately shouted loudly, "Everyone, retreat!" After hearing Lei Xiao's words, the sand ninjas immediately became excited. Their exhausted bodies were like being injected with fresh spring water at this moment, and they immediately had motivation. All of them broke out to the periphery without regard for their lives. Those black-clothed enemies seemed to be mainly focused on capturing the city. For those sand ninjas who escaped, they only symbolically chased and killed a few of them and ignored them. Seeing his people had fled, Lei Xiao looked grim, but also relieved. Today's sand ninja, to say it nicely to the outside world, is undergoing elite reforms, but in fact, there are not many people in secret, and they can't afford to support many people. As long as he can keep these people, he is not completely a failure. He immediately shouted to the red phosphorus snake, "Xinye, this place is about to fall, let's go." Hearing this, the red phosphorus snake was a little unhappy. It still remembered that before the war, its partner said that it would defend this place to the death. It is one of the 4 high-level officials of Longdi Cave. With just these few people, don't think of letting it retreat a step, even if it doesn't have much chakra. I still have the strength to charge again, you come to cover me. Hearing this, Lei Xiao's face turned cold. Summoning beasts are not afraid of death at all, because they are difficult to be killed by people, unless they are killed in one blow, otherwise, as long as they receive a certain amount of damage, they can be sent back immediately by summoning technique. It can also leave the battlefield in an instant, away from life and death. But what about him? He can't do that. He is not a summoned beast. Once he is entangled by the enemy, he will have no choice but to die. Thinking of this, Lei Xiao's resentment in his heart immediately emerged. If it weren't for it, how could he lose face, be defeated by Konoha, and be scolded by his brother? For a moment, all the unpleasant things in these years flooded into his mind. This made him make a decision immediately in his heart. Moreover, this big snake became more and more disobedient, and his words were not as nice as before. Every time he called himself the uncle. Whose uncle did it think it was? Immediately, a lightning bolt was aimed at its eyes. Just when Xinye was about to charge with his strong body, his eyelids suddenly jumped. Is there danger? It immediately became extremely alert and looked in the 4 directions of front, left, right, and bottom. But it didn't look behind. Because its partner was behind. Although its personality became hot-tempered again, it knew in its heart that it was still the young snake before. It had different feelings for Lei Xiao, the first psychic who contracted with it, which was why it was willing to follow his command even though its personality became hot-tempered again. No. It looked around and didn't notice where the danger came from, but its heart told it that the danger was not eliminated. Instead it got worse. At this moment, it suddenly heard the crackling sound produced by the thunder escape. Could it be? In an instant, a bad idea emerged in its heart. Just as it hurriedly turned its head to look behind it, a sound of breaking air became louder and louder, falling from the air. Crack! At this time, Xinye had also turned his head and saw what was happening behind him. His partner looked at everything in front of him with a look of astonishment, and his hand was still tied with his very familiar thunder attribute chalk pole seal. In the past, this seal was used to target the enemy. But now it was aimed at itself. On the ground, there was a fine ninja sword. The blade and the sand were all charred black. One could imagine how powerful the lightning strike was. 1 man and 1 snake, 1 big and 1 small. They looked at each other, both stunned, as if they couldn't believe it, and hurriedly looked up at the same time. One wanted to see which bastard stopped him. The other wanted to see who saved him. What caught his eye was an eagle that looked the size of a hound, but from the fact that it would disappear in the clouds from time to time, it could be seen that the bird was flying very high and was definitely not small in size. Indistinctly, someone could be seen on it. But it looked like the size of an ant. If it wasn't for the fact that it was evening and the light was refracted, and they were creatures with chakra that could amplify their 5 senses, they might not be able to see what it was. After circling twice, the eagle flew away at high speed. It was as if the ninja sword just now was not dropped from above, but it just passed by. Is that direction? Lulan. Lei Xiao's face became very gloomy. He suspected that this attack was also done by people from Lulan. Maybe the Queen of Lulan would not do it, but the Lulan minister named An Lushan would definitely do it. Because he had seen the minister's handicraft from the puppet that attacked. Xinjia didn't know why, it could vaguely see that when the eagle left, a black-robed figure looked back at it. It seemed that it had seen that feeling somewhere. Especially under the mask, it could vaguely see a touch of blood. But the eagle had already flown away, and now it couldn't ask. It lowered its snake head and looked at Lei Xiao. There was a coldness in the snake's eyes, and a deep heartache hidden in it. Why? Lei Xiao also returned to his expressionless look. He looked around and saw that the black-clothed masked men and puppets were about to surround him. But there was still time, so he snorted coldly and said lightly, "What I need is an obedient spiritual beast." Xinjia knew that this was not what he cared about most, so he asked in a complicated tone, "You are still brooding over what happened in the past?" It rarely showed any signs of anger. Lei Xiao did not say anything more. He looked at it coldly and immediately flashed away from here. Only Xinjia was left alone to face the puppets and black-clothed masked men who kept surrounding him. He abandoned it and had not yet released the spiritual contract. It seemed that he wanted it to delay the pursuers. Ah! After a long time, Xinjia roared, venting his suppressed anger directly on the enemies who kept surrounding him. In the sky. Walai and others naturally heard this roar. Ah! Mirai sighed and summoned the communication snake to tell the white snake grandma what happened just now. This Lei Xiao is not worthy of being the successor of Ryukadong. I hope that this time, Xinjia can see the true face of Lei Xiao. Minato suddenly said. Minato also knew roughly that Lei Xiao deceived the simple Xinjia to become the summoner of Ryukadong. He didn't expect that such a big snake would be a naive person. But it's okay, it's broken after all. About an hour later, Mirai and his friends finally saw a high tower town below. But it's still early now, so it's not easy to enter the city. Because this Lulan, like Konoha, has set up an air defense perception barrier. Hiss! Such a strong chakra supply, this dragon vein is really not covered. Mirai said in surprise. At this moment, he used the Sharingan to see the chakra flow on the barrier. If the chakra supply of Konoha's barrier is a ditch, then the amount of chakra supplied to this barrier is a stream. Is that so? Minato understood. It seems that we can't sneak in from the air, we need to enter from the main gate. Linghua nodded. Yes. She didn't use her eyes, but used perception. Her eyes had to wait until the last fetal movement was completed. At that time, both the Bun and the Rin-Egan would be able to greatly increase their strength. At this moment, she saw that the 4 gates of Lulan were not covered by the barrier, so she arranged soldiers to check. Chapter 619. Night fell. Linghua looked at the front of Lulan Gate and saw that there were not many people. She immediately nodded to Walai and the other 2, indicating that they could move. So the 3 of them made a seal at the same time. Ninjutsu Transformation, X3. In an instant, 3 streams of smoke emerged from under their feet and immediately enveloped their entire bodies. When the smoke rose from their feet to the top of their heads and disappeared, the people reappeared. At this moment, the 3 people had changed a lot. Walai became a yellow-faced man in his 20s, and Linghua became a pockmarked girl in her 20s. In fact, her eyes were not open, but still closed, but she was using perception to perceive the world. Her figure and appearance were not very good, just a woman. Her skin was a little rough and her hair was sallow. At a glance it's just living in the desert all year round. It's just that the movements are a little too delicate. So under the correction of the future, it became a little rude. This is more in line with the role she is playing now. Minato turned into a 30-year-old yellow-haired man, wearing a tight suit and a yellow cloak to cover the exposed skin. Avoid being exposed to the scorching sun in the desert. At the same time, the future also spit out some treasures, coarse cloth and food, and a cart. We will pretend to be merchants, Minato, you can be the ninja we hired to protect us when we go to Lulan to do business. How about it? Minato thought about it and felt that the future's method was feasible. That's good, but considering the relationship between Sand Village and Lulan, I'd better pretend to be a ninja from the River Country Hot Spring Village. The ninja village is not big, but it also has some deterrence, which can avoid a lot of trouble. Okay. Future nodded, and immediately took out the Soup Ninja identity certificate that he had prepared in the early years. Something similar to an ID card. He prepared hundreds of such things, all of which were forged identity certificates from other countries. But even if they were forged, if you were not particularly familiar with them, you would not be able to find any clues. The avatar was an uncle's face, and Minato changed it again, and it looked very similar to this avatar. In this way, the three people of future successfully sneaked into Lul in more than 10 minutes before closing with their superb acting skills, as well as real jewelry and food. There were few people at this moment, and it was also the time when the guards were the most lax, so it was very easy. Even Minato, the soup ninja, asked symbolically, looked at his personal identity certificate, and let him in. Along the way, Future and the three pushed the cart and followed the direction obtained by asking the locals. They soon came to a market, but looking around, there were few people buying things. So they found a very cheap hotel nearby and rented it. It's just that the atmosphere around them is a bit weird, and people don't like to laugh. It's as if there is a dark cloud hanging over them. Mirai didn't plan to use the Sharingan to interrogate, anyway, there is still a long time tonight. There will always be people who can't keep their mouths shut, and it will be the same when he uses the Sharingan. And how much can ordinary people know? Back in the room, Mirai looked around and then shook his head, indicating that there was no problem with this house. But the sound insulation effect is quite poor. But it also meets their future requirements. If the soundproofing is good, it won't be this price, and it will be impossible to eavesdrop on the conversations around. Linghua thought about it, and she took out 3 special blue and white strips from her pocket. But it's very small, only 1 centimeter long. If you look closely, you will find that this little thing looks very unique and looks very similar to a slug. This is a wireless headset made by my teacher and I using special materials, based on the appearance and ability of the slug. If something happens, just press its tentacles to transmit sound thousands of miles away, but due to limited technology, this headset can only last for 3 days. If it's on standby, it's a week. The maximum distance is 1 kilometer, and if the buildings are dense, the distance will be even shorter. Mirai was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the little slug in his hand. He thought it was a real slug just now, but it turned out to be fake. He thought about it and then spit out what he had prepared. You may not believe it, but I also have this thing. As he said, he took out 3 small snakes as thick as chopsticks. Linghua was stunned for a moment. She thought that only her master had studied this thing. But thinking that Mirai's teacher was Orochimaru and he often helped in the laboratory, he understood. Minato, oh. He silently took out 3 small frog pendants. That. I have one too. For a moment, the 3 of them looked at each other in bewilderment. The teachers are really good at playing. And the 3 of them didn't even know that the teachers had each developed a communication device. Tsunade's sister would research, Mirai and Rika understood, but Uncle Jiraiya was only interested in love, so why would he research this thing? In the end, Mirai spoke first, my communication device is on my hand. As he said that, he demonstrated. He pulled Rika's wrist, straightened the snake, and then gently patted her hand, like a snap ring. The straight snake body turned directly into a bracelet, wrapping her wrist. Not only that, the snake head also bit the snake's tail. For a moment, it didn't look like a snake, but more like a delicate bracelet. Future then demonstrated, press the snake head once to activate communication, and press it twice to open the positioning. This will make it easier for us to find each other's location. This function was proposed by Future. After all, he had imagined what would happen if Minato didn't have the perception skill when Team 7 was performing a mission. Press and hold for 3 seconds to change to a dedicated communication channel. For example, he pressed and held for 3 seconds, and the next moment, a red number 1 suddenly appeared on the body of the snake ring. Keep pressing, and its channel number will change. After the words fell, the number on the bracelet changed, and it would change to the next number every second. And so on, until 9, and then back to 0. 0 represents the public channel, the communication distance is 3 kilometers, not affected by buildings, but in a closed environment, it will be weakened depending on the thickness of the wall. As for the time, it is 1 month, and chakra can also be used at the same time, which is quite convenient. After hearing Future's narration, Minato silently took back the little frog. Because there is no comparison. The little frog his master gave him really only had the ability to communicate, and it didn't have as many functions as the Future, nor did it have such a long standby time. Ling Hua also silently took back her little slug. He couldn't help but look at Minato. It's really worthy of being the teacher Orochimaru who masters the core technology, he is so awesome. The future also noticed that the atmosphere was wrong at this moment, and it seemed that he seemed to have hit them. Just when he wanted to say something to save it, Minato spoke. Okay, let's communicate with this. After saying that, he took the little snake in the future's hand and put it on his left wrist. Curiously danced with it several times. Especially the positioning device, he was very curious. According to what the future said just now, he pressed the snake head twice, and an isosceles acute triangle red image immediately appeared on the snake ring. The future couldn't help but explain, because the snake body is narrow and long, it is necessary to rotate the position of the snake ring to display the position of another snake ring. As the future said, he fiddled with the position on Minato's wrist. After the acute triangle and the head and tail of the snake ring are aligned, a point will appear on the snake ring. There is also a green font on it. 0.5 m. M stands for distance in meters. If the distance is too far, it will be represented by kilometer. Ling Hua also fiddled with it curiously. She found that no matter how she fiddled, the isosceles acute triangle on the bracelet always pointed in front of her. She couldn't help but wonder, why does it always point in front? Minato also waved his arms curiously, and was surprised to find that no matter how he pointed his fingers forward, backward, left, right, the triangle displayed on it was always in front of him. He was a little overwhelmed. Future, is this thing of yours broken? Future. Don't make a fuss, I don't believe you don't know this common sense. If the direction of this bracelet changes, but the arrow does not change, then what direction is it pointing to? Because inside it, it relies on a special magnetic field to locate its direction, just like a compass. Always pointing in one direction. Minato, Rika? They looked at each other and couldn't help but exchange glances in front of Mirai. Does it mean it's not broken, that's it? It's possible, we shouldn't tell him if we don't understand, in case he thinks we're not smart enough, he'll laugh at us. That makes sense. Rika immediately suddenly realized and said, oh. We made a mistake. Yes, I didn't react just now, it's fine. Minato also hurriedly agreed. Mirai, Don't think I don't know what your telegram just said. Do you really think I'm that idiot rope tree, who knows everything? I can't tell. Chapter 620. 620 The problem is, we don't seem to have the right to interfere in other countries' internal affairs. Night in Lulin. Due to the existence of the barrier, their perception skills are suppressed to the limit in the future, and they can't sense more than 100 meters away. So they just use the old method to collect intelligence. After the three of them left the hotel in the future, they scattered around and wandered around. The architecture of Lulin is not very different from other villages, especially from the Sand Village. The buildings here are mainly towers, and there are barriers to block them. The terrain is higher, so there is no need to worry about being buried by sand and dust. There is no need to worry about air quality in the city. There are fountains and green plants in some places. So most people living in Lulin are different from other people in the Wind Country. They are relatively whiter and have better skin. At this moment, the future is walking alone on the street. Then he found a restaurant that seemed to be doing good business and walked in. Restaurants are places where most people gather to eat. Most of them are outsiders. Locals will only eat in restaurants unless there is something good going on, or they are in a rush, or they are too lazy to cook. Therefore, with more people, whether they are locals or outsiders, there is a platform for communication. Even if what they say is bragging, at least the core cannot be fabricated out of thin air. Otherwise, it is not a conversation, but a competition of who can brag more. For example, now, a strong man took a sip of wine and talked about some things he knew with great interest. Have you heard that the grain in Sand Village has doubled? I plan to go to the country of River next time, buy a batch of grain, and transport it to Sand Village to sell. I guarantee to make a lot of money. His table mate's eyes lit up immediately. The grain has doubled. This is great news. Even if they deduct the shipping cost, they can make 60% to 70% profit. Someone immediately poured wine for the sturdy man and said tentatively, "Brother, I know a grain merchant in Chuanziguo, how about we work together?" The sturdy man immediately became interested. Yes, of course. Knowing a grain merchant means that the purchase price can be reduced, which is another profit. And if two people work together, they can hire fewer guard ninjas. The other people who shared the table with him immediately shouted anxiously, "Brother! Can you bring me with you?" The sturdy man rolled his eyes and immediately had an idea. He didn't say yes, but said directly, "Okay, let's eat first." Most of the people who shared the table with him were businessmen, so how could they not see what he meant? He immediately called the waiter, "Boss, add 2 more pounds of beef and a pot of good wine." The sturdy man smiled with satisfaction. In fact, the reason why he said this was that he also wanted to recruit people to form a team. The sand village is very large, so it will need a lot more food. If he can get more people to form teams, the cost will be much lower. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told the people who shared the table about this. Future smiled slightly. Now, he heard the hidden news. The sand village is not doing well. Those who care about food interests all surrounded the strong man. But there were also people in the restaurant who were not interested. At this moment, several locals looked at their companions with a sad face and sighed, "The queen hasn't appeared for 2 days. Yet, I don't know which damn person dared to assassinate the queen's husband. Poor Princess Sarah, she lost her father at such a young age." Future's expression moved, and this was the kind of information he wanted. This must have been done by the sand village. Hearing their companions' voices, several people immediately looked angry and couldn't help but curse, "It must be them, only they have this motive and suspicion." "Yes, I think so too. Let's go to Lord and Lushan's house, he will definitely be able to make the decision for us. Let's go. For a moment, several people didn't eat their meals and hurriedly paid the bill and left. Well, I didn't get up and leave immediately. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It seems that Lushan has a high prestige in the hearts of the people of Lulan. Those people actually thought of asking him for help at the first time. This rebel ninja has good means. After he finished eating fried rice, he returned to the hotel. After Ling Hua set up the soundproof barrier, he talked about some of the things he heard this time. It's the same here. Many people want to find the man called Lushan. It seems that this man has a very high status in Lulan. Minato said while looking at the simple map and thinking. He just went to the street. Seeing many people, their faces were full of worries. After asking around, I learned that the queen's husband had been killed. It's almost the same here. Ling Hua echoed. But I also found out one thing, that man named Lushan is not from Lulan. He suddenly appeared in Lulan a year ago, and then the queen met him. She thought he was homeless and talented, so she appointed him as an official to help her manage Lulan. After saying that, she frowned slightly. But I always feel that he is not a good person. Hearing this, Mirai and Minato looked at her, and they were very curious about why she said that. Mirai knew this guy Lushan. He was a rebel ninja centipede from Sand Village during Naruto's time. He traveled through time and space through the Dragon Vein and came to the Third World War. But combined with the information collected by Minato and others just now, it seems that Lushan has only been here for about a year. Amazing, this Lushan is not simple. It only took him 1 year to go from a stranger to a person who is loved and respected by everyone here. Hearing the words of the future, Ling Hua's eyes lit up immediately. Yes, this is where I feel something is wrong. She felt something was wrong because she noticed this abnormality. But she didn't think of what was wrong just now, so she didn't say it. It seems that this mission will have twists and turns. Future said meaningfully. I just don't know if Minato can see his son after coming to Lulan 5 years in advance. Minato hesitated for a moment, but still said it. Our mission is. As he spoke, he laughed. Yes, we all took other people's things. If we don't do something, there will always be a hurdle in our hearts. The future just smiled at Minato's words. He didn't mean that at all. What he meant was that Lushan went to the Dragon Vein, and they also went to the Dragon Vein. Since both sides have the same goal, there will definitely be a conflict. Minato thought he wanted to investigate Lushan and return the favor of taking away some of the Dragon Vein chakra. Ling Hua also thought of this. She frowned and asked, the problem is, we don't seem to have the right to interfere in other countries' internal affairs. Lulan is also a country, although the Wind Country and Sand Village do not recognize it. The daimyo of the Wind Country even wanted to move into Lulan, because the environment here is the best environment in the entire Wind Country. Unfortunately, it was rejected by the queens of Lulan. And they have the confidence to refuse. Just rely on the dragon vein. Once she is really forced into a corner, the queen will directly detonate the dragon vein, and with the infinite chakra of the dragon vein, the entire wind country can be wiped off the map of the ninja world. Mirai and Minato smiled at each other. The former said cheerfully, "What did me do? What does it have to do with me, Uchiha Mirai?" Minato also laughed and said, "That's right, it was obviously Ju Shui who did it." "What does it have to do with me, Namikaze Minato?" Seeing the two rogues' rhetoric, Ling Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You guys." After laughing, she said seriously, "Well, let's go see the man named Lushan tonight. I even suspect that the death of the queen's husband has something to do with him." Minato raised his eyebrows. "Coincidentally, I think so too." Soon, night fell. Mirai and others did not rush to act, but waited until about 3 or 4 in the morning before quietly opening their eyes. They changed back to their original appearance. There might be a fight later. If they use transformation technique again, there will be risks. Once the chakra is unstable or the chakra that maintains the body surface is dispersed, they will immediately reveal their true appearance. So they changed to disguise technique. This is an E-level ninjutsu, which can change a person's general appearance through special makeup techniques. But there are also many hard parts that cannot be changed. But as long as people can't associate their real appearance with it, it's fine. Not only that, they also each reserved a shadow clone in the room. To avoid unnecessary trouble. Then he took the talisman made by Ling Hua to cover up his breath and left the hotel quietly. Chapter 621. Because Lulin was wrapped in a barrier, the perception of the future was greatly suppressed. They could not sense a range beyond 100 meters. This was mainly because the chakra supplied to the barrier was too extravagant. This led to the fact that the future was severely suppressed. However, a distance of 100 meters was enough for the future. Soon they came to a courtyard that looked very ordinary. In the darkness of the shadow, the three of the future carefully looked at a single family courtyard not far away. Minato asked in a very small voice, "Is this Lushan's residence?" "It's too ordinary. It looks like a farmhouse." The future has good eyesight. Even if he doesn't open the Sharingan, he can see the big words written in front of the gate from a distance of more than 50 meters. Lushan's house. It should be his house. After saying that, Ling Hua hurriedly pulled the two of them. Signaled them to stop talking. Gradually, they heard footsteps coming from far away. Soon, the door was opened, and a fat bearded uncle walked out. He had a warm smile on his face, which made people feel friendly at first sight. It was hard to have bad thoughts. Looking at the direction he was going, it was the largest and most prosperous tower in the ancient town of Lulin. He should be going to meet the queen. The problem is that it is the middle of the night now. What is he doing there? Doesn't the queen need to sleep? There is something strange. So the three of them looked at each other and nodded immediately. At this moment, they had the same idea. Let's go and see. In the queen's palace, the queen of Lulin looked at her daughter who had fallen asleep, her face full of sadness. It was all her fault for being soft-hearted and taking that man in. If she had driven him out, would her husband not have died? Although she had no evidence to prove that it was that man who did it, her husband told her the night before that he had noticed something wrong with that man and wanted to investigate him. As a result, he met with misfortune the next day. This was too much of a coincidence. Perhaps she was too sad that her emotions spread to the room. It also made the little girl lying on the bed wake up slightly. "Mom!" Hearing her baby daughter's call, the Queen of Lulin quickly suppressed the sadness on her face and forced a smile, saying, "Why are you awake? It's still early, you should sleep a little longer." The little girl looked at the smile on her mother's face and reached out to hold the Queen of Lulin. She said softly, "Mom, you should sleep with me too." These days, she knew that her mother was the saddest. Not only did she have to suppress her sadness and keep Lulin running, but she also had to deal with the daimyo and Kazekage of the Wind Country. So she didn't have much time to mourn her father. Hearing this, Queen Lulin smiled with a little more care. She rubbed her daughter's head and shook her head and said, "Mom has something to deal with later. You go to sleep first. After you fall asleep, Mom will come to sleep with you." "Oh." The little girl nodded sensibly and didn't say anything more. Although she was young, she knew that she couldn't let her mother worry about her own affairs. Mom was already working hard enough. Queen Lulin looked at her well-behaved and sensible daughter, and the pain in her heart was comforted a little. Fortunately, she still has a daughter. After her daughter fell asleep, she got up and came to the desk in the study and started a task commission. She wanted to anonymously commission the Konoha ninja village to send someone to investigate the cause of her husband's death. Who assassinated her husband? After writing the task scroll, she called the guards. Then he handed him the scroll and warned him seriously, "Take this mission scroll to Konoha, and don't alarm anyone, understand?" "Yes." The guard responded hurriedly. He was the queen's guard and the queen's confidant. Since he said not to alarm anyone, it was obvious that he was suspicious of the people around him. So he hid the scroll in his clothes and retreated respectfully. Seeing the door closed heavily, the Queen of Lulin couldn't help but lean back tiredly. "I really don't want you to do it. After all, that person really brought prosperity to Lulin." The murmur was very low, but it was very clear in the quiet study. At this moment, a teasing voice suddenly came from the door. "Oh, I didn't expect my dear queen to notice something." The Queen of Lulin sat up suddenly in shock. Her face became very ugly. Minister in Lushan. If she had only suspected him before, then this time, she was 80% sure that he had done it. As she after calling out the name, the door of the study slowly opened. Outside the door was the kind-looking minister in Lushan. He was looking at the study with a half-smile, pinching the guard's neck with his left hand and lifting him up high, making the latter look very painful and unable to resist. In his right hand, he held a scroll. When the Queen of Lulin saw this scene, her expression became extremely ugly. Her guard was about to go to Konoha when he was stopped by in Lushan. It seemed that this man had been monitoring her. "Sure enough, you did it." "Why?" In Lushan opened the scroll, looked at the content on it, read it out, and walked into the study. "I beg the Hokage to send a senior ninja to Lulin to investigate the cause of death of my late husband. Whether there is a result or not, I will pay a generous reward." Tisk tisk tisk. "Queen, you are seeking help from the Hidden Leaf Village in your personal name. But it's a pity that your wish cannot be fulfilled." As he said, he threw down the scroll and waved his hand. Immediately, a purple chakra thread suddenly wrapped around the neck of the Queen of Lulin. She was unable to speak in an instant. After a year of testing, he found that although the Queen of Lulin could control the power of the dragon vein, but her own strength was not strong, and she needed the cooperation of spells to mobilize the power of the dragon vein. So as long as she was not allowed to speak and her actions were restricted, then the dragon vein would be his. "Queen. You are so weak, but you have such a strong power. It's really unfair. Let this power be used by me today." Ha ha ha. Just when he thought he had won, a loud shout came. "Rebel Ninja Centipede, let her go." Then, a yellow figure holding a short blade with chakra in his hand slashed directly at Lushan. Because the man came very quickly and was caught off guard, Lushan instinctively dodged to the side. As a result, the man's sword slashed into the air. However, he did not continue to chase Lushan, but quickly drew his sword and slashed it upwards, directly cutting off the chakra thread. The queen was rescued. Only then did he have time to look at Lushan, and then he was stunned. "Centipede, why have you become so fat? A few minutes ago, he was still a skinny guy, how come he became so fat this time?" If it weren't for his chakra aura that couldn't deceive people, he would have thought that this man was Centipede's fellow brother. "Konoha people, you are really haunting." Lushan's face was very dark. "I've already run to the past, and you guys are still chasing me." In the dark, Mirai's face was very strange. He couldn't help but glance at Minato, and then looked towards the study. What the hell? Naruto is here. And he appeared in this way of a hero saving a beauty, and the one he saved was Sarah's mother. Minato was frightened by Mirai's gaze, and he couldn't help but ask weakly, "Why are you looking at me? I think you look a lot like that guy." Linghua also looked at the two curiously, and she said in surprise, "Your chakra properties are really similar, could that guy be your brother, Minato?" After hearing what Linghua said, Minato also looked at the study curiously. The boy was about 15 or 16 years old, wearing a Konoha forehead protector and an orange sportswear. Blue eyes and 6 mustaches. Although the whole person looks very reliable, there is always a silly temperament that keeps emanating from him. For some reason, he looked at that person and felt a little friendly. For a moment, he was confused. No way. Oh my god, Dad, you guys didn't really create a brother for me." As they talked, the noise came from the study again. "The stinky brat of Konoha, you will die here today and be buried with Her Majesty the Queen. With me, Uzumaki Naruto, here, you can't even think of hurting the Queen. Although he was a little confused, he knew one thing. That is, Beiju is a vicious and treacherous rebel, and he will never allow anyone to do evil in front of him. Minato. When he heard the name, he was stunned. The same was true for Rika. But the corners of Mirai's mouth were more curved. Chapter 622. Naruto. This name has a very special meaning. Because it is the name of the protagonist in a novel written by Uncle Jiraiya. It is a novel written by Uncle Jiraiya in the Rain Country based on his disciple Nagato in the first 3 years. It is called The Legend of Perseverance. It tells the story of the protagonist Naruto, who leads his friends to pursue the path of peace and overcome many difficulties. When Minato finished reading it, he immediately decided that his future child would also be named Naruto. Minato was looking at the person fighting in Lushan in the study at this moment. Uzumaki. Naruto, hey. For some reason, he looked at the man more intimately. There was a faint desire in his body that wanted him to contact that person. The problem is that the name Naruto was what he planned to give to his son. Why is this familiar person also called Naruto? Combined with the strange look that Mirai gave him just now, as well as the space-time ninjutsu he had read in recent days, and related knowledge. An extremely bold idea suddenly occurred to him. Future, could it be that he? Linghua also reacted belatedly, and she looked at the future in astonishment. Then she looked at the study again, and finally stared at Minato. Her expression changed from astonishment to weirdness. Given your bold idea, I have a little doubt. As she said that, seeing that both boys were looking at her, Linghua continued, why is his last name Uzumaki, not Namikaze? This question stumped both boys, especially Future. Yes, why not Namikaze? Future turned her head and looked in the direction of the study, the weirdness in her eyes disappeared, revealing deep contemplation. Logically speaking, with her own existence, Minato is unlikely to cast Shiki seal. Then Naruto would live in Konoha as the son of the Hokage, instead of living as a nine-tailed demon fox, despised by everyone, as in the original work. Given how much Kushina likes Minato, she definitely wants to marry him, not take him as her husband. After all, she is now the head of the Uzumaki clan. No one can control her at all. Could it be that the future Minato is still dead in battle? The third generation has taken the old path again and changed Naruto's surname to Uzumaki. Minato didn't think so much. After being stunned for a moment, he soon laughed again. If he is really my future son, I don't mind whether his surname is Namikaze or Uzumaki. Whether Kushina marries him or he marries Kushina, the process is not important. What matters is that they are together. Mirai also put away his messy thoughts. He looked at Minato and couldn't help but curl his lips and smiled, you are really big-hearted. You believe this incredible thing so quickly. Minato glanced at Mirai and said nothing. In fact, no matter how outrageous things are, they have encountered them. It's just a matter of traveling through time and space. It's nothing. After all, 3 years ago, they never thought that people could live on the moon. Even the people who were originally dead were still alive. At this time, the battle in the study has entered a white-hot stage. The rebel ninja named Beiju has summoned countless puppets and caused a crushing battle against Uzumaki Naruto. While Naruto had to deal with the tricky attacks of the puppets, he also had to take care of the queen who was powerless. It can be said that there were dangers everywhere. Seeing this, Minato decided not to sit idly by. He immediately made a seal with one hand and put on a mask with the other hand. The man disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Naruto. Holding a kunai in one hand, he directly blocked the heavy blow of a puppet. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. He asked in surprise, "You are?" He had never seen this person before, but his yellow hair looked very familiar. Minato quickly judged the current situation, this is not a place to fight, take the queen away first. There are still endless puppets chasing around. And judging from their appearance, they are obviously controlled by an Lushan. Naruto wanted to say something else, but the crackling sound around him became louder and louder, so he had to shut up. He turned to look at the queen and asked hurriedly, "Are you okay? Can you move?" Just now during the battle, a kunai crossed his defense line and hit the queen's calf behind him, who had no time to dodge. She lost her ability to move. The queen's face was a little pale. Although she had a contractual relationship with the dragon vein, in fact, she was just an ordinary woman. But she was not delicate. She gritted her teeth and said, "A little it's hard." Naruto understood what he said and said, "I'm sorry." He bent down, picked her up, and rushed out of the study. Minato blocked one puppet after another that wanted to attack Uzumaki Naruto. After the latter was far away from the safe range, he looked at Lushan. They all saw his actions clearly. This guy is a complete traitor. He has already listed him as an enemy in his heart, so he will not hold back. After you are dealt with, my thoughts will be clear. Lushan's face was very ugly. Originally, tonight was a good opportunity for him to win, but he was stopped by the yellow-haired boy. Originally, relying on a large number of puppets, he could pile up that guy to death. But in the end, another yellow-haired boy appeared out of nowhere. Damn! Did I poke the yellow-haired boy's nest today? Why one after another? He snorted coldly, "Humph! You nosy fellow, die!" he said, and quickly waved his fingers. Chakra threads immediately appeared and connected to the puppets scattered on the ground. He is essentially a puppeteer. He is best at controlling puppets to fight. But soon he was stunned to find that the yellow-haired man in front of him was gone. He was just there, how could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Just as he was about to look around, a voice came from behind him. "Have you ever been kicked by light?" "What?" Lushan looked horrified. How did he get behind him? Why didn't he notice it at all? The next moment, before he could make a defensive move, something hit him hard on the waist. Instantly, a majestic force burst out from the waist. He was directly hit and flew out. Only Minato was left there. He landed on one foot and swung the other foot horizontally. It was obvious that he had hit Lushan with this foot just now. Minato estimated that his kick was enough to cause him serious damage. After all, that part is the kidney, one of the most important parts of the human body. And the other party is a man. Naturally increased critical damage. Speed is power, he said, and then slowly retracted his foot. He felt relieved. Sure enough, Mirai really understands me too well. Look, these two sentences are so appropriate. Speaking of the devil appears, Mirai falls behind him and says speechlessly, "Don't pretend, it's just a puppet." Hearing this, Minato was stunned and turned his head to look. It was found that Lushan's appearance had completely disappeared at some point, leaving only a scattered puppet in the original place. This stunned Minato. What? I can be very sure that I really kicked him. The touch is not wrong. When he kicked out, he performed the puppet substitute technique and quickly exchanged positions with the puppet. Mirai explained. It is worthy of being a rebel ninja that even the sand ninja has a headache, and Konoha needs to help capture him. This ability to save his life is really not to be underestimated. Under such severe pain, he still has the strength to use a substitute. Although Lushan is gone, the puppets around him are still rushing up. After such a commotion, the originally quiet Lulin is now boiling. Many guards are all looking at all this in a daze, not knowing what to do. Because there is some people have told them that Lushan wanted to harm the queen, but fortunately he was rescued. So they couldn't tell whether they were enemies or friends in the future. Future looked around and frowned slightly. There were too many people. He immediately took out 3 detonating kunai and threw them at the pipes in the air. As the detonating kunai exploded, the pipes were immediately blown up. In an instant, the puppets seemed to have lost power and all fell apart. After doing all this, the two of them disappeared from the scene immediately. Chapter 623. With the help of induction, the two of them soon found the injured queen and the somewhat exhausted Uzumaki Naruto in a ruin. After seeing the two of them, the queen hurriedly wanted to stand up and asked, "My daughter is still in the palace, please save her." Her excitement caused the blood on her legs to spurt out instantly. Naruto was so scared that he held back the words he wanted to ask, and hurriedly covered her wound with his hands in a panic. Hey! Don't move! Minato also hurried forward and took out a bandage to stop the bleeding. At the same time, he quickly comforted her, "Don't be excited, our companions have gone to pick up the little princess." As he said that, he glanced at the bracelet, which had a small dot on it and a number next to it, 13M. He was relieved immediately. "Here, she is." Sure enough, as he finished speaking, a girl hugged a girl and fell to the ground. The Queen of Lulin heaved a sigh of relief when she saw her daughter was still sleeping soundly. The battle just now was very volatile, but the bedroom was specially designed to isolate most of the noise, and the bedroom was some distance away from the study. It was understandable that the little girl was not woken up. With her mind relaxed, her tense body and mind were freed from restraints, and the whole person could not help but sway slightly, and almost fell down. Fortunately, Minato and Naruto hurriedly supported her, so that she did not have a close contact with the earth. Linghua gently put the little girl on the ground, pressed the sleeping point, and then quickly came to the Queen of Lulan and said, "I am a medical ninja, let me take care of it." Upon hearing this, Minato and Naruto hurriedly helped the Queen of Lulan sit down against the wall. The latter then pressed her hands on the wound. As a burst of green light emerged, the Queen of Lulan's originally painful face couldn't help but relax a lot. Even the blood on the wound was quickly stopped, and the blood that had already flowed out was peeled off to the side. The wound was healing continuously. This surprised Naruto, who was watching curiously. What a powerful healing technique, much better than Sakura. He was often injured over the years, and every time it was Sakura who helped him heal. Over time, although he did not know medical ninjutsu, he could see the general difference. The ordinary sister in front of him used a healing technique that was much more sophisticated than Sakura. Mirai walked to Naruto curiously, and couldn't help looking him up and down. The latter was scared by the look. You are from the future?" Mirai asked directly. Naruto was stunned and asked in a daze, "Future? What do you mean? I didn't understand." Minato on the side couldn't help but smile warmly. "Can you tell us how you got here?" Naruto understood this sentence. He hurriedly said, "We accepted Gaara's request to assist them in hunting down the rebellious ninja centipede. Later, this guy ran to a sealed ruin. I don't know what method he used to absorb all the sealing techniques onto his body to open the dragon vein. I wanted to stop him at that time, but I rushed too close and was immediately wrapped by a huge amount of chakra. When I woke up, I saw Centipede trying to kill her." After saying this, he hurriedly asked the question in his heart. "By the way, where is this place? Why did that centipede get so fat? Have you seen my teammates?" And there is. After saying this, he suddenly looked at Minato. In fact, he also vaguely felt close to him. "Who are you?" This was also the question of the Queen of Lulan. She could no longer feel much pain. After hearing what Naruto said, she also looked at the four people curiously. "If it weren't for them tonight, I'm afraid I would have been killed by Lushan." Linghua's heart moved, and she secretly pressed the acupuncture points of the Queen of Lulan, making her fall asleep unconsciously. Because she suddenly felt that some things should not be known to too many people. Then she looked at the future and Minato. All of them communicated through telegrams through masks. Linghua didn't need to open her eyes. She only needed to focus her perception on the target person's face, and she could see the subtle changes in their eyes and read their thoughts. "Do you want to tell them?" "Tell them, we just need the power of the dragon vein, and Naruto is not an outsider." "Okay." Originally, the plan was to steal the power of the dragon vein quietly to avoid being involved in Lulan. The fight between the Sand Village and the Sand Village. But they all intervened in Lushan's murder of the queen, so they simply changed their plans. And there was one thing they didn't say. Orochimaru's ultimate plan would probably require a huge amount of chakra, and the amount of that chakra ball alone was not enough. Instead of stealing every time, it would be better to just show their cards. If the Queen of Lulan doesn't agree, then it won't be too late for them to steal again. If it doesn't work, pull Kushina along. With her attainments in sealing techniques and the concealment of the square barrier, can the Queen of Lulan defend herself? The three of us are also ninjas from Konoha. After Mirai and Minato finished speaking, they took off their masks and removed the disguises on their faces. They restored their original faces. This made Naruto stunned. He must be too familiar with the person with the same hair color as him. Moreover, when he was a child, he dreamed that he could become a person loved by everyone in the village like the person engraved on the Hokage's face. Even though the person in front of him at this moment was not 100% like the head portrait on the Hokage's face, and was not exactly the same. But he still recognized it at a glance, because he saw it moving when he was fighting pain. The problem is, didn't Dad die in the battle? Could it be the same model and the same person? For a moment, he felt that his limited brain capacity was about to crash instantly. "You." He just said one word, and he didn't know how to say the rest anyway. The future is also very curious about the future. And it is not difficult to guess from Uzumaki Naruto's expression that he should not have seen the three of them. After all, they are all 15 or 16 years old, and their figures and appearances are basically fixed. The only difference is temperament and height. Even if Naruto doesn't have much brain, at least he won't be face-blind like a certain Fae. My name is Uchiha Mirai, his name is Namikaze Minato, and this is Hyuga Rika. Haven't you seen us? As Mirai introduced, Uzumaki Naruto was confused again. He stared blankly at the last girl. Rika removed the makeup on her face while treating her. Even though she closed her eyes, he still saw a familiar shadow and screamed out. Hinata. Just now he was only paying attention to Namikaze Minato, and he didn't see the girl's appearance. This made Rika stunned for a moment. She had never heard of this name. She couldn't help but look at him sideways and asked curiously, Hinata. Who is she? Is she the one you like? And who is Sakura? Your girlfriend? Not that. Oh, what's going on? He said madly with a headache. Looking at his appearance, the guesses of the three people in the future were not so sure. The person in front of him didn't recognize their appearance at all. No, it's not that he didn't recognize them at all, but he recognized the wrong person. This made Minato and Rika look at the future subconsciously. Use your eyes to ask, what is going on? Since this person came from the future, he must have seen the three of them. But he looks like this, could it be that they all died in battle one day, so he didn't see them? Future ignored them, but stepped forward and looked at Uzumaki Naruto. This person is exactly the same as in memory, regardless of temperament, or that silly but stubborn personality. Who is the fourth generation Hokage? Is he still in office? Hearing this good-looking person asking himself, Naruto finally focused on him and was surprised. Hey, you and Sasuke look alike, but he doesn't have hair as long as yours. Future, _ This silly man's heart is probably still thinking about Sasuke. No. At this time, Naruto realized it belatedly, widened his eyes, looked at the future, and looked incredible. You said your name is Uchiha. The former powerful clan in Konoha village. The Uchiha Dodaba who was killed by Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi. He didn't have enough brains at the moment, and he said whatever he thought of. Didn't they say that Sasuke was the only orphan of the Uchiha clan? How come there is another one here? But if Sasuke knew that there were still people of the same clan alive in the world, he would definitely be very happy. Maybe he would go back to the village with him. When he thought of this possibility, his originally confused heart could not help but calm down a little. Mirai narrowed his eyes slightly, and he already had a guess in his mind. Minato and Rika were stunned. They heard a very explosive news from Uzumaki Naruto. The Uchiha clan was exterminated. How is this possible? For a moment, the two of them seemed more anxious than the future. Please tell us why the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Yes, please tell us, okay. At this moment, they didn't care whether time and space would change. In short, nothing must happen in the future. Otherwise, they didn't know what crazy things they would do. Chapter 624. Although Naruto is not very good at thinking, of course, except in combat. But he can still narrate what he knows. He thought about it and didn't go into too much detail. After all, this involves the darkness of Konoha, and these three are also Konoha's ninjas. The relationship between Konoha and Uchiha is not very good, especially after the Nine Tails Rebellion. Konoha's high-level officials suspected that it was done by the Uchiha clan. The relationship between the two sides became even worse. Later, as the contradictions increased, Uchiha prepared to launch a coup, but they were all assassinated by Sasuke's brother, Uchiha Itachi, leaving only his brother alive. After saying that, he asked in confusion, by the way, aren't you also Konoha's ninjas, why don't you know about this? Hearing this, Minato was silent. So it was the relationship between the village and Uchiha that led to the demise of Uchiha? Ling Hua, who had already treated most of the disease, asked, haven't you heard of Hyuga Ling Hua, Uchiha Mirai, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Ichiraku, Senju Rope Tree, Uchiha Hong, Senju Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and other names? Naruto frowned when he heard this and asked in confusion, I have heard of Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Ichiraku uncle, Tsunade granny, Jiraiya teacher, Orochimaru. As for the other names, yes, there is also a Senju Rope Tree. I remember that he seemed to be Tsunade granny's brother, but he died a long time ago. I haven't heard of the rest. Among these names, he is very familiar with Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Ichiraku uncle, Jiraiya teacher, Orochimaru, and Tsunade granny. The first two are his parents. Uncle Ichiraku is one of the few people in Konoha village who doesn't look at him maliciously. Teacher Jiraiya has taught him. Granny Tsunade is the Hokage of Konoha. As for Orochimaru, Sasuke is with him, and he has been coveting Sasuke's body. As he was thinking, he suddenly froze. It seems that the long-haired man named Uchiha just asked him a question. He hasn't answered yet. So he hurriedly answered, the fourth Hokage died in the Nine Tails Rebellion 16 years ago. The current one is the fifth Hokage, Granny Tsunade. After saying that, he frowned slightly. You are not Konoha's ninjas. At this time, he also realized something belatedly. Among the three people in front of him, although two are very familiar to him, they don't even know the common sense of Konoha, which seems very strange. From what Naruto said, Mirai has been very sure of one thing. We didn't lie to you, we are indeed Konoha's ninjas, but we are not ninjas from the same time and space. After Mirai finished speaking, he looked at Minato. Do you remember when you first brought up the topic of parallel worlds? Minato was still shocked by the death of Orochimaru, but after hearing what Mirai said, he calmed down and thought about it for a while. He remembered that it was an afternoon 6 years ago. He had just come into contact with the first stage of Flying Thunder God and saw the conjecture of the second generation Senju Tobirama in the notebook. At that time, he wanted to test everyone, but it turned out that the encyclopedia of Mirai really knew a lot. At least more than he knew. What do you mean? Minato slightly widened his eyes and looked at Mirai in disbelief. He was a little shocked. So was Rika. You mean he came from another world? Is there really a parallel world? Mirai nodded. He noticed Naruto Uzumaki's confused look, so he took the initiative to speak. Naruto Uzumaki, you should have been sent to the past time and space of another world by the huge dragon vein chakra. And the traitorous ninja centipede you are chasing should have arrived in this world a year earlier than you. He changed his name to Enlushan, and successfully used his strategy and wisdom to become a minister of this country. And his goal should still be the dragon vein. Naruto understood the latter part of the words, but he was a little confused about the previous part. Travel through time and space and go back to the past. Can this be done? Why do I feel like I'm reading a third-rate novel written by Jiraiya? The power of the dragon vein is very strong. According to the literature, as long as it riots, it is enough to destroy the world. Such a huge amount of natural chakra is enough to cause a qualitative change in quantitative change, causing the collapse of time and space, and taking you to a strange world, or even a strange time period. Naruto didn't understand, but was greatly shocked. So, I was sent to the past by the dragon vein. Future nodded, then shook his head. It's the past of another world, not the past of the world you are in. Because in your world, there is no me and Linghua. Have you heard of parallel worlds? Naruto didn't quite understand the previous paragraph, but if it mentioned parallel worlds, he understood. After all, he had also read some novels written by his teacher. I see. He finally understood. So that's how it is, no wonder he feels weird everywhere. Then how can I go back? He couldn't help but get anxious. Because if I remember correctly, Captain Yamato was also involved in the dragon vein in order to save him. Then where will he appear? Since it is because of the appearance of the centipede that time travel occurs, then as long as he is defeated, the time and space nodes of our world will be restored, and then you can naturally go back. Hearing that he can go back, Naruto was relieved. Hey! This is really great! While he was relaxed, his stomach started to growl. Instantly, a feeling of hunger crept up his body. He touched his stomach awkwardly. Sorry, I just had a meal before. Mirai smiled, opened his mouth, and spit out 5 bowls of packaged ramen. Here. Uzumaki Naruto. What the hell? Is this edible? He saw these ramen bowls spit out from his mouth. It was easy for him to think of a very unhygienic scene. Minato took the ramen from Mirai and put it in Naruto's hand. He smiled and explained, Don't worry, Mirai is very hygienic. He glanced at the future as he said this. At least he was hygienic when it came to eating. I wasn't lying, was I? He couldn't help but touch his face as he said this, as if he had some saliva. Naruto froze. He looked at the ramen in his hand and wanted to push it away. He didn't have the appetite to eat what others had vomited. Just as Minato opened the ramen package with a sizzling sound, an alluring aroma immediately filled the air. Gurgle. When Naruto smelled this aroma, his stomach growled even more. He couldn't help but sniff it. His eyes suddenly lit up. This is ramen made by Uncle Ichiraku. He likes Uncle Ichiraku the most. All the disgusting thoughts in his mind disappeared immediately. For more novels, 71087, join, https://discord.gg/xxdask, and he hurriedly opened the package of his bowl. Soon, a more tempting aroma emerged from his bowl. Looking at the ramen in the bowl with good color, aroma, and taste, Naruto's eyes lit up immediately. This is my favorite, miso barbecued pork ramen. At this time, Mirai handed over a pair of sealed chopsticks and said with a smile, "Eat it quickly, if it's not enough, I have more here." At this time, Naruto didn't care whether it was disgusting or not. Besides, he had eaten more disgusting food. That was the insect cuisine of Myaboku Mountain. He vomited at that time. "Thank you, Brother Mirai, you are much better than Sasuke." Naruto happily took the chopsticks and praised. Hee. Mirai just smiled and didn't say anything. I'm starting. The Kingdom of Wind. After half a day, Lei Xiao finally returned to the Sand Village. After he talked about what happened during the day, he continued, Lulin is getting more and more rampant, and the man named Enlushan, his ambition is getting bigger and bigger. Brother, we must fight back, otherwise, the daimyo will look down on us even more. Faced with his brother's words, the third Kazekage frowned slightly. A big bird flew to Lulin. Could it be that this is the foreign aid that Lulin requested? If that's the case, then their sand village is in trouble. The situation is already worrying. If they are suppressed by the people of Lulin, the daimyo of the Wind Country will definitely use this as an excuse to attack their sand village. Even further cut the military expenditure of the sand village. If that happens, it will definitely be a vicious cycle. He didn't look back, and continued to stand by the window and look at the sand village under the night sky, and ordered, well, you sneak into Lulin and take a look. See if Lulin has asked for foreign aid. Okay. Lei Xiao responded and left in a hurry. As long as he could make Lulin suffer, he would be willing to do anything. As the door opened again. This time, a child wearing a forehead protector came in, but he was very indifferent. Lord Third Generation Feng Ying, I'm here. Hearing the voice of the person coming, the third generation Feng Ying turned his head, and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. Xiat, you're here. Chapter 625. After Naruto ate 3 bowls of ramen, he finally burped comfortably. Burp. It's so delicious. I've never eaten such delicious ramen. Asterisk. And it's countless times better than the ramen made by Uncle Ichiraku that he had eaten before. With every bite, he seemed to feel that a group of young ladies in red cheongsams were circling around him with fans. 2 big fonts, like a volcanic eruption, occupied his whole body. Delicious. Do you like ramen? Minato asked curiously. He was very curious about this son from another world and wanted to know more. Naruto felt strange about his father from another world. But he didn't have much resentment, because he had punched him when pain invaded and had vented all his anger. He nodded and said, well, when I was a child, besides drinking milk, I relied on Uncle Ichiraku's help to survive until now. Hearing this, Minato was silent. Because he heard a different meaning from this passage. And speaking of it, there was a familiar smell on this child. That was the smell of a trigram seal. There is only one thing that can use the seal, that is, this child is a Jinchuriki. And most Jinchuriki's childhood is not very good. Suddenly, Naruto jumped up suddenly, with a look of astonishment on his face. No, we are going to capture the centipede rebel ninja, but now we are leisurely eating ramen here, this. Hearing his concerns, Mirai looked at Minato, smiled slightly, and said, don't worry, people marked by Flying Thunder God can't escape at all. This made Minato couldn't help but smile bitterly. I still can't hide it from your eyes. When he kicked the man away just now, he had carved the 4 characters Sword of Ninja Love on his body. He thought he did it very secretly. Hearing this, Naruto was relieved. Dad is really amazing. Oh. Everything is so fast. What are we waiting for? Let's go over there. If it's too late, I'm afraid the centipede will do something weird. Listening to Naruto's urging, the 3 people in the future nodded. After Minato closed his eyes and sensed the mark, he smiled, "Don't worry, he is recovering at his home now. After all, the kick I just gave was quite powerful." Linghua has awakened the mother and son of the Queen of Lulan. When they learned that they were going to deal with Enlushan in the future, they immediately said, "Please let me help you." For the enemy who killed her husband, she wanted to tear him into pieces. But Walai shook her head. "My queen, you have things to do." As Walai said, he pointed to the outside world, "There are still many people of Lulan here, they need your guidance to go to a safe place for refuge. Because the battle will affect a large area." Hearing this, the Queen of Lulan was stunned. "This? But according to my investigation, Enlushan has already touched the power of the dragon vein. Without me, you can't close the dragon vein." Because Shek knew that the power source of these puppets all came from the dragon vein. At the beginning, Enlushan said that he would not touch the dragon vein. What made people speechless was that she actually believed it. Linghua suggested, "Then please evacuate your people as soon as possible, and then shut down the power of the dragon vein." "Okay." After thinking about it, the queen could only agree. Now she had no choice but to do so. She immediately stopped talking nonsense, took her daughter's hand, and hurried out of the ruins. Soon she met up with her guards. "My queen, are you okay?" the guard leader asked anxiously. Some of them saw the queen being taken away by a yellow-haired man, but the man was a ninja, and they lost their trace after just a few jumps. They were so anxious that they could only look around. Fortunately, thank God, the queen returned safely. The Queen of Lulan did not exchange too many pleasantries. She directly ordered, "Everyone, evacuate immediately. A big battle will soon break out here." Hearing this, the guard leader was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to understand something, and hurriedly shouted to his subordinates, "Go and arrange for people to evacuate." Yes. In fact, the battle in the study just now had already caused some people to evacuate. Now it is much easier to evacuate. Enlushan's house. There are a lot of people who don't know the truth here. Now that they can't find the queen, they instinctively come to Enlushan's ministers to seek safety. But soon, the guards led them to evacuate quickly. And every guard was very anxious. This is the core area of the battlefield, they don't want to die here. For those who don't want to leave and do the opposite, the guards don't say a word and directly draw their swords to scare them. Once they saw that the guards were serious, these people immediately couldn't stand up, and soon the place became empty. When the four of them came here, there was no one around. However, in order to avoid trouble, the three of them still put on masks. After all, they are not afraid of trouble, but the old men in the village are afraid. So it's better to have less trouble than more, and then ask the Queen of Lulan to promise not to disclose this matter. The most important thing is not to let the Sand Village know that their Konoha people have been in Lulan. At this moment, the future is opening the Sharingan. He looked at the surrounding pipes, all converging towards the underground of Enlushan's house. He waved his hand immediately, and in an instant, 8 detonating kunai were thrown out by him. Directly destroyed the 8 main pipes. In one fell swoop, the dragon vein's chakra was completely cut off. The remaining tiny chakra channels were simply a drop in the bucket. I was too lazy to destroy them in the future. Underground. Enlushan opened his eyes directly, and his face was very ugly. "You actually found me." But he soon laughed. "Well, my technique is complete, I will be immortal, ha ha ha." He immediately pulled his face. In an instant, a puppet figure appeared. His technique was to transform himself into a human puppet. Ha ha ha. The body is weak, the puppet ascends. "Damn Konoha, let me see how you can stop me from dominating the world." Ha ha ha. Now he will no longer have any weaknesses. Naruto wanted to ask something, but this voice came to his ears. This made him stunned for a moment. Then he noticed that the ground was shaking. It was as if something was about to come out from the ground. Not only that, there were dense clicks all around. One after another, purple rays were all coming towards them. "It's those puppets!" Naruto shouted. These puppets made him suffer a lot. In the study, if it wasn't for his father in another world who saved him, he would have been crushed into a pancake. Future drew out his knife and slashed several times in the direction where the puppets were flying. In an instant, several puppets were unable to dodge and were cut into pieces by Future's sword chi. But more of the chakra lines that controlled their movements were all cut off. This shocked Naruto, who saw Future's strength for the first time. Degree. Sigui. For him, such a tricky puppet was actually killed by him in one move. Walai smiled and said, fighting is not about who has the sharpest moves. These puppets are strong, but they still have fatal weaknesses. They all need chakra lines to move. Then as long as we attack this weakness, they will not be a threat. After hearing this, Naruto touched his nose awkwardly. This fighting style is quite Uchiha. Sasuke likes this kind of gorgeous fighting style, which can exchange the greatest gains with the smallest cost. At this time, the completely puppetized body of the centipede has emerged from the ground. He. Damn Konoha brats, die. As he said, he waved his blade-like front claws and swung them towards Walai and them. Just when Walai and them were about to withdraw, Naruto split a shadow clone. As soon as the shadow clone appeared, it immediately danced on his palm, and soon a ball appeared in his hand. This surprised Minato and Rika. Because they were very familiar with this technique, and it was taught to them by Mirai. Rasengan. Naruto roared and rushed directly towards the sharp blade. Hiss. Rika was so surprised that she opened her eyes slightly and couldn't help but joked, Minato, is your son so stubborn? Faced with the attack, he chose to fight head-on. This made Minato a little embarrassed. He really didn't know that Uzumaki Naruto would be so stubborn. Can't he dodge first and then wait for an opportunity to move? Mirai shook his head, don't look at him as a fool, this guy is very cunning, especially in fighting. I guess he probably wants to test the attack power of the centipede. Rika blinked twice and asked weakly, If you want to test, there is no need to hit head-on. Future. Okay, I can't make it up anymore. Chapter 626. The power of the Rasengan is greater than the hardness of the centipede's puppet body. With a shot from Naruto, his puppet blade was smashed directly. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. The hardness is not very strong, so this battle will be fought. Centipede was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that his puppet body would be smashed by a kid using that ninjutsu. However, he grinned and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Little brat, I am immortal, you die. He has many hands, like the sharp blade weapons just now, he can make as many as he wants. And he also discovered one thing, that is, the dragon vein has the power of creation. Look, he transformed himself into a puppet body with the power of the dragon vein. And he can also regenerate the puppet body at super speed. In other words, as long as the dragon vein is not dead, he will not be destroyed. Naruto's face changed drastically. He looked at the other giant sickle, which was coming back to him quickly. But he was already in the air at this moment, and there was no place to move his body. Just when he took out the chakra short knife and prepared to fight hard, a yellow light suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could react, he felt his eyes blurred. When he regained his sight, he found that he was back on the ground. Obviously, he was saved again. Arigato. After Minato laughed, he said solemnly, the battle of ninjas is very dangerous. You can't just rush forward with passion. It's easy to be calculated by the enemy and suffer a big loss. For him, Minato couldn't help but want to give him some advice. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly, that's stupid. For me, as long as I can defeat the enemy, it's fine. Minato. Is this really his son? Why do I feel like I didn't inherit anything except my hair color? He said it so cleverly. You still have the time to chat in front of me. It seems that you don't take me seriously at all. Beja was angry. He decided to teach them a lesson. He immediately opened his mouth, and a dazzling purple color appeared instantly. He rushed towards the future in an instant. Seeing this scene, the future and the others were not panicked at all, because they all saw Linghua move. She stepped forward and danced quickly. Return to heaven. This is the secret technique passed down by word of mouth in the main family of the Hyuga clan. People in the branch family have no way to master it. It is called the absolute defense technique by the Hyuga clan. As Linghua turned quickly, chakra immediately penetrated the body. In the blink of an eye, a semicircular blue cover suddenly appeared, covering the three of them. Naruto couldn't help but exclaimed again, amazing. She could release such a powerful Kaden. This sister in front of him was much stronger than Niji. As the beam dissipated, Beja's heart skipped a beat. His ultimate move couldn't break through. For a moment, he felt a sense of crisis. He roared again. Roar. Another ninja from Konoha, you are really haunting, you are everywhere. He recognized the Kaiten move, which was the move of the Hyuga family in Konoha village. As the roar came out, the puppets scattered around immediately seemed to be summoned, and all gathered around him. When Linghua dispersed Kaiten, the Beiju in front of him changed his appearance again. If he was a human-faced ghost spider before, then at this moment, he has become similar to the skeleton monster in King Kong. The lower limbs are a huge bloated tail without feet, and there are 2 huge hands on the body. The height is as high as 20 meters. Looking at him, people can't help but feel that they are very small. However, the corners of Minato's mouth twitched slightly. Is there any need to hide? All the secret ninjutsu were used. Ha ha ha. Power. I feel an extremely powerful force emerging. At this moment, he looked at the tiny person in front of him, and couldn't help but feel that the world was in my control. This feeling is really wonderful. Little brats of Konoha, become my stepping stone to the master of the world. He. He laughed wildly, waving his huge arms and punching at the future. Before the puppet fist arrived, the future felt the huge pressure and emerged. However, this pressure was not enough to make the future unable to move. And there is a flaw in the large size point, that is, the agility will be reduced. Futuri and several people dodged and avoided 100 meters away. The puppet's fist of the centipede just hit the ground. Boom! A deafening sound spread all around, and the place where they had just stood in the future had become a ruin. Looking at this scene, Naruto's face was a little solemn. More terrible than Sakura's strange power, if it hits a person, it will be 2 lumps. Future didn't say anything, he took out 2 shurikens from the ninja bag and threw them at the puppet with force. At the same time, his hands quickly formed seals, ninjutsu shuriken shadow clone technique. As he injected a large amount of chakra, the 2 shurikens immediately split into thousands of pieces. All of them blasted towards the puppet together. The density was comparable to the appearance of hundreds of machine guns firing at the same time. Although they were all shurikens made by shadow clones, at least they still existed in reality. Before it dissipated, the physical attack really acted on the puppet. In an instant, the thick carapace on the puppet's chest was immediately shattered by the torrent of shuriken. The human-faced demon spider that we saw just now was attached to the heart of the huge puppet. Although he no longer looked like a human, Mirai and others could see a deep shock on his face. But what followed was a look of disdain. Your attack power is indeed very sharp, but so what? Hat. With a light laugh from him. The scattered puppet parts around him immediately enveloped him. As the purple light on his body flashed, he once again restored the appearance of the tall puppet. As long as my regeneration speed is much faster than yours, I'm not afraid of anything. Thinking of this, he laughed even more wildly. Minato glanced at Mirai and found that the latter did not rush over with a knife as usual. At the same time, there was a look in his eyes that he was very familiar with. He obviously thought the same thing as himself. Naruto, stretch out your hand. He said to Naruto with a smile. When the latter was thinking about how to destroy the centipede, he heard Minato's words, which made him stunned for a moment. He instinctively stretched out his hand. Minato put both hands on his palms, and the next moment, a ball appeared. This scared Naruto. But he soon remembered that it took his father 3 years to develop this raise-nan. It seemed reasonable that he knew this trick. After Naruto condensed chakra in his palm, Minato retracted his hand and condensed another raise-nan. At this time, Naruto noticed something unusual. Because he could clearly feel that the ball in his hand seemed to be very agitated. Far less stable than before. He noticed that the ball in Minato's hand was also the same. When 2 chakras of similar nature meet, resonance will occur. Minato said, and handed the ball in his hand to Naruto. As the 2 balls gathered together, a light curtain suddenly spread out from Naruto's hand. Just like this. The strongest killer move in Raise-nan, Tai Chi Raise-nan was born. Naruto, oh. Although I don't understand, I feel it is powerful. Minato looked at Naruto, smiled slightly, and said, I will cover you this time, you can use this move to end him. Hearing this, Naruto immediately shouted excitedly, oh. Seeing Naruto agreed, Minato also took out the shuriken. Rushed towards the centipede extra-large puppet. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, Minato also used the same attack method as in the future. In an instant, the shuriken turned into raindrops all over the sky, and rushed directly to the puppet without mercy. However, the difference is that the damage caused by the Shuriken Shadow Clone this time is far less than that caused in the future. Obviously, the puppet's chest armor was thickened by the centipede. Chapter 627. Mirai didn't just stand there and watch. He raised his hand and used the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique to superimpose on Minato's attack. In an instant, the puppet breastplate that had just barely blocked the attack could no longer withstand it and broke apart, revealing the appearance of the centipede in puppet form. Good opportunity, Naruto. Minato's eyes lit up and he shouted hurriedly. Oh! Naruto responded and jumped high. The airflow on the Taichi Raise Nan directly wrapped around his whole body. It made him look like a sharp drill rushing towards the centipede. The latter was anxious when he saw this scene. Without saying a word, he controlled the arm of the huge puppet and wanted to use it to block Naruto's attack. Because he felt the strong aura of death from this move. If he was hit in the core by him, he would die. At this moment, a delicate cry came. 8 trigrams empty palm. This move is a long-range attack of the Hyuga clan. It can hit people at a long distance. As for the power, like other techniques, it depends on how much chakra the practitioner injects and the experience. Rika injected more chakra at this moment. Almost half of hers, of course, this is without using the chakra in the yin seal. Otherwise, with this S-level forbidden technique, she could have single-handedly defeated the 100-foot. Naruto was ready to resist the puppet's giant hand, but he didn't expect that there would be external help. He glanced at Rika, and suddenly remembered the shy girl in his heart. She looked very weak and cried a lot when she was a child, but she was exceptionally strong. Whether it was the Chunin exam or the pain invasion, she stood firmly in front of him. Maybe, she is Hinata's mother. The two are really too similar. But he cares more about Sasuke's fellow tribesmen. Judging from his several attacks, this guy is very strong. Why haven't I heard of such a person in Uchiha? Parallel world. At this moment, he seemed to understand something. He thought a lot, but in reality, Ling Hua blew away the giant puppet hand. Let the centipede's true body be revealed. What? The centipede was very shocked. No, I just wanted to be strong, and God arranged these 4 monsters to fight me. Don't you think too highly of me? For a while, he could only increase the power of the dragon vein to speed up the regeneration of the puppet chest armor, and at the same time, he tried his best to fall to one side. Want to avoid Naruto's attack. But the huge body, although it brought him unparalleled power, also made him very bloated and inconvenient to move. However, purple lightning immediately bloomed on the huge body, trying to interfere with Naruto with this move. As long as he missed the target, it would be fine. Naruto didn't care and went forward. The Taichi Raise Nan in his hand drilled through the lightning net and finally collided with the puppet's attack. The latter was directly shattered like a dead tree and rotten wood. At the same time, the airflow also wrapped Naruto, saving him from a certain degree of battle. Feeling the familiar and unfamiliar chakra coming from the ball, Naruto smiled. He smiled happily. Because this was a fight between father and son. Xinei. With his roar, the ball in his hand seemed to be inspired by something and instantly became huge. The attack was even more devastating, blasting towards the centipede who had just regenerated part of the chest armor. The centipede's face turned pale in an instant, although he was still a puppet. But the shock in his heart still betrayed his thoughts at this time. No. With his roar, Naruto had already passed through his left chest, which was the body of the centipede puppet, from holding the Taichi Raise Nan. At the same time, 1,000 meters away from Lulin, Lei Xiao covered his chest with one hand and fell to the ground with an unbelievable look on his face. A delicate red-haired boy was revealed behind him. His eyes were dull and indifferent, as if he was looking at a pile of garbage. There was no emotional fluctuation. Why? Lei Xiao fell to the ground, his face quickly turning blue and purple. It was obvious that he was poisoned, but he didn't know how he was poisoned. I don't like waiting for others. The red-haired boy said expressionlessly. Hearing this, Lei Xiao's eyes widened and looked at him in astonishment. Just for this outrageous reason? It's too unfair for me to die. After he was unwilling to be stunned for a moment, he fell limply in the cold desert. The red-haired boy just watched him silently, watching his body quickly get cold. Then he slowly took out the sealed seal the scroll and put Lei Xiao's body into it. Then he added silently. And you are an important means for me to assassinate that person. As he said that, he walked towards Lulin silently. He couldn't be exposed now, so he needed to see Lulin's recent situation. If possible, he would plan a terrorist attack and blame Lulin for Lei Xiao's death. Third generation Kazekage, I really want to see what expression you will have when you are killed by your own brother. Regarding the surprise attack plan of Konoha at the beginning, did Cho Grandma and the others think that he would not know if they didn't tell him? But he couldn't hide it for a lifetime, he already knew it. This was a surprise attack planned by the third generation Kazekage, intending to take advantage of Konoha's emptiness and the large troops on the front line to capture Konoha in one fell swoop. The plan was good, but his parents died forever in the hands of Konoha. So he hated the initiator of this plan, that is, the third generation Kazekage. He was ready to die together. Anyway, this world is so illusory, life is so fragile, it is better to be eternal than a puppet. After Naruto fell to the ground, he turned his head and found that he had pierced a hole in the heart of the huge puppet. The puppetized centipede that was originally there had long disappeared. Hey! He breathed a sigh of relief and said easily, "Great, the centipede was destroyed by us." But the three people in the future smiled and shook their heads. No, not yet. Because he sensed that a familiar chakra suddenly appeared underground. It was the centipede that was doomed to die just now. Minato looked at the underground, he could sense that the flying thunder god seal was moving quickly, and couldn't help frowning and said, "Is he using the substitution technique to save his life again?" Substitution technique has a distance limit, but this guy replaced the puppet in the underground passage to his original position, and he himself appeared in the original place of the puppet. It should be said that in terms of saving lives, the future is willing to call him the strongest. Let's go quickly. We can't let him get the dragon vein. Otherwise, it will be too difficult. Minato immediately made a seal, "Catch me." Hearing this, Mirai and Linghua hurried forward and put their hands on his shoulders. Naruto also instinctively grabbed Minato. Flying Thunder God first stage. With his light shout, the four people present disappeared instantly. There was only the airflow generated by their sudden disappearance. At this time, the Queen of Lulin arrived late. She had just gone to settle the people of Lulin. After realizing that the battle here had stopped, she hurried back. When she realized that Mirai and the others had disappeared, she ran towards the earth vein without thinking. She is the queen, and only she can close the dragon vein. Beiju looked at the dragon vein port that was close at hand, and the puppet's eyes showed a bright color in a humanized way. Dragon vein! Ha ha ha! As long as I swallow the dragon vein, I will be an immortal ninja, ha 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 ha! At that time, he was fully capable of avenging his previous shame and returning all the failures he suffered to them double. Especially those two yellow-haired people. He was annoyed just looking at them. What a pity, you are destined to not make it. At this moment, four figures suddenly appeared not far from him. The words just now were said by the black-haired boy. As soon as he saw them, Beiju became even more angry. Get out of the way. Mirai was too lazy to argue with him, so he directly pulled out Tessaigan and exhaled a wind wound directly. This made Minato on the side twitch his mouth. You said you would hide your identity, why did you pull out Tessaigan? You are afraid that people don't know that you are Uchiha Mirai. After all, as far as he knows, he is the only one in the world who can give the sword the ability to transform. But if you kill Beiju, it will not be considered as not being exposed. Beiju's face changed drastically. He immediately moved his hands and tail together, barely avoiding Walai's move. But his tail was not so lucky. It was directly cut in half by Walai's move. For a moment, countless hidden weapons fell out, most of which were poison needles and poison gas. However, the residual power of wind wound just now was still there, causing all the poison gas to rush towards Beiju. Walai glanced behind him. Then he spit out an egg and handed it to Linghua. I'll play with him. Chapter 628. Beiju looked at the future with great fear. His body was recovering rapidly, and turned into a termite-like shape again. Based on his many years of experience, the man in front of him must have a big move that has not been exposed. Damn it, why is it so difficult for me to be an ambitious villain? After finally activating the dragon vein, he traveled through time and space to the past, and used countless conspiracies and tricks to finally get some of the power of the dragon vein. I thought he had shaken off Konoha's pursuers, but unexpectedly, the yellow-haired boy also chased after him. That's fine. Although it's a bit tricky, he doesn't care. But what are the three Anbu dressed in front of him? They look young, but their strength is abnormal. And the elusive yellow-haired masked man. He didn't even sense how he moved just now. His speed is so fast. He can still feel the pain in his waist. Oh my god, my start is too difficult. Mirai didn't want to guess how intense his inner thoughts were. He raised his hand and swung out several more sword chi. The sharp appearance directly pierced Beige's face and changed wildly. You can't take it head on, otherwise you will be split. Immediately, he quickly swam along the wall, and for a moment, he actually avoided Mirai's slash. Oh. Your body has become smaller, but your sensitivity has increased a lot. Thinking of this, he immediately rushed towards him with the mad knife. Only Minato, Rika, and Naruto were left there. The latter was holding a ball the size of a human head and was about to walk towards the Dragon Vein port. Naruto on the side asked in confusion, "Aren't we going to help? Just watching here, I always feel uncomfortable." In every battle, he was the first to fight. Ling Hua smiled and comforted him, "No, just let him play. As for the strength of the future, even if they are the closest, they can't sense it specifically. It always feels like he has a hand or two hidden." Naruto heard this and glanced at the wall behind him. At this time, it was the future holding the domineering machete, chasing the centipede. For a moment, the former looked very embarrassed. It really looked like he didn't need help, so he couldn't help but look at Ling Hua. Curiously asked, "What are you going to do?" "The mission is confidential, no comment." Ling Hua shrugged and blocked his mouth with the word confidential. Naruto heard this and shrugged helplessly. He is also a ninja, so he naturally knows the secrets of the mission. He was just curious and asked just now. At this time, Minato had quickly formed seals with both hands. The speed of the hand seals dazzled Naruto. Based on the short time they got along, Minato had already noticed that Naruto had a bit of a natural personality. Without waiting for him to ask, he explained, "Baiziu has a deep understanding of substitute technique. I want to use contract unlocking to destroy all his substitute materials." Oh. Inside Konoha village. At this time, there was also a silent activity going on. Relying on the identity of a masked man and the remaining reincarnation eye power, Hyuga Ran quietly assassinated several members of the Hyuga clan. At this moment, she was holding a still warm Bun of the clan. The clan did not have the caged bird curse seal on them, so even if the Bun was dug out, there was no need to worry about it being destroyed by the caged bird. "I have collected 38 pairs of Bun. I wonder if they can be fused into the reincarnation eye," she murmured, and then turned her head to look at the mansion of the Hyuga clan leader. At present, she has not taken action against the clan leader's family. By the way, there are 3 old immortals from the main family, who seem to have accompanied Hayashi to the capital of the Land of Fire. They haven't come back yet. "Patriarch, can you lend me your Bun?" She whispered softly, and quietly moved towards the Patriarch's courtyard. And all her actions were clearly seen by Madara, who was far away in the underground of the Land of Rain. He looked at Hyuga Ran in the live broadcast, and his mouth became more and more contemptuous. "Hyuga clan, hee hee." When Uzumaki White Zetsu heard Madara's sneer, he hurriedly asked, "Madara, didn't you tell us not to care about Hyuga Ran? Why did you let White Zetsu help her cover up her breath? If it weren't for White Zetsu's real body secretly cleaning up the rear, I'm afraid that Hyuga Ran would have been discovered when she assassinated the third person. Because she is too stupid. So stupid that he couldn't bear to watch it. That's why Baiju secretly helped her, to prevent this chess piece from being destroyed before it could play its role. And I also want to see if she can integrate Oh." Uzumaki Hakuzetsu nodded in understanding, and then hung it on the wall as a decoration. Rika thought that even if the ball contained space, it should not be able to store much, but unexpectedly, 3 minutes had passed, and there was no sign of full absorption. At this moment, the centipede had been cut by the future to only the part above the neck. The termite-like body had been beaten into powder by the future, and the power of the dragon vein was intercepted by the chakra storage. So the centipede could not regenerate at super speed, and only a head was left, staring with dead fish eyes. He wanted to use the puppet substitute technique to escape, but every time he activated it, a sealing chain would hinder his actions. "Kill me." Baiziu wanted to cry but had no tears. It was too difficult for him to be a villain. The game started with hell-level difficulty. Alas! If I had known, I would have grown up in a lowly way for a few more years. Now, I have gone too far. If I could do it again, I would. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and a little hope immediately appeared in his dead heart. At the beginning, he rushed to this world through the huge power of the dragon vein. If he let the dragon vein run wild again, could he travel through time and space and go to another timeline? Just when he was secretly thinking about what to do, the half-smiled voice of the future came over. Don't think about how to escape. All your thoughts are in my eyes, nothing can escape. At this moment, the red light on the ball, which had been flashing, immediately turned green after a ding. Full. Minato asked hurriedly. Rika had been guarding the chakra storage device. Hearing this, she nodded and said, yes, it's full. The mission was finally completed. Future looked at Naruto with a smile and suddenly asked, do you want to go around this parallel world? Hearing this, Naruto was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. But he soon shook his head. No, I have my own world, and my companions should be waiting for me to go back. Hearing this, Mirai nodded. Then he swung his sword and chopped off the puppet head of the centipede. In an instant, he was deader than dead. After the centipede died, Naruto suddenly discovered that he was glowing. At the same time, a repulsive force gradually spread throughout his body. It was as if the world was rejecting him. Although it was not as sharp as when he faced Pain Tendu. But it seemed very grand, as if he was facing the world, and he couldn't think of resisting at all. For a moment, he had an epiphany in his heart. Is he going back to his original world? He hurriedly stepped forward and hugged Minato, and tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. He had a lot of words in his heart at this moment, and he didn't know how to say them. In the end, thousands of words converged into one word. Take care. Be careful of the masked man, he is the culprit who manipulated the Nine Tails Rebellion. After saying that, he disappeared directly into Minato's arms. He felt the empty embrace, and his eyebrows were full of pride. Because he could clearly feel that his son was very good. It's a pity that Kushina was not brought here. At this time, Linghua had already walked over with the ball, and she frowned slightly. Don't you need to seal the memory? It would be bad if it caused a time and space paradox. She wanted to say this just now, but Naruto came from the future, so it was not very important whether his memory was sealed or not. What was important was the memory of the three of them. Once he knew something in the future, even if he pretended not to know, his personal behavior would be affected in his daily life, thus affecting the future. Future shook his head, he took back the mad sword, and said, if Naruto came from our world to the past, it would indeed require the three of us to seal the memory. But it is obvious that Naruto came from another world. So our future is still unknown, and there is no need to worry about things that are said in the future not happening. There is no need to worry about the occurrence of time and space paradoxes. At this time, the queen finally arrived. She panted and looked around. Where is Lushan? Where did he go? Chapter 629. In the future, they are already on their way home. In view of this crisis, Queen Lulin is willing to make peace with Konoha and sign an alliance contract. Moreover, she is not stingy with the dragon vein chakra they need in the future, and generously says that they can take it. Anyway, the dragon vein power is inexhaustible. Even if it is gone for a while, as long as you sleep, it will be full again the next day. When they return to Konoha in the future, it is already noon the next day. However, a horrifying incident happened in Konoha. The night before yesterday, the main family of the Hyuga clan, except for Hayashi and the three elders, were all slaughtered, and even the clan leader was dead. Their bin was dug out. Now, Konoha Anbu, Konoha Root, Konoha High Level, and Uchiha Security Department are all investigating this vicious incident with all their strength. But no one noticed this the night before, and even the barrier did not cause a ripple. The people of the main family were killed instantly by ghosts in silence. When Linghua heard the news, she was stunned for a moment. Then a strange smile appeared on her lips that no one noticed. But she concealed it well, and no one noticed anything. Even Minato didn't notice it, because he was frowning and thinking about something at the moment. He leaned close to Mirai's ear and whispered, Mirai, do you think it was that adult who did it? As far as he knew, he was familiar with Konoha's barrier, could enter and exit freely, and knew the patrol time of Konoha's Anbu and the police department. And there was only that one person who had the ability to kill people silently. Hearing this, Mirai shook his head. He glanced at Linghua, and his intuition told him that Linghua must have been behind this. But the latter looked innocent. In addition, there were many people here, and it was not the place to talk about this matter. Not sure, let's go to the Hokage's office first. Yet, along the way, Mirai and the others could feel Konoha's vigilance, because they had already encountered 10 waves of interrogation just from the Konoha gate to the Hokage's office. When they all arrived at the Hokage's office, the whole person was almost turned over by someone, even the color of their underwear was turned over. Before they entered the office, they heard the quarrel between the third Hokage and Danzo inside. Sarutobi, how many times have I told you that it was definitely not done by our roots? If it's not your roots, then tell me, who has the opportunity and strength to quietly destroy the main family? The Hyuga main family is not a drunkard, even if there are more than 40 pigs for us to chop, there will always be 1 or 2 who escape. Danzo said, and the expression on his face became more gnashing. You know my root. If we have this strength, do you think you can still sit on your position as Hokage? I snatched it from you long ago. Then tell me, who did it? How the hell do I know who did it? Danzo said speechlessly. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he shouted hurriedly, it must be the evil Uchiha who did it. They have this strength, and they also have the identity of the police department. They can easily do it quietly. Outside the door. Future, _ Yes, yes, it was all done by us Uchiha. Danzo continued, there must be a Mangeki in their clan. If they have the Mangekyo Sharingan, then it would be easy for them to kill the people of the main family. The third generation was silent. Obviously he was also thinking about the information. In Konoha village, apart from the Anbu, the Uchiha has the greatest power. The second is the root. If they really had the Mangeki, they could have done it quietly. Outside the door, Minato patted Mirai's shoulder with some concern. He also felt uncomfortable with the conversation inside. Suspecting Uchiha for no reason, this. Mirai smiled at him and said she didn't care. Anyway, Danzo just couldn't stand Uchiha, and he knew it a long time ago. But it was obvious that Orochimaru was not in the office. So the 3 of them were too lazy to go in and went directly to Orochimaru's home. Originally, they came here to ask who were the suspicious people. Who would have thought that as soon as they arrived, they heard Danzo say that Uchiha was the most suspicious. Then what was he asking? At Orochimaru's home. Orochimaru was indeed at home. When he got the chakra storage device, he was obviously excited. Then Mirai told them what they had encountered, even the things in the parallel world, which surprised Orochimaru. Dragon veins can actually allow people to travel through time and space. After hesitating for a moment, Minato looked at teacher Orochimaru and asked, Teacher, what is going on with the Hyuga clan? Hearing Minato's question, Orochimaru restrained the joy on his face. He suddenly looked at Rika. Obviously, someone is going for the Rinnegan. And it is very likely that they are coming for you, Rika. During the trip to the moon, he knew about the Rinnegan and the 2 ways to merge into the Rinnegan. The first is the chakra of the Otsutsuki clan plus the Bun of the Hyuga clan, which requires high strength eyes and chakra quality of both parties. The other is the fusion of a large number of Bun. And the Hyuga clan lost so many people from the main family overnight, and there were almost no casualties in the branch family. The purpose is already very clear. Among his disciples, Rika has already transformed into the Rinnegan. So he suspected that someone wanted to defeat Rika with the same eyes. Although this idea the method is a bit far-fetched, but he thinks it is right. It is his intuition. Hearing this, Linghua looked at teacher Orochimaru in surprise. She never expected that the teacher would notice this. No need to think, there is only one person who killed the main family and took away his eyes. Hyuga Ran. Her former fiancé, now a hermaphrodite. It seems that the last time I defeated her with great difficulty, I finally let her go on the path I designed. Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Let her come, my reincarnation eye is not a vegetarian. Although there is no last fetal movement, it can already allow her to exert her good combat power. Once the fetal movement is completed, she can enter the reincarnation eye chakra mode, and her strength will increase significantly, and then she can protect the future. Orochimaru and the other 2 looked at Linghua unexpectedly. After thinking about it, he said, just be careful. If you have any difficult problems, you can always come to me. I think your teacher is still quite capable. Hinata Rika nodded and did not refuse, okay, teacher. After the 4 masters and apprentices exchanged a few more words in private, the 3 of them left Orochimaru's home. Minato was going to find Kushina. And Mirai was sending Rika home. On the way, People were discussing the murder of the main family. If you want to say who is the happiest about the murder of the main family, it is the branch family that has been exploited. The future met several groups of people from the branch family, and their smiles were harder to suppress than pigs during the Chinese New Year. After arriving at a place with few people, Mirai suddenly asked softly, "It was Hinata-ran who did it?" Hearing this, Rika nodded, and there was nothing she wanted to hide. Yet, can a large number of Bian really merge into Renshengan? The future suddenly asked again. Ling Hua looked around and didn't sense anyone, then whispered, "It's not a simple fusion, it also requires a special seal to make the pupil power of the Bian turn into the Rin-Egan. As she said, she frowned slightly. At first I thought she could kill 4 or 5 people from the main family at most, but I didn't expect that she could kill 99% of the main family members silently. It seems that there is an unknown force behind her to assist her." When Ling Hua said this, the future was also slightly stunned. The look also became solemn. Indeed, it is difficult for her to do this alone. Ling Hua turned her head and looked at the future. Although she was blindfolded, she looked very serious and said, "Future, if she wants to attack you, you must not fight, come to me directly, okay? No one knows the power of the Rin-Egan better than her. At first I thought she could only hold down the Byakugan at most, and couldn't fuse the Rin-Egan, but now I'm not sure anymore." Hearing this, I couldn't help but hug her gently, and said calmly, "Don't underestimate me, I'm also very strong." Chapter 630. Mirai's words made Ling Hua stunned for a moment. When she wanted to say something, a group of people came from behind and interrupted what she wanted to say. This group of people were from the Haiga branch family. They naturally noticed Haiga Ling Hua, and the smile on their mouths became brighter. To be honest, if it weren't for Haiga Hayashi and the 3 elders of the main family who were still there and kept putting pressure on Konoha, they would have planned not to pursue the matter. They even bought a few firecrackers to celebrate. So when they went out, they couldn't suppress their smiles. Hee. If you ask me, we really should thank that person. If it weren't for him, I'm afraid we would still be oppressed by the main family. His rebellious words immediately caused his companions' faces to change slightly. He glanced at Uchiha Mirai without leaving a trace, and hurriedly hugged the man's shoulders. "You are drunk." Haiga Ling Hua and the others knew, and the other party was also from the branch family, so it was nothing to hear, but Uchiha Mirai was not. He is a member of the Uchiha clan. If he tells the 4 remaining members of the main family of Haiga Hayashi what happened just now, they will definitely die. Because those 4 people still have the bird in a cage technique in their hands. Once they activate the technique, they will not be able to escape death even if they hide at the ends of the earth. So the words his companion said were more like an explanation to the future. The future did not care about them, but looked at Ling Hua. "You should also be careful. If there is really a big problem, you can call me directly, and I will definitely rush to your side as quickly as possible." "Yes." After responding, Haiga Ling Hua also followed the people of the branch family and returned to the Haiga mansion. Because this group of people have arrived home, the gloating expressions on their faces immediately changed to sad expressions. As if they were ashamed of not finding the murderer. There were a large number of people from the branch family coming in and out at the door, and their expressions were almost the same. As if they were carved from the same mold, all of them were filled with sadness and grief. However, after stepping out of the door, the expressions on their faces changed immediately, as if the door had the magical ability to isolate people's joy and sorrow. The 2 brothers, who used to like to stand at the door, were not here at the moment. They were all in the mourning hall, mourning for their father. After taking a few glances, Ling Hua returned to her home. When she saw the fine hair clipped in the secret compartment, her brows frowned slightly. Untouched. So she opened the secret compartment and saw the diary placed inside. Her brows frowned slightly. Hinata-ran, I originally thought you were a flat-chested and brainless person, but now it seems that I was wrong, at least you are much luckier than me. Then the question is, her notebook is intact, and there is no sign of it not being turned over. How did Hinata-ran know that a large number of Bian can be merged into Renshengan? At first, her idea was to let Haiga-ran kill the main family for the Rin-Egan. Anyway, she didn't know how to merge into the Rin-Egan, so she was not afraid at all. But now, it seems that things are not going well. I have to go see her tonight. After Mirai returned home, he found that his parents and sister were there. They were also confused and puzzled about the assassination of the main family of the Hyuga clan. After seeing Mirai coming back, they stopped talking. "Hey, you're back?" Hong Hong asked in surprise. "Sister, when did you come back?" When Mirai saw his sister, he threw away the thought in his mind and ran towards his sister with a happy face. "Just came back not long ago." Hong Hong hugged her brother who was a head taller than her, and then turned around twice in the room. "Do you miss me, your sister?" "Yes." "Hee hee." Dezhuang and Mieko on the side couldn't help laughing when they saw the intimate interaction between the siblings. "It's good to be back." In the ruins. Hinata Lan looked at the document on the mural in the ruins and frowned slightly. How could this happen? The document on the mural recorded how to merge the Bian into the Ranchenjian. It's just a ruin, and those who know will know. After thousands of years, the fonts on the mural have evaporated and become mottled. And the most important part has disappeared, which makes her have no idea how to merge. For a while, her fists creaked. But soon, she let go. She said coldly, "Come out, I know you are following and monitoring me." In fact, 3 years ago, she had this feeling. I still remember that when she followed the future for the first time, she was discovered by the other party and almost had her mask lifted by the other party. But at that time, she remembered that she used a one-time teleportation talisman to avoid Uchiha Future's hand. I didn't feel anything at the time. But this time, she felt something strange. At that time, she must have been saved by someone. It's just that the other party didn't want to reveal his identity, so he implanted a false memory in her. As time passed, this false memory began to become less obvious. This made her realize that something was wrong. As her words fell, a white figure suddenly emerged slowly behind her. "How did you find me?" White Zetsu's original body asked curiously. He didn't think that his hiding skills would be noticed by Hyuga Ran. Hyuga Ran didn't answer him, but frowned slightly. "Why is it you?" She thought of everyone, but not White Zetsu. After all, in her eyes, the latter is much better at hiding. In terms of combat power, he is probably not even as good as her. White Zetsu was stunned and asked in confusion, "You are not looking for me? Is Black Zetsu exposed?" At this moment, the voice of Black Zetsu came from the bottom of his heart. "Don't let him know my existence." "Oh." White Zetsu responded and turned to look at Hinata Ran. He planned to change the subject. "Without my help, do you think you would be so relaxed the night before yesterday and knock down all the people of the main family?" Hearing this, Hinata Ran was indeed diverted. She said in astonishment, "It's you." That's what she said. Why is it so easy for her? It turns out that she has the help of White Zetsu. Although this guy's strength is not very good, it is still very good to be a support. Thinking about it, she cautiously asked again, "Is it Master Madara's intention?" "Yes." White Zetsu responded, and then said, "Master Madara wants to see how far you can dance." As he said that, he walked to the ruins murals. He looked at these murals curiously. Although there are some differences from his memory, most of the things described above are true. The places that are different from his memory are obviously tempered by Black Zetsu. Of course, there is no record of infinite moon reading. Black Zetsu is only recorded on the stone tablet left in the Uchiha clan. White Zetsu's body suddenly turned his head curiously and looked at Hinata Ran, "Speaking of which, you suddenly killed more than half of the clan members. Don't you feel bad in your heart? After all, they are members of the same clan, and he can see that the main family treats her well." But she just slashed with her sword. She sent all the people of the main family to the west one by one. Hinata Lan said coldly, "If their death can exchange for my power of reincarnation then they definitely deserve to die." This made the White Zetsu body stunned for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and looked at Hinata Lan. Tisk tisk tisk. At this moment, he finally understood why White Master looked down on her. If it were me, I would look down on her too. When a person has no bottom line in her heart, she is doomed to fail. Thinking of this, he made up his mind that he should have less involvement with such people in the future. So he said the main purpose of this time. "I have a way to merge Bian here, do you want to try it?" Hearing this, Hinata Lan was stunned for a moment, then widened his eyes and looked at the White Zetsu body in disbelief. "You have a way?" The White Zetsu body said, and directly threw a scroll to Hinata Lan. Then he merged into the ground without looking back. "This is the last time I will help you." It's up to you to decide how far I can go. Hinata-ran didn't care what Baizetsu said. She quickly opened the scroll and looked at the method recorded on it with great excitement. She even compared it with the documents on the wall. She was so excited that she stopped breathing when she saw the end. Her face was flushed. Ha 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 ha. Hinata Reka, your doomsday has come. Uchiha is mine. He he he. Chapter 631. The matter of the Hyuga clan was a hot topic. At least that was the case in Konoha village. Hayashi and the 3 surviving elders would come to the Hokage's office every day. This gave the 3rd Hokage a headache. 3rd Hokage, it's been 4 days, and the murderer hasn't been caught yet. A Hyuga elder looked very angry. He suspected that this was done by the Konoha high-level officials. Otherwise, who would have the ability to kill all the people of the clan quietly? But there was no evidence, and at present they still needed to rely on Konoha, so he could only keep similar words in his heart and dared not say them out loud, for fear of angering Konoha. But the problem was that 4 days had passed, and they didn't even know who the murderer was. The 3rd Hokage smiled bitterly. If he could find the murderer so easily, he wouldn't be so miserable in the office facing his complaints. Elder Hyuga, please give us some time, we will definitely find out the truth. Hearing this, Elder Hyuga's face became even uglier. Look. It's the same rhetoric again. He has heard it countless times in the past 4 days. At first, he trusted the 3rd generation and the others very much, but now, his patience has been worn out. The 3rd generation, this old guy, is really getting more and more inactive as he gets older. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Danzo standing beside him, with a flickering light in his white eyes. These days have passed, but the murderer has not been caught yet. Could it be because the murderer is this guy? As soon as this idea came up, it quickly took root in his mind. Because the only one in Hyuga who had a conflict with the top leaders was Danzo. This guy wanted their Hyuga people to join the route before. But they all refused. Could it be that he had some evil intentions, so he used all the power of the root, and finally quietly harmed more than 40 people in the main family? And the relationship between the 3rd generation and Danzo is unclear. Could it be that the 3rd generation is protecting him? That's why 4 days have passed, and there is no progress at all. Because this is a play they directed and acted by themselves. Thinking of this, the resentment in his heart became several times stronger. Byakugan and Sharingan are both plug-and-play blood limit. For a while, he looked at Danzo with a weirder look. Because the bandages on Danzo's body have special abilities that can block many perception abilities. Why do they need to be blocked? Is there something that cannot be seen in the light? Danzo was frightened by his eyes. He frowned and coughed twice. Ahem. Elder Hyuga, what's that look in your eyes? The 3 forces of my route, the Hokage's Anbu, and the Uchiha Police Department have all been dispatched. If they didn't find the thief, it only means that the thief is very cunning. But don't worry, we Konoha will definitely give you Hyuga an explanation for this matter. Elder Hyuga was silent for a while. So many people were dispatched to search, but they couldn't find any clues. This itself means a lot. Either it was done by the top leaders of Konoha, but they protected each other, so I didn't notice it. Or it was done by someone who was strong enough, otherwise it would be impossible to do it so perfectly. Of the 2 ideas, he was more inclined to the first one. As for the second one, their Hyuga clan stayed at home every day, never leaving the front door. How could they make enemies with powerful people? But, should I really say it? Once I say it, the relationship between Konoha and Hyuga will be completely broken. And he was accusing without any evidence. No, this matter is too big, he can't handle it alone. He has to go back and discuss it with the young master and the other 3. So he retracted his gaze and asked again, how long will it take us to find out who the murderer is? This question stumped the 3rd generation. How could he know how long it would take? In short, we will do it as soon as possible. Danzo also said, don't worry, your Hyuga clan is the Hyuga of our Konoha. We will never stand idly by when such a terrible thing happens. Okay, then I will go back first and wait for good news. As he said, he saluted and left with a very ugly face. Not long after he left, Danzo said angrily, this Hyuga clan is really arrogant. What kind of strong man did they provoke? They don't even have a clue, but they just come here to urge us to. We are not idle, we are also working hard to find the murderer. Hello. Listening to his old friend's complaints, the third generation smiled bitterly and comforted him, "Don't be angry, they are the victim's family members after all, and it is understandable that they are emotionally abnormal." As he said that, he looked at the pile of documents on the desk. All of them were personnel information files. The top one was the information of a beautiful girl named Hyga. "Haven't you found Hyga-ran yet?" This was an abnormal point they found. The main family did not plant the bird in the cage curse seal in the list. Except for Hyga Hayashi and the 3 elders who accompanied him to the capital of the fire country, only this person was left and his life or death was unknown. Many people speculated that perhaps this person was taken away by the murderer of the main family. These days, they have been trying their best to track down this person's whereabouts. No. Danzo shook his head. But when it comes to Hyga-ran, Danzo said he had something to say. "This girl is very strange. She is obviously the blood of the branch family outside, but she doesn't need to plant the bird in the cage technique when she returns to the clan. More than a year ago, she disappeared for a long time when she was performing a solo mission in the Rain Country. It was not until recently that she rushed back in a hurry." Danzo said. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Another strange thing is that this person seems to have special ideas about Uchiha Mirai. Our people have found out that she has followed Uchiha Mirai more than once." As he said, he looked straight at the third generation. "According to my opinion, this time the bad incident of the main family was definitely done by Uchiha. Don't forget, the teacher said that their clan is very evil." Third generation. "Yes, my old friend's Uchiha hating syndrome has struck again. And it has been getting worse recently, and he always brings it up to Uchiha. Although he also thinks that Uchiha is very suspicious. But if there is no evidence, you can't say anything. They are the top leaders of Konoha, and they should be responsible for what they say." He put aside his old friend's last words and pondered, "The last time the Otsutsuki clan appeared on Earth, did you find out who eliminated them?" Hearing this, Danzo was slightly stunned. Frowning, he said, "Do you suspect that it was that person?" After the last detailed survey, they found that it was very likely that one person wiped out 3,000 Otsutsuki clan members in a short period of time. This conclusion shocked everyone present. That was 3,000 people, not 3,000 cabbages. Even if it was just one person, it would take a long time and he would be exhausted. But no matter who went to survey, the conclusions were similar. This was a 1 on 3,000 crushing battle. Well, apart from this mysterious man, I really can't think of anyone else who could quietly wipe out the people of the main family. And didn't you notice that the methods of both are very similar, both are silent and swift? After being reminded by the third generation, Danzo also felt that it was very likely. I will let the people of the route focus on exploring this aspect. Well. Soon, the office fell into silence. The 3 of them, Mirai, gathered in Orochimaru's laboratory. At this time, Orochimaru was testing the properties of the Dragon Vein Chakra. After seeing Mirai and them coming, he said excitedly, "As I expected, the power contained in this Dragon Vein is very strong. It is also very pure, it is like another kind of natural chakra that is everywhere. If I use this energy, I may have a chance to complete my plan." The future blinked curiously, "Is this energy enough?" Although he didn't know how much chakra there was in the chakra storage, just looking at it, it didn't seem to be very pretentious. Of course not enough, at least a dozen more. But he really had no idea how much he needed. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Why not let that guy, Birahu, explore the way for him first? For a moment, he was a little moved. Chapter 632. In the Hyga mansion. In the main family compound, it was all white. The hall was filled with coffins, which looked a bit creepy at first glance. Hayashi was kneeling in front of the first coffin, and next to him was his younger brother. The remaining 3 elders of the main family were busy with other things. One was in the Hokage's office, and the other was in the Yamanaka clan, asking them to extract the deceased's memory before death. But the effect was not great. Otherwise, the murderer would not have been found after so many days. Fortunately, the Hyga family was large and powerful, and they could spare a room to place all the coffins, and there were people to keep vigil. In addition to the 2 brothers Hyga and Hayashi, there were also people from the branch family. Although people born as the second son of the main family would be sent to the branch family, no matter how much the people of the branch family hated the main family. Facing the tragic death of their parents, they would also feel heartbroken. Therefore, almost everyone who could come to keep vigil in the branch family came. This made the hall look less shabby. Hyuga Hayashi didn't know how long he knelt, but his face was unusually haggard. Obviously, he hadn't slept well these days. If we talk about the saddest person in the Hyuga clan, he is the first one. Hisashi. He suddenly said. His voice was very hoarse, as if part of his throat was swollen, and he could hardly speak clearly. Brother. Behind him, Hayashi hurried forward to respond. Hayashi swallowed his saliva to moisten his dry throat, and his words became clearer. Who do you think did it? Hayashi was stunned. He didn't expect that his brother didn't speak these days, but asked this question as soon as he opened his mouth. Konoha is still investigating. Hearing his brother's words, Hayashi turned his head and looked at Hayashi. His originally pure and flawless eyes were now full of blood. You have been at home all the time. I don't believe you didn't notice it. Hayashi said, approaching his brother directly, so that their heads were touching each other. They could smell each other's breath, and even the tip of their noses was squeezed and deformed. He immediately pressed his head when he noticed that his brother wanted to dodge. After being treated like this by Hyuga Hayashi, Hisashi's eyes subconsciously dodged. He actually had a vague guess in his heart, but he had no evidence, and how could she, a weak woman, do this alone? So he often told himself these days that this was not her doing, and she might have been kidnapped. But that night he saw the look in her eyes when she looked at him, full of madness. He wanted to take it for himself. Then the next day he found the scene of the destruction of the main family. These days, the crazy and eager eyes of the girl would flash in his mind from time to time. He was tortured to exhaustion. To be honest, he could hardly convince himself. Especially when he couldn't find her, his suspicion of her was growing day by day. Hayashi was staring at his brother's eyes, and he naturally noticed his panicked dodge just now. This made his voice a little louder. Who is it? For a moment, all the people in the morning hall who were guarding the spirit looked at the Hayashi brothers. Their eyes were full of complex colors. Some people wondered why 4 people from the clan were left behind. If all the people in the clan died, would they and their descendants be free? But some were also sad about the tragic death of their biological parents. Although they should not have done it, at least they brought them to this world. Hayashi pursed his lips, thought for a long time, and finally uttered a name. Hinata ran. His voice was very low, and only Hayashi heard it. Hearing this, Hayashi closed his eyes. He turned around and continued to kneel in front of the morning hall. The bits and pieces of the past years began to emerge in his mind, among which the most confusing thing was why Hinata ran was not planted with the caged bird curse. In the past, even if he thought about it, he didn't care about these things. For him at that time, the affairs of the clan were all taken care of by his father, and he didn't have to worry about anything. But this time, he regretted it very much. Regret why he didn't ask at the beginning. But no matter what, the hatred of killing his father is irreconcilable. He must find this person. If she is innocent, it's okay. If there is a little suspicion of murdering the main family, he will never let her have an easy time. Even if he had some thoughts about her at the beginning. In the number 3 laboratory, Mirai, wearing a white coat, is operating something in front of the instrument. In this laboratory, there are only the 2 of them, the master and the apprentice. Linghua was arranged by the elders of the main family to find the murderer, and Minato went to help in the Raku ramen shop. Because Kushina was there. Perhaps the experiment was a bit boring, and while doing the work in his hands, Mirai asked, Teacher, didn't the 3rd generation ask you to go and assist the Anbu to search for the whereabouts of the murderer? You are hiding in the laboratory to do experiments now. If the 3rd generation knows, he will not beat you up. Behind him, Orochimaru looked at the cell distribution structure under the microscope without blinking. He said without turning his head, I proposed my method to him, but he was not happy with it. Instead of wasting time there, I might as well do something meaningful. Hearing this, Mirai was stunned. He stopped the instrument in his hand and turned his head to look at teacher Orochimaru. Curiously asked, what is the method? Orochimaru moved his eyes away from the microscope, he looked at Mirai, raised the corner of his mouth, and said softly, simple, just ask the dead directly. Ask the dead. Mirai was obviously stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. Teacher, do you want to use the immortal reincarnation technique on the remains of the Hyuga clan leader? Orochimaru was stunned for a moment, and he suddenly looked straight at the future. The corners of his mouth curved up a few times. Look, even you know the method, but they are concerned about people's opinions and don't use it. They directly choose the most difficult and stupid method. The future ignored the teacher's praise, and he had only one thought in his mind. Teacher, have you learned immortal reincarnation? Orochimaru nodded. Well, just in case, I informed the third generation in advance, and I can use it now. Although it has no combat power, it is still very convenient to ask anything. It is much more convenient than the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. And there is no need to worry about the impure world personnel hiding anything. After hearing the explanation of teacher Orochimaru, the future quickly figured it out. It is estimated that the teacher was afraid that Hirako didn't tell the whole story, and that he was hiding something to harm Orochimaru, so he learned this technique in advance. He couldn't help but look strange. The teacher originally learned this trick when he defected. As a result, because of his existence, the teacher didn't have to defect and could learn this technique to summon the dead. Could it be that this technique was born with Orochimaru? Orochimaru glanced at the time, turned his head again and looked at the microscope, and said at the same time, let's not talk about that. The task today is a bit heavy. We have to speed up the progress. Oh. After responding, Mirai began to play with the instrument beside him. And what they are doing is a human embryo culture experiment. It is to use the genes of Orochimaru teacher and the genes of Mirai to cultivate a new human body. Under the base of the Rain Country. Madara's attention to Hinata ran far exceeds that of Uchiha Mirai. It's not that he has fallen in love with someone else, nor is it that he is ready to give up Uchiha Mirai. But he has some interest in the Rinnegan. Are you sure that the documents recorded in that ruins can allow her to create the Rinnegan? He suddenly asked the white Zetsu body with half of its body stuck on the wall. He didn't know that the method of integrating the Bun was told to Hinata ran by White Zetsu. White Zetsu glanced at the live broadcast screen, then looked at Madara, and couldn't help but spread his hands. I don't know. But he recalled some of what Black Zetsu had told him. So he said uncertainly, maybe it can be integrated. Madara was silent for a while. He was really stupid. He actually asked these two brainless guys. Alas, if Hashirama was here, he wouldn't be so bored. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reach out and touch his chest. It has clear contours and feels pretty good. Hashirama, wait a little longer, real peace. It's almost here. When the time comes, he will be able to bring lasting peace to the ninja world. Let Hashirama look at him with new eyes. Chapter 633. 3 more days passed like this. The third generation was in the office, puffing on a cigarette. His expression was vague in the smoke, causing Hayashi and an elder to frown. Mr. Third Generation, so many days have passed, and you still haven't found out who the murderer is. The third generation. If he had found out, how could he sit in the office and smoke? These days, he has been busy with the tragedy of the extermination of the main family. He has no time to read even the books written by Jiraiya. Seeing that the other party was extremely impatient, the third generation rubbed his teeth. He said, I believe you have also seen the memories extracted by the secret technique of the Yamanaka clan. In the memories of the deceased in your family, they don't know who killed them. And the information seen in each body is not complete at all, and it is impossible to piece together a person. Obviously, their bodies have been tampered with. As he said, he put down his pipe and looked at Hayashi and the others through the smoke. He said in a gloomy tone, there is another way at present, which is disrespectful to the dead, so I have been hesitant to say it. After all, this plan is too unpopular. Hearing this, Hayashi hurriedly asked, what method? He just wants to know who did it now. He wants to avenge his family and the main family. The eyes of Elder Hyuga also lit up. He didn't expect that the third generation actually had a way. Please tell me, third generation. Seeing this, the third generation didn't think about anything else. He looked at the 3 portraits placed on the wall of the Hokage's office. One is the first generation of Senju Hashirama, one is the second generation of Senju Tobirama, and the third is his own portrait. And his sight fell on the second generation's photo frame. The second generation invented a forbidden technique that can bring the dead back to reality. When the time comes, we can directly ask the dead and find out how they died. The truth will be revealed. After all, if the body is tampered with, it doesn't make sense that the soul should be tampered with as well. Hearing this, Hizu hurriedly urged, then what are you waiting for, third generation master? Use this technique. The third generation didn't care about Hizu's rudeness, he understood the pain of losing a loved one. He raised his hand to signal Hizu not to interrupt, and then continued, "This forbidden technique has a price and risk. It requires a living person as a sacrifice, and a certain amount of the dead's body material. In other words, if you want to perform this move, you must be disrespectful to the dead of your clan and cut off some of their flesh and blood." Hearing this, Hizu was stunned. Even the elders around him were stunned. Need the body tissue of the deceased. A living person is needed as a sacrifice, no wonder the second generation banned it. Then he looked at his young master. Now he is the only one who is responsible for the entire Hyuga clan. Hearing this, Hayashi closed his eyes, he was having a fierce ideological struggle. The ninja world has always been the dead are the most important, especially for people like them. There is a sense of pride in his whole body, and he regards the integrity of his corpse as more important than anyone else. Because they all think that if they die with all their limbs intact, they will not be disabled when they are reincarnated next year. The third generation did not speak, and he started smoking again. He was waiting for Hayashi Hyuga to make a decision. After Hayashi Hyuga pondered for a long time, the tangled color on his face gradually disappeared, and the balance in his heart gradually tilted to the other side. The moment he opened his eyes, he immediately bent down 90 degrees and bowed to the third generation. "Please use this technique, third generation. Our Hyuga clan will be grateful. In the future, if third generation has any instructions, our Hyuga clan will definitely support them." Third generation hurriedly shook his head and said, "It's serious." After thinking for a while, he continued, "I will find the death row prisoners for the sacrifice. You go home first and prepare the necessary rituals." "Okay, third generation." Hyuga Hayashi hurriedly bowed again. Then he hurriedly pushed the door and left. After the third generation used the telescope technique to find Orochimaru's location, he also got up and left the Hokage's office. Coincidentally, they were also with Orochimaru in the future. So the third generation also took the three of them with him. After Orochimaru and his companions entered the Hyuga clan, they were led to a closed room by Hyuga Hayashi. It was very spacious inside, and the floor was made of solid wood. There were no decorations. But it gave people a feeling of depression. Hayashi narrowed his eyes and glanced at Orochimaru and the three future people behind him. But at this moment, he was more concerned about the immortal reincarnation technique, so he had no time to care about Uchiha. As if he saw the doubts of Hyuga Hayashi and the confusion of the three elders, the third generation immediately explained, "I don't know the immortal reincarnation technique, this technique needs Orochimaru to perform." After hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi felt much better. He thought that the senior management was eager to suppress the Hyuga clan. Orochimaru attaches great importance to time. There are still a lot of things he needs to do in his laboratory. If he delays here for one more second, he will have to work overtime tonight. So after the third generation finished speaking, he walked straight to Hayashi and stretched out his hand to ask, "Give me the flesh and blood of the person who needs to be summoned." While speaking, he also took out a scroll from his clothes. When he came, the third generation told Orochimaru what to do. It happened that he drew a scroll. Hearing this, Hayashi nodded to his brother behind him. The latter then came over with a blood-stained kunai. Their Hyuga clan was rich and powerful, and the bodies of ordinary deceased people would have become smelly after being dead for so many days. However, the special coffins and barriers used by their Hyuga clan sealed the deceased, so that the people lying in the coffins still maintained their appearance before death, and their bodies were still partially active. This kunai was stained with his father's blood after Hayashi stabbed him. Orochimaru took a look at it. Although he had never performed immortal reincarnation, he didn't know if this amount of blood was enough. But let's try it first. If it's not enough, we can go to the next door to get some. So he took the kunai and pressed it on the core position of the formation on the scroll. At this time, an Anbu, escorting a death row prisoner, entered the house. The prisoner's hands were tied behind his back, his eyes were lifeless, and he looked like a walking corpse. Except for being able to breathe, he could no longer be seen as a living person. He was like a puppet, and he did whatever the Anbu manipulated him to do. So at Orochimaru's signal, the prisoner was brought to a place not far from Orochimaru and knelt down. Orochimaru began to recall the technique he had seen, and after making sure that there were no mistakes, he began to squat on the ground and make hand seals. Finally, he clapped his hands and shouted, "Immortal reincarnation technique!" With his loud shout and chakra injection, Countless array patterns immediately spread out from the scroll in front of him. 2 of the circles had the word immortal reincarnation written in them, symbolizing the underworld. On the other 2 sides, there were the word reincarnation, representing reality. And in the middle of them was the prisoner. At this moment, he seemed to sense something, and his eyes, which were originally like dead fish, suddenly moved. He looked at his feet. There was a strange purple light there. A stream of unpleasant smells that he had never smelled emerged from the purple light curtain. What is this? Ah! Before he could ask, a sharp pain instantly spread from all around his body. He screamed in pain. Orochimaru ignored it and increased the output of chakra. In an instant, more dust immediately appeared in the halo under the feet of the death row prisoner, which completely enveloped the death row prisoner. The death row prisoner's painful wails were all blocked by the dust. As the filth attached to the death row prisoner dissipated, a person who was very familiar to them suddenly emerged from it. This person had long hair, wore the clothes of the Hyuga clan, had a smooth forehead, and his eyes were black and white. Hyuga clan leader! The 3rd generation shouted in surprise. Then he turned his head and looked at the 2 brothers. He thought that these 2 people would at most take the flesh and blood of other clan members. Unexpectedly, they actually took his father's flesh and blood directly. Is it really okay to disturb the sleep of your relatives like this? Orochimaru was also shocked. He looked at the 2 brothers with a strange look. His expression was full of the look of looking at filial sons. But it's okay, talking to the Hyuga clan leader is also easier. Chapter 634. Outside the door. The 3rd generation and others were all stunned. Just now, they all learned something from the head of the Hyuga clan. It was a little girl who killed their main family silently. A little girl picked up from the outside world. After the 3rd generation and others got the answers they wanted, they were asked to leave the room by the head of the Hyuga clan, saying that he had a top secret matter and could only tell the next clan leader, Hyuga Hayashi. This was related to the inheritance of others, and the 3rd generation did not stay there shamelessly. At this moment, he already felt a sense of crisis. What happened to their Konoha recently? How come the little monsters that are rarely seen in 100 years have all appeared in recent years? And this person named Hyuga Ran, she is so young, how did she assassinate all the main family members? Orochimaru had already guessed about this matter, so he was just surprised for a while and then returned to his normal state of mind. But the 3rd generation kept walking back and forth. He vaguely felt that the future might change. Maybe these cage-level strongmen will have to stand aside. Konoha must be prepared. There is also a wanted order for Hyuga Ran. This person is extremely vicious. He brutally slaughtered the entire main family for the sake of Bun. He must be severely punished. She already has a pair of Bun. Why did she dig out the eyes of her clan members? Is there any reason for this? There is another thing. What kind of force is behind Hyuga Ran that can assist her in the aftermath of killing people? The most important thing is, where did she hide? It turned out that the people of Konoha couldn't find her after searching for so many days. In the room, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hayashi threw themselves directly into the arms of the Hyuga clan leader. But his cold body, mottled body, and the smell of filth filled his nose. All proved that the person in front of him was dead. The Hyuga clan leader held one in each hand and said with emotion, "I thought I would never see you again, but unexpectedly, God gave me another chance." At this moment, he was actually quite grateful to Orochimaru. After being excited for a long time, Hyuga Hayashi finally managed to calm down. He then asked the biggest doubt in his heart. "Father, why did Hyuga Ran want to kill you?" Hearing this, the Hyuga clan leader glanced outside the door. Although he felt that his strength was not as good as before, he could not even exert 100%. But if he wanted to activate the soundproof barrier in the room, it was still possible. After confirming the soundproofing, he looked at his son seriously and said, "She should be for the legendary eye." Hayashi and Hisashi were stunned for a moment, and then asked in confusion, "The legendary eye? Reincarnation eye? What does killing the main family have to do with the reincarnation eye?" The Hyuga clan leader shook his head and said, "No, it's not the samsara eye." As he said that, he narrowed his eyes and asked first, "Do you know why our clan's Byakugan can be called the 3 major eye techniques together with the Sharingan and the samsara eye?" This question hit the knowledge blind spot of the 2 teenagers. These days, I don't know if Hyuga Hayashi didn't sleep well or was too sad. He actually said something that shocked the Hyuga clan leader. Because our Byakugan is just to make up the number, so that the 3 major I techniques sound better than the 2 major I techniques. Hyuga clan leader. How can you make up your own family like this? Hisashi thought about it seriously and replied hesitantly, is it because we are the descendants of the Six Path Sage? Many clans in the ninja world regard themselves as descendants of the Six Path Sage. For example, the Lightning Country killed 2 rebel ninjas of the second generation, Kinkaku and Ginkaku. When they launched the coup, they were already rebel ninjas. The Kagaya clan of the Mist Village in the Land of Water, or the Take Torai clan. They also claim to be the descendants of the Six Path Sage. Then there are the 3 great clans in the Land of Fire. The already desolate Senju clan, the existing Uchiha clan, and the Uzumaki clan who was destroyed and joined Konoha alone. These 3 clans are the descendants of the Six Path Sage. Could it be that his Hyuga clan is also one of the descendants of the Six Path Sage? Upon hearing this, the Hyuga clan leader pursed his lips and had nothing to say. His 2 children are really ignorant, especially the eldest son. So ignorant that it is scary. However, he was very glad that Orochimaru could summon him, otherwise, with the ignorance of these 2 people, they would definitely lead the Hyuga clan to the abyss of extinction. Why didn't he pay attention to this issue at the beginning? And didn't he ask them to take a good look at the documents about the origin of family? Why are they acting like ordinary Hyuga clan members? Didn't they see it at the beginning? It's my own fault for being careless. Oh, forget it. I'll tell you the origin of our clan from the beginning. As he spoke, he began to talk. At that time, there was a goddess who stole the fruit of the sleeping sacred tree and quelled the war between people with her supreme power. Brought precious peace to the world. But the peace only lasted for a few decades. When the sacred tree woke up, it found that the fruit had disappeared. In order to regain its power, it transformed into the 10 tails and wreaked havoc on the ninja world. At that time, the goddess had given birth to 2 children with the blessings of the people. The eldest son was the Six Path Sage you are familiar with, and the second son was called Otsutsuki Hamura. The 2 brothers joined forces and fought the 10 tails for 10 days and 10 nights. Finally sealed it on the moon. The second son, Otsutsuki Hamura, left a bloodline on earth, and the other went to the moon, intending to guard the 10 tails for generations. The bloodline left on the ground gradually evolved into the Hyuga clan. Hearing this, the 2 brothers were stunned. They looked at their father as if they were listening to a heavenly book. It always felt like he was writing a novel. Is it so far-fetched? Hayashi asked stupidly, Father, are these all recorded in the ancestral book? Hayashi also looked over hurriedly. If so, how much information did the 2 brothers miss at the beginning? The Hyuga clan leader shook his head, his expression was extremely complicated. No, 50% of this was told to me by Hyuga-ran. A lot of information about their Hyuga clan has become incomplete in the word-of-mouth of the clan leaders of successive generations, or in accidents. Hayashi widened his eyes and said in astonishment, Nani? What? Hisashi was the same. They didn't expect that this matter was actually related to Hyuga-ran, the enemy who killed his father. But soon they thought of something. His face changed again. Is this the reason why you didn't plant the bird in the cage curse on her? Hearing his eldest son's words, the Hyuga clan leader nodded. His expression was full of regret and helplessness. This is just one of them. He continued to explain, I also learned the original function of the caged bird seal from her. Do you think that the Bun can compare with the Sharingan? Of course it can. The 2 brothers replied without hesitation. Then what about the Mangekyo Sharingan? The 2 brothers hesitated, this. Although they have never seen the Mangeki, they can understand the horror of the Mangeki through many places and many ways. That is to use the pupil power as a direct attack, which is qualitatively different from the Bun. You may not know that above the Mangekyo Sharingan, it can evolve again, called the Eternal Mangeki Sharingan. This is the level that only Uchiha Madara has achieved. Do you think anyone in our Hyuga can achieve such a high achievement? To reach the heights of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, this is too much respect for them, Hyuga. The 2 brothers, Hayashi and Hayashi, were speechless. Could it be that their Byakugan were really so bad? No wonder they couldn't even beat Uchiha Mirai. Then the question is, how did Byakugan get rated as one of the 3 major I techniques? Could it be that our Byakugan can also evolve? Hayashi suddenly asked. Yes. Hyuga clan leader nodded, according to Hyuga-ran, if we want to evolve our Byakugan, we need to use the chakra of another bloodline on the moon, plus our eyes, to make the Byakugan stronger. Hearing this, Hayashi's heart moved. If he evolved Byakugan, could he defeat Uchiha Mirai and snatch Hyuga? Hayashi was concerned about another question. Then why did she kill you? This question hit the blind spot of Hyuga clan leader, because he didn't know either. He was bitter, I don't know. As he said this, he remembered that he had asked her the same question before his death. But she didn't say anything and stabbed herself directly. Especially the blue spots in her eyes, which made him unable to move. As if he was being stared at by a higher creature. But he noticed the movement in his eldest son's eyes. He was shocked and said hurriedly, Hayashi, don't be impulsive. We, the Hyuga clan, are the prey of the bloodline on the moon. Otherwise, why do you think our ancestors invented the bird in the cage curse? Hayashi, surprised face, Chapter 635. A long time ago, there was a group of legendary moon people. Every full moon night. In order to prevent his son from making a fool of himself, the Hyuga clan leader hurriedly explained the interests involved. The descendants of the ancestor Hamura on the moon will come to the earth and capture the best members of our tribe to the moon. At the beginning, there was a great elder of the sealing technique who went to investigate this matter. Later, he found that these people did not regard our Hyuga clan as human beings at all. After digging out our eyes, they threw the people who were not dead into the holy weapon in their mouths, causing our clansmen to die miserably in despair. And the people on the moon are mostly extremely powerful, and they have mastered puppet attainments far beyond the ninja world. If the two clans go to war, our Hyuga clan will be completely defeated, and there is no other way to go. In order to prevent the Hyuga clan from disappearing, the elder developed the bird in the cage technique for the Bun. The Hyuga clan leader looked at the look in the eyes of his two sons and knew what they had guessed. He nodded and continued, yes, it's just as you think. This technique was originally used to protect the clan members. As he said, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Later, an ancestor learned that those who were not engraved with the bird in the cage curse seal were used as sacrifices to the moon people, and his heart was completely twisted at that moment. So he added control techniques to the curse. It allowed him to enslave those who were planted with the bird in the cage curse seal. The people who were originally separated to protect the second son changed from that moment on and became people of the branch family who could be enslaved. After hearing this, the two brothers were shocked and speechless for a long time. So this is the reason for the emergence of the bird in the cage technique. The room was silent for a long time, and the Hyuga clan leader continued, that Hyuga land should be a moon person. She plundered all the Bun of our main family, probably for the Rinnegan. He just figured it out. As he said that, he looked at his two sons seriously and warned them solemnly, so listen to my advice, don't think about revenge for us, you, even if you add Konoha, will not be the opponent of their clan. You must remember this. Hearing the words no revenge, the two brothers immediately became anxious. No. I must take revenge. That's right, my brother and I will bite off a piece of her flesh even if we die. Hisashi also said so. His good impression of the girl in his heart has disappeared after he learned that she was the murderer of his father. Fortunately, he didn't get too deep and was able to break free. Why don't you two listen to the advice? The head of the Hyuga clan was anxious. He hurriedly continued, that person has harvested the Baiyan of everyone in our main family, and you haven't found her these days. Obviously, she has returned to the moon. Estimating some time, they may have begun to merge the Baiyan. With so many pairs of eyes, there will always be one or two pairs that evolve into Rinnegan. How many people do you think it takes to face the combined attack of Uchiha Madara and his men? As he said, he looked at Hayashi again and said earnestly, Hayashi, you are now the only heir of the main family. According to the inheritance, you are the next clan leader, so you must live and lead the Hyuga clan to continue to develop and survive. Do you understand? Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi wanted to say that he didn't understand. He only knew one thing, killing someone means paying with one's life. But he knew very well that he couldn't say this at all. At this moment, he felt extremely uncomfortable with the clan leader style training when he was a child. How wonderful it would be if I could be like Senju Nawaki, daring to love and hate. Thinking of this, his clenched fists finally loosened slowly, and the whole person lost his energy in an instant. I know. Originally, they were the prey, how could it be easy to kill the hunter? Just one Hyuga ran could easily slaughter the entire clan, and if they all came together, they would not be enough for them to kill. Seeing that his son was finally persuaded by him, the Hyuga clan leader finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he also felt that Hyuga Ran could not have such strong power. She should have used poison, but they did not notice it. Otherwise, why would she need to lurk for so long? But he did not say it, because he was afraid that his son would get excited and do something irrational. Then he told the other things again, including the secret room, treasure, hidden resources of the family, etc., all told the two in detail. There are also his own methods of controlling people, and family tradition's secret technique. On the other side, in the Hokage's office, the third generation looked at the wanted report in his hand and fell into a dilemma. Konoha Rebel, Hyuga Ran. Danger level, S. Ninjutsu ability, unknown. Blood limit, Bun. Reason for rebel, he once assassinated all the people of the Hyuga clan quietly overnight. Only the young clan leader and 3 elders escaped because they were away on business. Rebel bonus, 40 million taels. Remarks for rebel, this is a vicious girl. The only thing known so far is that she is very good at hiding. Danzo also came up to take a few glances, frowning slightly. Hiruzen, if you release it like this, believe it or not, our Konoha will become the laughing stock of the entire ninja world tomorrow. I know. Hiruzen smiled bitterly. That's why he hesitated, how to change it. According to what I said, just erase the reason for the treason, and then increase the monetary reward. There is no shortage of jealous strong men in the ninja world who will look forth treasonous ninja Hyuga Ran for such a huge reward. And we will increase the intensity of intelligence collection. As long as they fight, our people will definitely know. If she dies at that time, we will be relieved. If she is not dead, we already know her specific location and can make long-term plans. Hearing Danzo's words, he obviously used the group of bounty hunters as a gun. But he thought about it carefully, and it seems that Danzo's proposal is not bad. Well, your idea is good, but in order to avoid being hated by the group of bounty hunters, you should add one more thing. This person is extremely vicious. Those who provide real information will be rewarded with 10 million, no upper limit. After those people know this information, they will surely know that this task is not easy to accept. Danzo did not comment on the third generation's idea of taking Konoha's safety into consideration. Those people would not be nice to him just because he gave them a steamed bun. Once there is a conflict of interest, they will be the first to rush to Konoha and bite it. But he was too lazy to care. Just when the third generation revised the wanted order, 2 people walked in the door. The 2 teenagers were the 2 brothers of Hayashi. After entering the door, the 2 of them bowed respectfully to the third generation. At this moment, they could not blame Konoha. Because the murderer of their father was not a person on the earth, but a person on the moon. They could not find him even if they searched the earth. It was equivalent to wasting their efforts. Moreover, this stranger was suddenly accepted into Konoha, and it was guaranteed by their Hyuga clan. It was not Konoha's fault at all. Third generation, Elder Danzo. Please don't issue a wanted order. Hyuga Ran is not from our territory. Hayashi and others rushed to the Hokage's office because they were afraid that the third generation would issue a wanted order. By then, Konoha and even Hyuga will become the laughing stock of the ninja world, and they will not gain anything. After hearing what Hayashi said, the third generation and Danzo were stunned. What do you mean, not from the earth? Could it be that they are still underground people? But soon, they thought of something. They looked at each other in surprise. Could it be? She is the mortal enemy of our clan, a person from the moon. Upon hearing this, the third generation narrowed their eyes slightly. Sure enough, she is a person from the moon. But didn't they say in the future that the passage had been blocked and welded shut? And both of them sent people to investigate. Through the seal given by Ling Hua, they opened the seal on the ground and entered the glowing spring water. Although they were hit by the illusion, the end of the passage was indeed sealed. It can't be opened at all. So how did she come to Earth? Could it be that after their people evacuated, that person opened the passage again and unlocked the seal on the ground? But they both shook their heads soon. No, that person was already in Hyuga's house before they went to the moon. Obviously, she was a moon person who came to the Earth before the passage was closed. But now the passage is closed. In other words, there is a 50% chance that she is still on the Earth. Chapter 636. After Hayashi and his men left, the third generation and Danzo directly sent people to the back mountain of the Haiga old site to see if the passage had been opened. At the same time, in order to avoid being ambushed by Haiga Ran, they sent a lot of people this time. And Mirai and Orochimaru had already selected a group of embryos with the highest genetic match in the laboratory and began to cultivate them. Hey! Orochimaru, who was controlling the instrument, suddenly exclaimed in surprise and couldn't help turning his head to look in the direction of the Haiga clan. Hearing this, Mirai was stunned for a moment and asked curiously, "What happened?" "The Haiga clan leader automatically released my immortal reincarnation." Mirai slightly widened his eyes and said in surprise, "He is so powerful that he can automatically release the constraints of this technique." He remembered that those who could break free from the control of this technique were all people with firm beliefs. For example, the early third generation Kazekage, Hanzo during the Fourth War, Yoda, Shin, Teacher Chen, Scorpion of the Red Sand, etc. But the Haiga clan leader didn't seem to be determined. It seems that this technique has not been perfected yet. Orochimaru couldn't help licking his lips and chuckled. He showed interest in his eyes. It was necessary to improve the ability of this technique next. I can't let Beiruo break free from the shackles of this technique. So I have to start with the control aspect. It just so happens that my sealing technique is not bad. I can use the curse seal to bind the souls of the dead and prevent them from breaking free easily. Become his obedient puppet, so that he can ask what he wants. Don't worry about him. After Orochimaru figured out what to do next, he buried his head in operating the instrument. Our time is still very precious. Oh. Mirai also figured this out. It's not that the Haiga clan leader has a firm belief, but that teacher Orochimaru has not perfected the control of this technique. After all, he also saw the whole process of the teacher performing the immortal reincarnation, and he didn't see him stuff the talisman with curse seals into the Haiga clan leader's filthy body. After such a commotion, Konoha originally searched the entire ninja world for the rebel ninja with great fanfare. But it soon became quiet, causing many people from many forces to be confused. Especially the Sand Village. This country, which was defeated by Konoha together with the Rain Country and the Earth Country. Recently, his life is almost not as good as that of the smallest Rain Country. If the third Kazekage hadn't implemented the more beautiful elite plan, he might even have a problem eating. After all, ninjas have a large appetite when fighting. If it's just to maintain daily consumption, there won't be much food. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, and he obviously hadn't recovered from the murder of his brother. But because he was the Kazekage, his duties did not allow him to be too sad. Just after his brother's funeral, he came to the office of the Kazekage. There were already several people gathered here, including his people, such as Luo Sha, a young generation, and people from the elders, such as Cho and others. After he entered the door, he restrained the emotions on his face and asked in a deep voice, "Do you know why the people of the Haiga main family died tragically?" Cho did not answer. She is now a real mother-in-law. There are many more wrinkles on her face than before, especially the bags under her eyes, which are very big. It is obvious that she has cried for a long time, causing the bags under her eyes to swell and become fixed. She didn't say anything, and the people from the elders didn't say anything either. Seeing this, Luo Xie hurriedly said, "I don't know, our spies are still trying their best to get intelligence." As soon as he spoke, the scene was not dull. The third generation Kazekage sat back in his seat. He glanced at Luo Xie who spoke, and a trace of relief flashed in his eyes. This person was recommended to him by his younger brother. It really gave him a big surprise. Because he had learned magnetic release not long ago, and it was controlling the precious metal, gold sand. As long as it can be refined, the gold sand can be turned into gold. Use this to buy a lot of food from other countries. Not long ago, he spread the word that as long as the grain was sold in the Sand Village, the price would be twice the market price. Recently, a large number of merchants have poured into the Sand Village. And Luo Sha is not stingy. He provides varying amounts of gold sand to the village every day. The village will refine it. In the end, he and the village split it 20% and 80%. He took 20%, and the village took 80%. In fact, even if it was 50 to 50, they would not say anything at all, because it was Luo Sha's own. But he still divided it. It was obviously intended to help the village get through the difficulties. At this moment, the third Kazekage couldn't help but sigh that this might be because God saw that their village was so miserable, so Yake sent such a talent to him. Moreover, Luo Sha's reputation has been very high recently, and he also intends to train him to become the next generation of Feng Ying. Naturally, he fully supports it. Well, let's put this matter aside for now. I have a suggestion. Hearing Feng Ying's words, several people from the Zhou family narrowed their eyes. Because they came here for only one purpose. I want to attack Lulin. The third generation Feng Ying said decisively. Immediately, an elder objected. Third generation Kazekage, think twice. Lulin is not weak, and has a good puppet army. Most importantly, they have unlimited energy, dragon veins. Yes, yes. This is a thankless task. Even if we defeat Lulin, we will suffer too many casualties. And even if we win, we can't do anything because the Queen of Lulin can detonate the dragon veins at any time and bury the entire Wind Country with us. Third generation, think twice. For a while, the office was full of voices of opposition, which made the third generation Kazekage's face darker. It was almost the same color as his dark circles. As a disciple of the third generation Kazekage, Luo Shan naturally knew what his teacher was going to do. He immediately stood up and said, "Elders, listen to me first." In fact, he didn't want to stand up, because if he wanted to be the fourth generation Kazekage, in addition to the support of the teachers department, he also needed the support of the elders. He couldn't become the Kazekage unilaterally. But who told Lei Xiao to be dead? He, the third person in the Feng Ying line, was forced to become the second person. Since the Feng Ying couldn't speak, he had to stand up and speak for the Feng Ying. Seeing this, the other elders wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks to make him retreat, but when they thought that he was the money bag for them, the sarcastic remarks were blocked in their mouths. After all, they were used to being poor, who would have trouble with money. Zhou looked at her own people, and then said, "You are the disciple of Feng Ying, you don't need to ask us for permission if you want to say anything." She didn't have any ill will towards this person who could support the whole village with his own strength and was willing to contribute. Her ill will was mainly directed at the third generation of Feng Ying. Although she did not deny that the third generation of Feng Ying was the strongest among all the generations of Ying, because he mastered magnetic escape. But for him, her heart was already full of hatred. This time she came here deliberately to make him unhappy. Then I will tell you my opinion first. If there is anything wrong, you can always point it out. Luo Sha said. He looked at the elders, and after seeing that they did not object, he continued, "I don't know what you think of Lulin, but have you noticed that Lulin has entered the eyes of the Wind Country daimyo? Over the years, the daimyo has frequently rewarded Lulin and even often collected contributions from Lulin. And we, not only have no contribution, but also have to rely on the daimyo's relief. Although this is very common in other ninja villages, our Wind Country is already short of supplies, and the daimyo is the poorest of the 5 major countries. The military expenditure allocated is almost the same as the 5 major countries, so he will naturally complain." After saying that, he waited for everyone to digest the information, and then continued, "But Lulin is different from us. Although An Lushan's coup failed and accidentally killed Lord Lei Xiao." At this point, he glanced at Zhou without a trace, because this statement was made by her grandson, the genius of the Sand Ninja, the Red Sand Scorpion. And they have also investigated, An Lushan did rebel. But the specific news has not come yet. No one can tell how he died. Because it was late at night when Lulin was in turmoil. Many people were awakened and driven out of the battle range by the guards of the Queen of Lulin. Although they were safe, no one knew what happened at that time. They only knew that there was a lot of noise at that time, there was a flash of light, a scimitar flying in the sky, and a huge monster. The only one who knew the truth was the Queen of Lulin, but no one dared to ask what happened at that time. Even the ministers of Lulin with status were the same. It seems that since that battle, the Queen of Lulin has been very vigilant to the people around her. Zhou narrowed her eyes slightly, and she naturally noticed Luo Sha's eyes, but she didn't say anything. She also felt that Lei Xiao's death was strange. But since her grandson said so, she could still doubt her grandson. And she owed her grandson too much. There are some things she doesn't want to think too much about. Chapter 637. Luo Sha continued, "So, Lulin is likely to become the second military force of the Wind Country. They are currently a country within a country. But the largest one is still the Wind Country. If it wants to make Lulin a vassal state, there are many ways. Once the daimyo chooses Lulin, our sand village will only have one way to go. So, we must eliminate Lulin. If possible, we can completely move the dragon vein to our sand village and make our village as prosperous as Lulin. Although his words sounded a bit like castles in the air, they were too beautiful and attracted the attention of many people. Cho asked directly, then how can you guarantee that the Queen of Lulin will not detonate the dragon vein and perish together? Hearing this, Luo Sha smiled slightly and told them the plan that Lei Xiao had discussed with them privately. Queen Lulin has a precious daughter, right? We can kidnap her and make her afraid to act rashly. And if you want to control the dragon vein, the queen must go to the mouth of the dragon vein and control it herself. We can lure her to other places, away from the dragon vein. Then our people will quickly control the dragon vein and prevent the queen from touching it. It's like a child holding a sharp knife. We use candy to temporarily lure her away, let her relax her vigilance and put down her weapon. Do we still need to be afraid of a child without a weapon? For a moment, everyone looked at each other. They all felt a little naive about Luo Sha's idea. If Lulin was so easy to attack, how could it still be there now? It would have been occupied by their sand village long ago. But in general, there are too many benefits to attacking Lulin. In addition to food, there are also puppet technology and the most important dragon vein. Once the dragon vein is mastered, their sand village will no longer have to look at anyone's eyes. Because they have a killer weapon that can completely fight to the death. Then everyone will be finished together. Given the cowardly nature of those daimyo, they would attach great importance to their requests. Moreover, they could rely on the power of the dragon vein to make the sand village as rich as Lulin. Then they could draw 2 buckets of water every day, one for washing hair and one for dumping. Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. So several people from the elders' line couldn't help but look at Cho quietly. After all, they are elders, from the line of Cho elders. If she disagrees, they can only give up. Luo Sha looked at the expressions of several of them and knew that he had convinced them. So he continued, and Lulin has repeatedly attacked our border fortresses. This matter was originally their fault. We have a legitimate reason. After that, he glanced at his teacher, the Kazekage. In fact, he also wanted to say that Lei Xiao died in Lulin, so that the third Kazekage could use the slogan of revenge for his brother. Other forces in the ninja world had nothing to say. It's impossible to stop someone from taking revenge. But thinking that Lei Xiaogang had just been buried, he felt like he was rubbing salt into his teacher's heart when he said this, so he wisely didn't say anything. Cho looked at the silent third Kazekage, then looked at the many people behind him who were interested, and then slowly said, Luo Sha, you said it very well. But I refuse. Our sand village has not fully recovered from World War II. After saying that, she turned around and left. This made the faces of the elders following her fall. Some of them froze in place, hesitating, not knowing whether to leave with them. They all wanted to fight. There were also a few who followed Cho unswervingly. Seeing this scene, the smile on Luo Sha's face froze. What the hell? He spent so much time talking, and thought he could convince them, but they just said this, and his efforts were in vain. The face of the third Kazekage was also livid with anger. He looked at Chiyo's departing back with a gloomy face. He was extremely angry and aggrieved. He was the head of a village after all, but now he was being restrained everywhere. He couldn't even avenge his brother. The guilt he felt when he destroyed the bodies of Kisha and Songming was gone at this moment. Cho. Number. Luo Sha looked at the anger in his teacher's eyes and couldn't help shuddering. He had never seen his teacher show such an expression. What should we do next? Should they let their Kazekage faction attack Lulin? Don't make a fuss. Once their people are damaged, their power will inevitably shrink, and they will be further occupied by the elders. In the end, it was difficult to turn over. But if they didn't fight? Many people looked at Lord Kazekage, their eyes were full of seeking. But the latter remained silent. What happened in Sand Village, they didn't know in the future. At this moment, 3 days have passed since the Hyga clan leader was reborn by immortal reincarnation. Now that they know who the murderer is, but they can't catch him. The Hyga clan decided to cremate the body of the deceased first and bury him in peace. If it were before, they might not cremate it, but since they knew that Orochimaru could use part of the body of the deceased to perform immortal reincarnation and pull the deceased out of the Pure Land, the Hyga clan was determined to implement the cremation policy on the spot. They didn't want their relatives to be dragged up to brag after they died. This kind of behavior is extremely disrespectful to the ancestors. In the future, they followed the Uchiha clan to come to pay their respects. As for Ling Hua, she was from the Hyuga clan, so she had to stay in the clan and thank the deceased as a relative. As for Minato and Ichiraku, they all followed their teacher. Kushina followed the Senju clan. A group of dark-skinned people stood in front of the memorial, watching the Hyuga clan members put boxes of urns into the tomb and cover it with stone slabs. Life is so fragile. Orochimaru's sigh suddenly came to Mirai's ears. This attracted many Uchiha people to look sideways. After discovering that it was Orochimaru, they immediately bowed respectfully and made way. They are proud, but it depends on who it is. Nowadays, Orochimaru has a very high prestige in both status and position among ninjas or among the people. In comparison, the son of the clan leader in their clan, Uchiha Fugaku, the border guard captain Kato Dan, the captain of the Anbu Hitaki Sakumo, or others. The prestige is not as good as his. He is the most favorable person to run for the 4th generation Hokage. Moreover, he is also the genius of his own clan, the master of Uchiha Mirai. Once he becomes the Hokage, the 5th generation Hokage will be their Uchiha. So many people respect Orochimaru. Dezhuang held his wife's hand, and sighed, who said it wasn't? A kunao, a wire, or even a common weed on the roadside, could take a person's life. Orochimaru walked to Dezhuang and stood shoulder to shoulder with him. I heard Mirai often complain that you seem to go out a lot recently. Is it because of something? This made Dezhuang look at the Mirai beside him, who seemed not to hear it and still looked ahead. Hearing this, the Uchiha around them also looked at Captain Dezhuang curiously. In the past, Captain Dezhuang loved his wife very much. He wished he could stay at home with his wife every day. Even if he was patrolling the streets, and the route was 100,000 miles away from his home, he would take a detour home to take a look. How come he and his wife have been out on missions so often in recent years? And you know, Uchiha Mieko hasn't been a ninja for many years. But in recent years, she took off her red dress, put on military uniform, and followed Captain Dezhuang to go out on missions. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he looked at Dezhuang. He thought that Dezhuang and his wife had encountered some problems. This time, the main reason for coming here is that the opportunity is rare, so he wants to ask what the problem is and whether he can help. Dezhuang and his wife hurriedly shook their heads and said, "It's nothing, Lord Orochimaru, you worry too much. The reason why we go out so frequently is because Mieko wants to relieve the days of being a ninja." As he said that, he looked around and scratched his head with a silly smile. "I'm not worried about her being alone, so." Hearing this, the Uchiha around nodded in understanding. All looked at Captain Dezhuang with a smile. They really didn't think it was this reason. But think about it carefully, Captain Dezhuang's children have become ninjas. As a housewife, Mieko has a lot more free time. Naturally, she has a lot more free time. It is inevitable that she will miss the exciting life in the past. And with Captain Dezhuang's love for his wife, they can understand that he will do the mission together. But it's fake to say that he is doing the mission, but it's true that he is hiding from people and having an affair. Many people showed an expression of "I understand," and all looked at Captain Dezhuang jokingly. There was a kind smile in their eyes. Chapter 638. After the condolences. After the Future and the others finished their meal at the Hyuga family, they all left. Future followed Orochimaru and passed by a river. Orochimaru suddenly said, "Your father didn't tell the truth." Hearing this, Future also nodded, "Yeah, I can see that too. Although he acted very much like my mother who really wanted to relieve the time when she was a ninja, he didn't know that once he lied, he would involuntarily smile and scratch his head." Orochimaru stopped and looked at Future, and a gleam of light flashed in his vertical pupil-shaped eyes. "Then what do you think he is hiding?" Hearing the question from teacher Orochimaru, Future narrowed his eyes, touched his chin and began to think. "If I were my father." But he quickly shook his head, No, my father listens to my mother very much, so, if I were my mother." The premise is that she doesn't know that I'm being targeted, so there are only two reasons for going out frequently. One is that he really wants spiritual satisfaction, just like my father said, he wants to relieve the time when he was a ninja. But we can all see that he is pretending. The second is for strength, after all, our family is not short of money. And to improve strength. At this point, the Future slightly widened his eyes. Orochimaru's expression also became strange. He also thought of a possibility. Looking at the Future's expression, it is obvious that he is thinking the same as himself. Could it be that your parents want to evolve the Sharingan? The future is also full of astonishment. He was shocked by his own thoughts. Could it be that they want to use the Mangekyo Sharingan to show off their prowess in the Third World War? Orochimaru, confused face, no. How did you associate the evolution of the Sharingan with the Third World War? Orochimaru had discussed with Mirai privately whether the Third World War would happen, and they both agreed that the Third Ninja World War would definitely break out in the next few years. The most important factor is that their Konoha has developed too well. Especially the popularization of civilian technology, which makes many people truly recognize Konoha. They have a strong sense of belonging to Konoha and a high sense of superiority to the outside world. Others envy the people of the Land of Fire. Those who cannot catch up with Konoha in development will definitely find ways to pull Konoha down, at least to make Konoha develop at the same level as them. But that's not right. They should be past the age of vanity. They want to show off their skills. Is it for merit? Following this line of thought, he slightly widened his eyes. Do they want me to be Hokage? When he thought of this possibility, he couldn't help but think of a picture in his mind, where he sat in the office every day, looking at documents taller than people. He also had to deal with trivial matters in the village. If he wanted to touch a knife, he would be criticized. If he wanted to go shopping on the street, he would attract countless fans to pounce on him crazily. Thinking that after he married Ling Hua, she became an ordinary blogger. It's terrible. He was so scared that he shuddered twice. Orochimaru couldn't help but pet him. This kid is really good. He can actually imagine this step. It's a pity that he doesn't follow Jiraiya to write a fantastic novel. Maybe the book he wrote will be much more popular than the novel written by Jiraiya. After being slapped by Orochimaru, Mirai came back to his senses from his wild thoughts. He swallowed his saliva and said in horror, "Teacher, my parents want to backstab me." Orochimaru, degree. He couldn't help but put his hand on Mirai's shoulder and said with a smile, "Your brain circuit is too bizarre. There are obviously two roads," but he insisted on driving into the ditch to find the third road. "Do you think there is a possibility that they are for you two siblings?" Mirai, degree. His brain is still in the ditch, and he has no idea what teacher Orochimaru means. Orochimaru didn't expect Mirai to come out of the ditch in a short time. He continued, "Do you remember what you told us at the beginning? Mangekyo Sharingan is a pair of cursed eyes." Remember. When faced with Tsunade's inquiry, he put the blame on his father's study. He said he saw it in the study by accident. Speaking of curses. He suddenly widened his eyes and looked at the teacher in disbelief. "Teacher, what do you mean?" Watching the future finally come out of the ditch after reversing out of the car, Orochimaru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, "Well, it's just as you thought. They probably plan to contribute their eyes so that both of you siblings can get rid of the curse in your eyes and evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Future was stunned. He never thought it would be this. But thinking about it carefully, what teacher Orochimaru said is still very likely. At least it is much more reasonable than his unreliable guess. Thinking of this, he immediately couldn't stand. "Teacher, I won't participate in the experiment tonight. I have to go back and ask clearly." "Well, go ahead. I'll let the shadow clone help me with the experiment tonight." Orochimaru nodded and responded. Future's matter is indeed very important. It concerns the bright future of a family of 4. Uchiha Dazwang's residence. When Future's eyes were red and he kicked open the door in a hurry, he found that his mother and father were actually packing up ninja tools, seemingly wanting to go out. Go out and continue to challenge the excitement, open the Mangekyo Sharingan between life and death? Or kill the wife, or kill the husband to prove the truth? Although this idea is even more unreliable, the parents would rather be killed than kill each other. They are so loving. But its possibility is not zero, even if it is 0.01, it may be true. And the Uchiha people are usually a little sick. No one can guess what weird ideas they will think of in the next moment, or even get into a dead end, and it is difficult to pull out. Just like himself just now, if it weren't for the reminder of Orochimaru, he would have thought that his parents were backstabbing him, so he actively prepared for the Third War. So much for being in the limelight. Thus perfectly missing the closest guess of Orochimaru. "Are you going out to perform the mission again?" Looking at his parents who were sorting out the ninja tools, he subconsciously said this sentence. Dazwang and his wife were also shocked by their son's action. He almost didn't open the Sharingan to fight. "What's wrong with you, kid?" You are usually very stable. De Zhuang rolled his eyes at him, then retracted his gaze and continued to wipe his ninja sword. Mieko thought that her son was because she and her husband often went out to do missions in recent years and were rarely at home. In addition, after Orochimaru said today, she finally couldn't control the fear in her heart and broke out at this time. She hurriedly walked to the front of the future, showing a gentle smile, and comforted, "Don't worry, this is just an ordinary mission, nothing will happen to us." Speaking of the mission, the car in the future's mind immediately started and drove to the right road. He asked seriously, "Mom and Dad, are you secretly hiding from me and my sister and wanting to open the Mangekyo Sharingan?" De Zhuang and his wife, degree. They were shocked. How did their son know about this? They thought they had done a good job of keeping it a secret. But both of them are adults, one is a beauty who is born to act, and the other is the best at disguising. They are both veteran actors. Why do you ask that? Look, Mieko showed that she was surprised why her son asked her that, without any panic of being exposed, and instinctively dodging. After all, deception is a bad behavior, and the object of deception is still her own son. Future did not answer, but continued to ask, "You want to open the Mangekyo, is it so that my sister and I can both open the Eternal Eye?" This sentence is much more important than the previous one. So much so that De Zhuang's hands trembled. There was a moment of dullness in his expression. All this naturally cannot escape the future's Sharingan. That dullness is the fear of having the deepest secret in the heart exposed. Everyone has it, even ordinary actors can't control this instinct. Because fear is the most real and primitive emotion in the human heart. After seeing this, Mirai understood one thing in his heart, that is, what Orochimaru said was right. Chapter 639. Seeing that his parents were still trying to pretend, Will-I took a deep breath. He closed the door, took his mother's hand, and sat back on the sofa. He said solemnly, "Mom and Dad, it seems that we need to have a good talk." Mieko was still a little confused. She didn't know where she was exposed. How could her son just come back and tell their deepest secret? So at this moment, she didn't respond to her son's words, but looked at Da Zhuang. A telegram was sent. Zhuang, I feel like there is a traitor among us." Da Zhuang. Only two of them knew about this, and Mimi would never tell the secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't be asked to keep it secret. Then there is only one traitor. I feel like I am the traitor. Looking at his parents' eye-to-eye contact, Will-I smiled helplessly. As a pioneer of eye communication, he could naturally interpret the meaning of his parents' eyes. He explained so that his father would not really think that he was a traitor. "I just noticed this after discussing with the teacher." Upon hearing this, the couple was stunned for a moment, and then narrowed their eyes slightly. Neither of them was stupid, especially De Zhuang, whose IQ was as high as 250. He quickly sorted out today's events. Then he was surprised to find that he seemed to be a traitor. Mieko also thought of this a few seconds after him. It should be that Orochimaru asked them why they often went out today, and then through De Zhuang's words and body language, he judged that he was lying. Then they would think deeply, and then their son would find this out. For a moment, Mieko's eyes changed when she looked at De Zhuang. "Look, there is indeed a traitor among us." This time, his eyes were truly speechless. He didn't expect that the problem would eventually be with the ghost. It was outrageous. She was just thinking about it casually just now. De Zhuang, oh. He was completely stunned by Mieko's gaze. He didn't expect that he was really a ghost. For a moment, he felt terrible. Will-I looked around and narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that this was not the place to talk, and they didn't know if there were spores attached to their bodies, so... "Wait for me." Will-I didn't say anything else. Instead, he created a shadow clone and asked him to find someone. Someone who could curb the thoughts of spores. Of course, he could also ask his parents to take off their clothes, take a thorough shower, and then talk in another dust-free room with barrier protection, just like he did every time he went to the laboratory. But that would be too troublesome. Ling Hua, who received the message, came immediately. However, she did not enter the future home immediately, but opened her eyes outside the door and turned on the pupil power of reincarnation eye. Carefully watching everything in the future home, once there are spots, she will control it immediately. Because this is what the future's shadow clone asked her to do, he seems to have something important that cannot be known to outsiders. Hearing the movement outside the house, the future knew that Ling Hua was coming, and he couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He was relieved in his heart. Not to mention, with Ling Hua here, he felt much more at ease. Especially for her reincarnation eye. Maybe he will have to eat her soft rice in the future. Seeing that his parents wanted to get up and check curiously, the future hurriedly signaled them not to move. This made the two of them a little confused, not knowing what their son was going to do. But out of trust in their son, they still sat back in their original positions. Soon, Ling Hua cleaned up the spotted spores outside the house. However, she did not crush them all, but injected her own mental power into the spores, so that they can only convey what she wants them to convey. This method is like a hacker helping an agent to sneak into a building full of monitors. The hacker uses technology to prevent the monitor from capturing the agent, but can only transmit normal images to the monitoring room. The owner of the monitor will not notice anything unusual. This will not alarm the owner of the spore owner, that is, the future ancestor, Uchiha Madara. They can develop better. This is due to her eyes. She has completed the penultimate fetal movement. She only needs the last one to become a strong reincarnation eye. Therefore, she has a good control over her mental power. It seems that this reincarnation eye has its own mental power control method. So that she can learn without a teacher. A strong person at the age of 15, who else is there in this world? At that time, even if Madara comes, she can protect the future. However, she is about to grow up, but there are still many people she cherishes who have not grown up, so she has to wait. After entering the room, she quickly glanced. There are no 7 on the future. Hey! Uncle and Aunt Mieko don't have them either? She couldn't help but take a closer look again, and sure enough, there were none. It wasn't her illusion. Then she doubtfully controlled the spores on the future. Then she said to the future, "It's all under control." After that, she slowly closed her eyes. Thanks to the help of the system, when her eyes evolve, they will strengthen her body synchronously, so that she doesn't have too much burden. That's right, the system hasn't left yet. It wants to wait until Ling Hua really has the reincarnation eye before it is ready to leave this world. If they leave early, it would be irresponsible to the host. It is an upright system and cannot do such an unscrupulous thing. Thank you for your hard work. Come and sit down. Will I said to her with a smile. Seeing their son speak, the two people who didn't know what was going on stood up and said, "Hey, Xiao Ling Hua is here. Come and sit down." Dazwang also looked very happy. He cares a lot about Ling Hua. When she was still a little fatling, he could tell at a glance that if she could lose weight, she would definitely not be fat. Look, how slim and beautiful she is now. Especially the pair of azure eyes just now, no more, no less, just 2, azure blue eyes. His smile froze on his face. Aren't the eyes of the Hyuga clan pure white? How can there be azure blue? Is this kid mutated? Or are the mother-in-laws not human? Ahem, what he meant was that the in-laws were not just members of the Hyuga clan. Mieko also realized this belatedly. However, Ling Hua had closed her eyes, which made her wonder if she had seen it wrong just now. But the problem was that she had a very deep impression of what had just happened. After all, their attention was focused on the outside at that time. After Ling Hua came in, her attention shifted to her. It was impossible that she had seen it wrong. She looked at Dazwang with some uncertainty. She found that Zhuang, like herself, was surprised by Ling Hua's eyes just now. Sure enough, I didn't see it wrong. At this moment, a flash of inspiration flashed through her mind, and all the past events emerged in her mind. No wonder little Ling Hua covered her eyes, because her eyes had mutated, and she was not like Walai, as she and her husband thought at the beginning, suffering from blood disease. "Hello, Auntie." "Hello, Uncle." Ling Hua smiled sweetly at them and sat next to Walai. Without waiting for her parents to say anything more, Walai spoke. "Mom and Dad, I have a way to circumvent the curse of the Mangeki Sharingan. It won't blind you at all, but it can still exert a pupil power far beyond the Mangeki Sharingan. So if you can open your eyes, don't think about following the path of the ancestor, ahem. Uchiha Madara. Damn it, why do I have to call Madara the ancestor?" Upon hearing this, Dazhuang's parents were stunned. What? What? They both felt like they were dreaming tonight, it was too dreamy. Why did the two of them become busy and pay less attention to their future? When I saw them again, they seemed like a different person. Many kids have secrets that subvert their worldviews. Especially my son, how did he know about this? Why didn't Uchiha Madara, who was more powerful than him, find the path his son mentioned? Chapter 640. Soon, Dazwang and his wife came back to their senses from their astonishment. They looked at Walai, and their eyes regained their calmness. Son, how did you know about this? Did Orochimaru tell you? Dazwang asked. In their cognition, the most likely way for Walai to know about this was to get it from Orochimaru. Walai shook his head. No, you are my parents, I don't want to lie to you, but there are some things I don't want to say, so I won't say it. This made Dazwang's mouth twitch slightly twice. What do you mean by not wanting to say it, so I won't say it? To be honest, he wanted to use illusion to induce him to say it. But he gave up soon. After all, his son has grown up and has his own secrets. As parents, they always explore their son's secrets, and they hate themselves. Okay, Mom and Dad won't ask where you know it from. Miyako held her husband's hand, and then looked at Walai, with a gleam of light in her beautiful eyes. Mom wants to know what this method is. It would be a lie to say that I'm not curious. Although the two of them have no regrets about their dedication to their children, they would also be very happy if there is a better way to achieve the same goal. It is to transplant Hashirama's wood release cells. Hearing this, Dazwang and his wife were stunned, and for a moment they both couldn't react. Transplant Hashirama's cells? Didn't this experiment end in failure? After all, so many people died at the time, and the whole Konoha, and even the whole ninja world, was in an uproar. Mirai saw his parents' confusion, nodded, and explained, yes, it is to transplant the cells of Hashirama. You all know that Hashirama is from the Senju clan, and is hostile to my Uchiha clan, but you may not know that the ancestors of our two families actually come from one person. That is the Six-Path Sage. Hearing this, Dazwang glanced at him speechlessly and said unhappily, nonsense, of course we know that our ancestor is the Six-Path Sage. Mirai was stunned, and the whole person was a little embarrassed. Sorry, I treated you as other ordinary people. Uchiha and Senju have inheritance, so they naturally know who their ancestors are. Of course, Indra and Ashura were replaced by the eldest son and the second son by Black Zetsu. So they know the common ancestor of the Six-Path Sage, but they don't know the names of their respective ancestors. In short, our two families are actually relatives in terms of blood. But have you ever thought that our bloodline was passed down from the Six-Path Sage, and after so many years of development, it has become a unique bloodline? If we collect these bloodlines, can we return to our ancestors? Hearing this, Dazwang and his wife were slightly startled. Collect bloodlines to return to our ancestors? Is this possible? It sounds reasonable, but has the future forgotten that bloodlines can also mutate, and this possibility is even greater? The future ignored their thoughts and continued, what I said is too far away, let's talk about the nearest. The Senju inherited the body of the immortal, so they have a strong physique, awesome recovery ability, a lot of chakra, and a great blessing for the technique. And we inherited the eyes of the immortal, the 3 Magatama level of the Sharingan, which has super auxiliary ability, which makes us Uchiha always in the first hand. Many times, as soon as the enemy moves, we can predict their next route. After the future finished speaking, he felt a little dry in his throat, so he said to Ling Hua, Hua, help me pour a glass of water. Okay. Ling Hua replied with a smile. This immediately caused Miyako to glare at the future. She stood up quickly, held Ling Hua down, and said to Walai unhappily, why are you so lazy? You even need Xiaoling to help you drink water. After saying that, she smiled and looked at Ling Hua, saying, don't spoil him, let him do it himself. Walai. He curled his lips and didn't care about what his mother said, but he really planned to get up and get water from the water dispenser. But he was pulled by Ling Hua. The latter said to Miyako, Auntie, listen to what he said first. This matter is very important to you Uchiha. After saying that, she took the initiative and stood up while pressing Miyako back to the sofa. Then she said, you guys talk, I'll make you a cup of water. After saying that, without waiting for Miyako and Dazwang to say anything, he came to the water dispenser next to him and took tea in cups. Dazwang, who was silent on the side, looked at Walai with a look of disappointment. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice, you this kid, you have such a lovely, beautiful, diligent and capable girlfriend, but you don't take good care of her like I take care of your mother, but instead instruct her to do the work. Aren't you afraid that she will dislike you and run away directly? You should learn from your father and me. A wife is to be cared for and loved, not to be a nanny. The future pulled the corners of his mouth and showed him a silent smile. It was the kind of expression without emotional warmth, a smile on the face but not on the body. He went on to say, have you ever thought about why the kaleidoscope went blind? Hearing their son talking about serious matters, the couple's thoughts of passing on their son's experience in pursuing a girlfriend were also suppressed. De Zhuang frowned and asked tentatively, because the pupil power is limited? Mirai looked at his father in surprise, but thinking that his father was at least a junior high-ranking member of the Uchiha clan and a secret military strategist, it was not surprising that he knew this. He looked at his mother, wondering what she would say. After a moment of hesitation, Mieko said, the pupil power of the Mangekyo is too overbearing, so it will cause incurable damage to the user, especially the eyes. As the number of uses increases, the eyes will gradually become more damaged without being able to recover, until they completely lose their function. Although pupil power is a special chakra produced by the brain, the eyes are the most important. Because pupil power is produced by the brain and eyes working together, neither of them can be missing. Mirai was really surprised this time. He looked at his mother in surprise and couldn't help but praise her, Mom, you know so much. Hearing this, Mieko didn't say much. She saw Ling Hua coming over with tea, and hurriedly stood up, a little embarrassed and said, oh, you've worked so hard, Xiaoling. As she spoke, she glanced at Walai, her eyes full of disdain. Why did she give birth to such a lazy child? Look at little Ling Hua, how capable she is. Auntie, it's not hard at all. Ling Hua smiled sweetly at Mieko, and then handed the tea to the three of them. Then they sat down. Walai then continued, yes, this is the main reason why Kaleidoscope will go blind. Of course there is a curse. Kagaya Atsutsuki's curse. Although she was sealed on the moon, the chakra used by the ninjas still came from her. Her will must be in these chakras. The deepest and most difficult to detect will. And Uchiha is also one of the descendants of her eldest son, so he will naturally be targeted by this will. The reason why Indra is not blind is that he has half of the blood of the six-path sage, which protects him from the harm of blindness. But the six-path sage blood in his descendants has long been diluted. It can't protect the Uchiha clan and other families that inherit the six-path sage blood. Naturally, they will be targeted by the curse. It seriously damages the caster body. For example, the so-called blood disease may be the result of a curse. As the technique or chakra is used more, the blood disease is more likely to recur. For example, the Kagaya clan, they are quite similar to Kagaya Otsutsuki, so they are naturally targeted more than other clans. And the Uchiha, every time they open their eyes, it is no less than rolling in hell for the Uchiha. The Senju and Uzumaki, perhaps because they are protected by Ashura's chakra. They are cursed less. But not without. Of course, these are all speculations about the future, and he has no evidence to prove anything. Going off topic. Collect. Sister Tsunade said that the so-called irreversible injuries in this world are because no effective targeted methods have been found. Just like the blood disease, patients in the warring states period could only wait to die, but I was cured. Although the power of the Mangekyo pupil is extremely powerful, it is extremely harmful to the body, and the Senju clan's recovery ability is far superior to everyone else. The first generation of Musama can even heal all knife wounds instantly. If this ability is transplanted into our Uchiha body, can it restore the pupil power and the injuries caused by the pupil power? After saying this, the future took a sip of tea. Suck it. This tea smells so good. Asterisk. Mieko and Dazwang were stunned. The two of them looked at the future stupidly. Not to mention, they never thought that they could do this. Use the recovery power of the thousand hands to offset the damage caused by the Mangekyo pupil power. In this way, the risk of blindness can be avoided. This idea seems feasible. Degree. Chapter 641. After Mirai said some important things to support his statement, he was driven out by his parents. The reason was that they wanted him to send Ling Hua back. Of course, if Ling Hua was not a girl and needed to care about her reputation, they would also want to keep Ling Hua overnight. And the two of them also need to digest Mirai's words. Using the terrifying recovery power of Hashirama to offset the damage caused by the Mangeki is too avant-garde. They had never thought about it before. At Dazwang's house, the two sat in silence for a long time, and finally Mieko asked, "Husband, do you think what our son said is reliable?" She heard that although it was feasible in theory, no one had actually tried it. Dazwang hugged his chest with both hands, and rarely hugged Mieko. He closed his eyes and pondered, "According to my son, Lord Orochimaru has already mastered the core of wood release, and it is only a matter of time before the transplant is successful. I said that with Danzo's character, he would never be willing to accept the failure of the wood release plan. He will definitely secretly implement another plan. It seems that what he has been secretly researching over the years must be this." Mieko also nodded in understanding. "I am surprised why Danzo has been so obedient over the years. It seems that he has been dragged down by wood release, so he has no intention of caring about us Uchiha. This may also be due to Lord Orochimaru. We have all seen his scientific research ability. He is definitely one of the top 2 people in Konoha's history. I don't believe that after so many years, with Danzo's secret support, he has no results until now." Mieko was stunned, and then thought about what her husband said. "You know what, this possibility is really high." Some couldn't help but sigh. "We Uchiha owe a lot to Lord Orochimaru, especially our family." Yes. The two couldn't help but admire Orochimaru. He accepted Mirai as his disciple, solved the ideas of Uchiha extremists, made Mirai one of the successors of Ryokai Cave, taught him wholeheartedly, and let him participate in experiments. In the future, when he got the blood disease, he could ask Tsunade for help. These favors are so great that they will be difficult to repay in the next life. For a while, both of them couldn't help but redden their eyes. The 3 megatamas spun rapidly in their eyes. For a long time, Dezhuang looked at his wife and asked with a wry smile, "Do we still need to go out to adapt?" After speaking, the hooks in his eyes quickly connected together, combining a pair of peculiar eye patterns. It looked like 3 death sickles, with the handles combined to form an isosceles triangle, perfectly dividing the pupils, and the blades rotating in one direction. This was a pair of Mangeki Sharingan. But Mieko was not surprised. She retracted her gaze and looked into the teacup. Her eyes at the moment were reflected in the tea. Because her eyes were red, it was very clear. Her eye patterns also changed. They were no longer 3 megatama. Instead, they were red blood eyes composed of 3 leaf spots, like a blooming peach blossom. Uchiha Mieko's eyes were the 7th row from top to bottom, the 3rd one. "No need. After all, my son said that they don't need our eyes. Let's keep them for ourselves, just in case." Dezhuang heard this, thought about it and retracted his eyes. Mieko did the same, but the 2 of them didn't say anything else, each immersed in their own thoughts. Their faces gradually turned pale. Because they recalled the terrible memory when they opened their eyes. Although they knew it was fake, they were still very afraid of it happening. After all, they both activated the cursed eyes at the same time. Walking on the way to send Linghua home, Walai was in a good mood. This made Linghua feel the happiness of Walai even if she didn't open her eyes. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, held her hands in front of her, and turned her head slightly to look at Walai. Whispered softly, "Future, I can protect you now." Hearing this, Walai was stunned and looked at Linghua in surprise. "Why does this sound so familiar?" So he instinctively said, "Why do you say such a thing?" Rika was stunned, a little surprised. She asked, "Who else said this to you?" "Minato, when he learned the Flying Thunder God technique, he also asked me the same thing." Rika, asterisk. "Ah. Minato said that? He said it to Mirai before him? He was not the first someone who said this to Mirai?" Thinking about the mood in which she said this to Mirai, Rika couldn't help but tremble. Her teeth were clenched. "It's Minato Namikaze." Instantly, her brows were furrowed. This made Mirai realize that something was wrong, and he hurriedly asked, "What's wrong with you?" Rika turned around and walked away, snorting, "Nothing. It seems that Minato Namikaze is still treacherous, and Mirai is really a dissolute flower that attracts all butterflies." Mirai, underscore. He looked at Rika who turned around and walked away, and he was completely confused. She was in a good mood just now. What happened? Recalling what he said just now, it seems that Rika was angry because he said Minato took the first place. Hey! Is Rika angry because he gave the first place to Minato? In an instant, he figured out the key, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly rise several degrees. He hurriedly ran to Linghua and said with a flattering smile, "Linghua, are you angry?" "No. Ling Hua replied without thinking, then passed Walai and continued to move forward. Walai hurriedly caught up again and stopped her again. Don't worry, I will give you every first time in the future. Hee. As he said that, he also showed a dissolute smile. Ling Hua, O_O. She was stunned. Walai had never said such words to her. He even basically didn't make dirty jokes with her, but this time, he actually made dirty jokes to himself. This. For a moment, she felt her heartbeat speeding up rapidly. Her face couldn't help but blush. Just when she was about to scold, her mind suddenly reacted to something. Why did Mirai make dirty jokes? It was because she was angry. So why was she angry? The reason was that Minato took Mirai's first place. According to the formula, we can get. Minato took the first place, so she was angry. Because she was angry, Mirai made dirty jokes to make herself laugh. Rounding off, Mirai made dirty jokes to make herself not angry with Minato, and to make herself shy and laugh. To simplify it, it was for him, not for her. All of a sudden, the shame on her face disappeared, and she pouted in annoyance. Humph! Who cares about your first place? Leave your first place to Minato. After saying that, she turned around and left. Mirai. I wanted her to say this, but not in this tone. He was confused for a moment, but seeing Ling Hua running away, he hurriedly chased after her and shouted, Wait for me, Hua. Ling Hua heard that, not only did she not stop, but she started running. Future could only chase after her. He chased her all the way to her bedroom. Only then did he shamelessly ask for forgiveness. What could Ling Hua do? Of course, she chose to forgive him with a red face. Underground of the Land of Rain. Uchiha Madara retracted his gaze from the live broadcast of the ruins. He was a little disappointed. Is this all he has? The white Zetsu hanging on the wall nodded and responded, all the white eyes of the Hyuga clan, except for the 4 lucky ones, are here with her. As he said that, he glanced at the live broadcast screen. It showed Hyuga ran. At this moment, she followed the method given by White Zetsu and methodically put the white eyes into the light ball one by one. There were many lights in the light ball, most of which were azure blue, making the ruins shine. Alas, it's still too little. Madara frowned. This amount is not even comparable to those moon people last time. With just a little strength, he could kill her with physical skills alone. The passage to the moon has been closed by the frightened Otsutsuki clan, and we can't go up. White Zetsu spread his hands and said helplessly. The implication is that there are only so many Bun, don't despise them. Madara sighed, he still wanted to fight with the Rinnegan owner. But the result? Alas! Hashi hot mom! I'm really lonely without you. By the way. He suddenly thought of an interesting person. What are the recent movements of Uchiha Mirai? White Zetsu's main body thought about it, then connected to the spores, and asked, My spores said that he is currently doing experiments in Orochimaru's laboratory. He didn't know yet that his wife has betrayed. Madara nodded in understanding. Uchiha Mirai, the gears of fate have turned, I look forward to your arrival. After saying that, he closed his eyes somewhat boredly and fell into a deep sleep. He wanted to use this method to pass these boring times. Chapter 642. Soon, Walai returned home. Dazwang and his wife decided to keep it a secret from their children, and not to mention the matter of the kaleidoscope for the time being, so as to avoid their worries. And they did not intend to use the power of the kaleidoscope. After all, at present, they think they are already masters, enough to use the 3 Magadama level pupil power to deal with most enemies. So the kaleidoscope is used as a life-saving trump card. 1. Did you send Xiaoling back safely? Miyako asked with a smile. Walai smiled, and her fingers accidentally brushed across her nose, and she smelled the fragrance on it. It was stained when Ling Hua pulled her, very fragrant. Of course, get home safely. See her fall asleep with your own eyes. That's good. Miyako nodded. As for Xiaoling Hua, she is really raising her as a daughter-in-law now. How is it? Dazhuang smiled and asked, Dad has a good eye, right? I said Xiaoling is a good girl, and she will definitely be your girlfriend in the future. At the beginning, you kept saying it was impossible. How is it now? You've been slapped in the face. Future. He was embarrassed instantly. People were a little afraid to look at his father's playful expression. He turned his head and said angrily, "No way. No, I fell in love with Pang Ling at first sight. Don't frame me." De Zhuang was stunned, and then looked at his son speechlessly. "Hey! You little bastard, you are so thick-skinned." He didn't dare to admit what he said at the beginning. Future shrugged, not paying any attention to what his father said. "Just kidding, can a thin-skinned person chase a pretty girl? No. In the previous life, he was still worried that he would be taken away by the police uncle, but in this world, it doesn't exist. His family is responsible for maintaining Konoha's law and order. The only thing they are worried about is whether they can win the fight." After the three of them talked for a while, they went back to their beds and went to sleep. Time flies. 3 days have passed. In the future, in Orochimaru's laboratory, she looked at the embryos in the laboratory. The embryo is already the size of a fist, and it's time to slow down its growth. Orochimaru looked at the embryo and said to the future. "Yet. Currently, biotechnology is not well developed, and this embryo cannot be ripened all at once. If it is really done, the lifespan of the embryo will be drastically shortened, which is not suitable at all. Therefore, the embryo development takes at least 3 months. After that, Orochimaru needs to control the body to make it produce chakra and complete the change of chakra properties. It is best to fuse out the blood limit. Such a body is the best fusion material." After the master and apprentice finished the experiment, the future left the laboratory first and went to find his friends. Because they should do the task. Even if not for himself, he should consider Minato. When Mirai came out of the laboratory, he saw Linghua and Minato waiting for him. "Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time." Mirai walked towards them with a smile. "It's okay, we just arrived not long ago." Minato smiled, he glanced at the laboratory, and seemed absent-minded. "What's wrong?" Mirai naturally noticed it, so he asked curiously. After thinking about it, Minato still asked, "Is the teacher's experiment not finished yet?" Mirai heard him mention Orochimaru, and thought he wanted to ask whether the teacher would do the task with them. So he smiled and explained, "Yes, there are still some experiments, and they have just started. It is estimated that the future tasks will be the same as the previous one. The 3 of us will do it ourselves." Minato heard this and responded absent-mindedly. "Oh." Then he walked towards the village. This made Mirai aware of something wrong. He seemed to care not whether Orochimaru could lead them to do the mission, he seemed to have other concerns. So he looked at Linghua and asked Minato what was wrong with his eyes. Although Linghua did not open her eyes, her perception technique has always been perceiving people's facial expressions. Naturally, she could see the telegram from the future. She shook her head slightly, indicating that she didn't know either. Seeing this, the future followed Minato's pace and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Minato hesitated for a moment and thought it would be better to be honest. "Future, have you told the teacher that he will die because of the Nine Tails Rebellion?" Last time they went to Lulin, they all met Naruto from another world. At the beginning, the future asked him who the 4th generation Hokage was, but they were all stunned by Naruto's other words. That is, the Uchiha clan was exterminated. Later, Naruto said that the 4th generation Hokage was because of the Nine Tails Rebellion. And the 4th Hokage is Orochimaru. In other words, he will die because of the Nine Tails. Although the 2 worlds are somewhat different, such major events should be common. That's why Minato asked this question. He also wanted to talk to the teacher alone these days, but either he was too busy or didn't have time. So it has been delayed until now. When Minato said this, Mirai immediately understood. He couldn't help but have a strange look on his face. He wanted to put his arm around Minato's shoulders, but just as he was about to move his hand, he remembered Linghua who was following him. 3 days ago, she was still upset with him because she gave her first time to Minato and she was the second time. If he hadn't been thick-skinned and blocked her bed, she might still be angry with him now. So he put down his hand, coughed twice, and asked with a smile, "Ahem. Minato, do you think there is a possibility that you are actually the 4th generation Hokage?" Hearing this, Minato shook his head and rejected it without thinking, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. The 4th generation Hokage is obviously Orochimaru's, it is definitely not me." He couldn't do anything to offend his superiors. Future saw that he misunderstood what he meant, and hurriedly explained, "I mean in another world, Orochimaru didn't become Hokage, but you became Hokage, and you died in the hands of the Nine Tails, and then Naruto became an orphan. Do you think there is such a possibility? Minato looked at Future, his face became solemn. He knew that Future rarely lied, and every time he said something, there was basically a trace and a real basis. It would even come true. It is impossible to make a false statement. What do you mean? He frowned and asked back. His brows were furrowed so high that his yellow bangs were clipped. Mirai said, Naruto also said that neither Reka nor I have ever appeared in his world. That guy Rope Tree even died early, so you should start from the time you entered school without Reka and me. How will your life trajectory, Orochimaru's life trajectory, and the life trajectory of all of them develop? After listening to this, Minato couldn't help but think in the direction that Mirai said. He touched his chin and muttered to himself, if there is no future, I should be alone, go to school step by step, and exercise casually. Maybe I will be very hard, but I won't be able to persist for long. Then Kushina transferred to the school, and I didn't dare to talk to her much. I was so shy that I could only watch her being bullied from the side. Then, it's strange that Minato felt that his brain was smoother than ever before. Almost without any lag, he calculated the life trajectory without a future. I might become Jiraiya's apprentice, but Orochimaru lost you in the Waki, he has no restraint, and he is too involved with Elder Danzo, so he will definitely be drawn out by him. He will definitely go astray and eventually become a traitor. And Jiraiya doesn't want to be Hokage. Combined with what Naruto said, Tsunade is at least the 5th or 6th Hokage, because the 4th is dead. As Minato thought about it, his eyes widened and his voice became louder. He froze in place. He just felt his scalp tingling. Fuck. Oh my god. For a moment, he was shocked by his own calculations. Not to mention him, even Mirai looked at him with a confused look. Gulp. He swallowed his saliva and asked Minato blankly, did you read the script, so? After being interrupted by Mirai, Minato finally reacted. He stared with a pair of big bull eyes, hugged Mirai directly, and exclaimed, so I am the 4th generation Hokage. Because if he calculated correctly, he is the most likely candidate to become Hokage. Master Hatake Sakumo has no intention of becoming Hokage. This uncle has told the teachers more than once. So they all know that the 4th generation Hokage is Orochimaru. They have known it for a long time. If there is no Mirai, no Reka, and no Rope Tree, then it is really possible that he will become Hokage. And it is the 4th generation. Mirai looked at Minato's trembling face, and he shrugged and said, I know you are very excited, but don't get excited yet. Now Orochimaru can't be a rebel ninja, so the 4th generation is his, and you can only be the 5th generation. Minato, Sigma, A. Ga. For a moment, Minato was like the duck with its neck pinched could not speak. Linghua was also somewhat surprised by Minato's imagination. Just now, he was like seeing a script, and he perfectly calculated the life trajectory without her in the future. And she couldn't find any faults. Minato, you have to know that this is our world. What Naruto said is only suitable for his world. You are the 5th generation of our world, and the other you he mentioned is the 4th generation in their world. These are 2 worlds and 2 concepts that cannot be confused. Minato, degree. Who am I? Where am I? What did I hear just now? He was completely confused at the moment. Is it really so terrible to have a world without a future? He even thought about whether he should go to Naruto's world and create a world with a future. In this way, they won't have so much suffering. Chapter 643. Mirai looked at Minato's trembling face, and after thinking for a while, he continued, do you think that the Nine Tails rebellion can really happen with us here? Besides, the Nine Tails in our world is different from the Nine Tails in Naruto's world. The Nine Tails in our world is very gentle. So the world where you exist is actually a parallel world. Mirai had this idea at this moment. At first, he thought this was a main world. It was a pity that he was still thinking about whether to maintain the development of the original work. As a result, he was worrying too much. Minato thought that Kushina had been following him and others all over the world since she became a Jinchuriki. There was no Nine Tails riot. Even in the last Nine Tails Jinchuriki control experiment outside the village, the people of Konoha easily suppressed the Nine Tails chakra and let Kushina regain control of her body. So whether the Nine Tails rebellion will happen or not is another matter. No, it is highly unlikely to happen. Hey! I thought too much. He exhaled a breath of foul air and looked at the future with some relief. Fortunately, you are here, otherwise, I can't think straight. Future narrowed his eyes, shook his head, and asked, Minato, have you really never read the script? The deduction just now directly made Future wonder whether Minato had watched Naruto episode 720. Otherwise, how could the deduction be so accurate? Minato shook his head in confusion. Script? What script? Is there anyone else performing a TV series in the ninja world? Future was just joking, he didn't really think Minato had read any script. He smiled and shook his head, saying, nothing. Let's go get the mission. When people have something to do, time will pass quickly. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. After Mirai and the others submitted the B-level mission, they were hurriedly recalled by third generation. It was not because they were needed for anything, but because Sand Village declared war on Konoha. The reason was that they suspected Konoha and killed their Kazekage. To be honest, when Mirai was on the mission, he was completely stunned after hearing the message from his teacher. How long has it been since World War II? At most, it has not even been 8 years. What happened to Sand Village? They haven't recovered yet, but they are going to go to war again. Are they afraid that their village has not been attacked? However, the reason for declaring war has not changed. The third Kazekage is still dead. I don't know if it was done by Scorpion of the Red Sand. If he did it, it would be really awesome. He lost more than 2 years of growth, but he could kill the third Kazekage alone. I don't know how he did it, anyway it's pretty awesome. So the third generation called back all the people who were doing missions outside. The future is not special. At this time, they all gathered at Minato's house. Among the 3 ninjas, Orochimaru changed his body, but used the erasure technique to replace the skin on his face with this body. Because this body uses the cells of the future, it is a bit too delicate. And the skin of both is very white and delicate. So it looks more beautiful than girls. But he is essentially a man. In order to avoid Jiraiya and the third generation from making trouble, Orochimaru decided to replace his face on every body in the future. Anyway, the main body is not afraid of being skinned, because he can perform snake shedding countless times. Grow new human skin again. Jiraiya looked at the future with some doubts, and couldn't help asking, tell me honestly, did you kill the Kazekage? If it was in the past, he would never say this, because it is not realistic. How old will they be in the future? Now they are only 16 years old. Thinking back to myself, what was I doing at the age of 16? At the age of 16, I was still following my teacher and doing some B and C level tasks. But the 6 or 7 of them in the future are really abnormal. It is impossible to measure them with common sense. To be honest, he now doubts that if he does not activate the Sage mode, he probably can't beat them. Especially his own disciples, he has mastered Flying Thunder God technique, and the speed is extremely fast. I can't hit him, but he can hit me at any time. The techniques he mastered are more diverse. He not only learned his signature ninjutsu, random lion hair technique, big ball raise nan, various ceiling techniques, etc. Currently, the future has also taught him to learn the perception ninjutsu, chakra perception technique, and his own sage mode. And according to what he told himself privately, he can't guarantee that he can beat the future. Because he found that the future guy has several tricks up his sleeve. Every time when facing the enemy, he only uses wind wound to end the battle, and at most uses sword chi to assist. He rarely uses his previous ninjutsu and swordsmanship. What does this mean? This means that this guy has returned to his original nature, no longer focusing on skills, but on moves. He himself has the most experience in this situation. Because this is the realm of a strong master. Just like him, the commonly used techniques are random lion hair technique and raise nan. Just like Tsunade, who often uses super strength fist and painful sky kick, just like Orochimaru he uses shadow snake hand and snake spit Orochimaru. The so-called one trick, eat all the world, is almost this meaning. So, if it is really the 3 of them who killed the third Kazekage, although it is a bit outrageous, it is not much outrageous. At least it is 3 against 1, right? Orochimaru and Tsunade couldn't help but look at the future them. Orochimaru has been doing experiments, and Tsunade, in the past 3 months, has often followed Jiraiya and led Team 8 to do missions whenever she has time. There is also a little girl with her. She has short hair and is very cute. She is the little girl that Kato-dan asked Tsunade to take care of. She is quiet and usually doesn't like to talk much. Mirai spread his hands speechlessly and said unhappily, "How is it possible? We haven't received any missions to the Kingdom of Wind." Rika also sighed. She opened her white pupils and shrugged, "Uncle Jiraiya, do you think we have the ability to kill the Kazekage? You know, he is at least the strongest Kazekage in history by the Sand Village. Kill him." Tisk tisk tisk. "Uncle, you really think highly of us." But Rope Tree retorted, "But I remember 3 months ago, you received a mission to escort a caravan to Lulin. If I remember correctly, the third Kazekage also went to Lulin and forced the Queen of Lulin to hand over the murderer who killed his brother." Hearing this, the 3 people in the future remembered what mission Rope Tree was talking about. It was the day when Mirai assisted Orochimaru in the embryo culture experiment and came out to take the mission with Minato and others. At that time, Minato was still shocked by the fact that he was the 4th Hokage in another world. That mission was their second trip to Lulin. Because it was a formal, legal, and visible mission, the 3 of them entered the territory of the Kingdom of Wind and came to Lulin City. When they came for the first time, they wore masks and disguised themselves. This time they used their true faces, so no one could recognize them. Naturally, they also saw the scene where the Wind Shadow was alone and forced the Queen of Lulin. But the 3 of them really didn't do anything. Minato smiled bitterly and explained, "We were indeed in Lulin at that time, but it was not us who did it, but the Queen of Lulin." Hearing Minato's words, everyone was stunned and looked at Minato with some curiosity. They didn't know what happened at that time, and they had never heard them mention it in the future. Minato meant that the Queen of Lulin had also hit the third Wind Shadow? Is it so explosive? I don't think I've heard of it. Tell me in detail. Tsunade asked curiously. Seeing that the master and his mistress were interested, Minato explained, "At that time, the younger brother of the third Kazekage, Lei Xiao, was on a diplomatic mission to Lulin, but it happened that an Lushan in Lulin rebelled. I don't know what happened to Lei Xiao, anyway, he died inexplicably. The third Kazekage wanted to avenge his brother, so he came to the sky of Lulin alone to force the Queen of Lulin to hand over the murderer. At that time, the Queen of Lulin was already upset by an Lushan's rebellion. Seeing the tough attitude of the third Kazekage, she drove the puppet to attack the third Kazekage without saying a word, and prepared the Dragon Vein move at the same time, severely damaging the third Kazekage. We all saw that the third Kazekage was seriously injured and fled directly to the Sand Village. After saying that, he was slightly stunned, and suddenly turned his head to look at the future. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Future, do you think the third Kazekage will not? At this time, the future finally reacted to something. If the third Kazekage was injured, then Scorpion could have killed the third Kazekage alone. It should be. Mirai nodded and said, if the third Kazekage was injured, then he could be easily assassinated by others. At this time, Orochimaru and the others also understood something. I'll tell the teacher about this right now. Jiraiya heard this, his face darkened, and he stood up and walked towards the Hokage's office. If what Mirai said was true, then they, Konoha, would not become someone else's scapegoat. Teacher Sarutobi Hiruzen is the third Kazekage. The next Hokage, not the pot cage. You can't just blame Konoha for everything. Chapter 644. When the third Hokage heard Jiraiya's words, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Alas! It's too late. If they had known this earlier, they would have had room for recovery. But now. As he spoke, the third Hokage handed 2 scrolls to the confused Jiraiya. Take a look. Jiraiya was still confused as to why the third Hokage teacher said it was too late. When he took the scroll and looked at it, his face froze. How could it be so fast? The 4th Kazekage had just issued a declaration of war against Konoha in the morning. Why did the war start in the morning? This was an urgent intelligence written by Kato Dan. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the Sand Village had already launched a large-scale attack on the border of Konoha. This is a scroll for requesting assistance. The Sandai smoked a cigarette and explained, it's obvious that the Sandai village blamed the death of the Sandai Kazekage on our Konoha, just to have a pretext. Their newly appointed 4th Kazekage, Raza, wanted to divert the friction in the village through war. And to consolidate his position as Kazekage through war. And that old Gaicho, she is obsessed with the hatred during World War II and always wants to seek revenge on Sakumo. Under many factors, they launched this war. So they can't hear anymore, and don't intend to listen to our Konoha. At this time, the door was opened directly. The only person who never knocked on the door was Danzo. He was followed by 2 people, one with a tattoo on the corner of his mouth, and the other wrapped himself up. The same was true for his face, with only 2 dark round sunglasses showing. It was a Barame Ryoma and a Barame Shijiro. The latter finally became the 3rd person in the root organization with years of hard work. With the help of nano-level poisonous insects, few enemies can survive under his hands. It is a trump card of Shimura Danzo. As soon as Danzo came in, he said angrily, "Fight back, we must fight back hard. We Konoha are not soft persimmons, not all shitpots can be put on us Konoha." He hates taking the blame the most in his life. For example, not long ago, when his root went to Ichiraku Ramen to pay the bill for no reason increased by more than 4 times, and there were witnesses and evidence around. Someone actually ate ramen and ordered takeout in his name, which made him angry to death. The problem is that he couldn't find out who it was, which directly made him angry. This time, when he heard that the Sand Ninja village of the Wind Country dared to attack Konoha, he was immediately angry. After the meeting, he went back and immediately ordered the root to enter the 1st level combat readiness state. Then he rushed to the Hokage's office to discuss this matter with the 3rd generation. Now, our Konoha is strong and well equipped. Let's not talk about low-end combat power, let's talk about high-end combat power. The 3 ninjas can stand alone, Sakumo's sword is still hot, and among the younger generation, Uchiha Namikaze Minato, Hyagaraika, Senju Nwaki, Ichiraku, and Uzumaki Kushina, which one is not outstanding? As he spoke, he also glanced at Shijiro who was fully covered behind him, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. If he really pushed him to the edge, he would send Shijiro to the sand village and find a place to release the pot poison technique. With the power of nano-level poisonous insects, he could directly destroy the village. He went on to say, let alone the sand village, even if the remaining 3 major countries attack our Konoha, we are not afraid at all. After saying that, he looked at the 3rd generation with one eye open. The current Konoha is not the time when only the 2nd generation teacher needed to sacrifice the Senju clan to win. It is not the time at the end of the First World War when you and I need to do our best to save Konoha. The 3rd generation couldn't help but smile when he heard Danzo's words. Indeed, the current Konoha is no longer the Konoha of the past. And this is all his credit. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Okay, since there is no way to negotiate, and the other party is determined to go to war, then satisfy them. Danzo raised the corners of his mouth. After hearing that the 3rd generation agreed with his idea, his eyes became kind when he looked at the 3rd generation. Look, the 3rd generation is still the handsome boy before. The wrinkles on his face are the youth he spent with me. Jiraiya pursed his lips. In fact, he also wanted to negotiate with the sand village to make them give up. But through the intelligence just now, he already knew that his idea was too late. The sand village was determined to attack Konoha for various reasons. Let's just fight. As long as they know they are afraid, they will not attack Konoha again. After the 3rd generation made up his mind, he immediately asked people to call the heads of the major families, the elders, and the heads of various departments to a meeting. Just when Konoha was preparing for the battle. The Hidden Mist village in the Land of Water, a village that did not participate in World War II, also had a big thing happen in secret. But no one knew about it. On an island full of fog, Madara looked at the 3rd Mizukage, who was covered with wounds and dying, but with a look of horror and shock on his face. With disdain on his lips. He was still wearing the skin of Uzumaki White Zetsu, which allowed him to move freely. The strongest 3rd Mizukage in history, but he has only this little strength. Hearing this, the 3rd Mizukage couldn't help coughing up a large ball of blood. Cough cough cough. Uchiha Madara. I didn't expect, you are still alive. As he said this, he turned his neck with difficulty and looked at a boy with a dull look behind him. The boy was only about 1.4 meters tall, and looked about 13 or 14 years old. But in fact, he is already an adult, but he looks very young. At this moment, his eyes were dull and his expression was lifeless. He looked like a puppet that had been played with. And in his eyes, which were originally purple pupils, there were now 3 megatama rotating faintly inside. But if you don't look carefully, you really can't see it. Sharingana, ahem, this kind of eyes really shouldn't exist in the world. After saying that, he died of despair. I only hope that the information I left secretly can reveal all this. Seeing this, Madara shook his head in boredom. He looked at the half-buried body of White Zetsu and said lightly, leave it to you to deal with, and support him to the position of Mizukage. Okay, Madara-sama. White Zetsu respectfully sent Madara-sama away from here. When Madara returned to the underground, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Once the war begins, Uchiha, I want to see how you can get together. Originally, he planned to send the signal of war through the water country Mist Village, but was beaten by the Sand Village. But it doesn't matter. Once the Third World War begins, the two countries of Thunder and Earth will inevitably go to war, and he will control the Mist Village. When the four countries attack Konoha at the same time, then Hyuga will have the opportunity to kill Hyuga. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth rose wildly. Hyuga, I have already set the stage for you, don't let me down. If he loses to a girl with eye problems with the power of the reincarnation eye, he will commit suicide. Living is a waste of air. He didn't know that Hyuga's eyes were already reincarnation eye. In his cognition, the child's eyes were injured, and the white Zetsu's spores conveyed to them every day the information that Hyuga was treating her eyes. He didn't notice that their spores had rebelled. Hyuga Tsuyoshi, who was mentioned by Madara, is still in the ruins. However, the ball of light in front of her has shrunk a lot. In fact, she had merged Thespian into Rinnegan a long time ago. However, in the past few months, she has been absorbing the pupil power inside, hoping to make her eyes like Hyuga's eyes. When she realized that her eyes had absorbed enough pupil power today and needed to be digested, Hyuga put down her hand. She put the Rinnegan ball back into the box and put it away. Then she stood up and stretched beautifully. For a moment, the perfect curve was exposed. And the chest that was originally ordinary began to develop at this moment, estimated to be the size of a duck egg. Every time it was rubbed by clothes, she felt numb. This time was the same, making her involuntarily clamp her legs. Her face also showed a flush. She was the only one here, so she had another bitter thought in her mind. After looking around to see that there was no one around, he immediately performed the shadow clone technique. Then he made the shadow clone transform into the appearance of Uchiha. The shadow clone had a strange smile on his face, rubbing his hands and said, "Hee hee. This. Not. Lan. I, Uchiha, am here again." As he said that, the shadow clone directly pounced on Hinata-lan. This made the latter even more restless. After being pounced on, she scratched her head shyly and said, "Damn it, be gentle." Hee hee. She has been like this for the past few months. After a minute of lovemaking, the shadow clone finally couldn't bear it and dissipated. This made Hinata-lan not satisfied at all. She lay on the bed, looking lost. She couldn't help but murmur, "Uchiha." Chapter 645. 645. But are these humans worth protecting? Sand Village. In a secret underground cave, Luasha and Cho are looking at a monk. The monk is sitting in a cage with his hands folded, chanting sutras and reciting Buddhist scriptures. He doesn't care about their arrival at all. Luasha looks at Cho hesitantly. Neither of them has yet to go to the battlefield, but is preparing a killer weapon. Cho is a person who has experienced World War II and knows how powerful Konoha is, so she doesn't think that ordinary conventional means can defeat Konoha. So she has to use everything she can and make Konoha pay the price. Or send Hitaki Sakumo out, so that she has hope of revenge. One of the means is the tailed beast Shikaku. Their village also has a tailed beast, which is a killer weapon, and there is not much research value for it. Their sand village has developed magnetic release, various sealing techniques, and wind release from it, which is enough for them to digest for a while. Then, the role of Shikaku is only deterrence. If the danger of Shikaku is not eliminated, then it can only be kept as a mascot. And the monk in front of him has the power of the tailed beast of their ninja village, the one-tailed Shikaku, sealed in his body. Although it has the least number of tails, its strength can rank among the top few among the 9-tailed beasts. At least Cho thinks that it is not weaker than the 4-tailed and 5-tailed. She naturally noticed the hesitation in Luasha's eyes and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" She still has to give enough respect to Luasha, the 4th-generation Kazekage. Because he is a person who is willing to sacrifice himself for the development of the village. Hearing Chiyo's question, Luasha thought about it and asked, "Elder Cho, we didn't discuss with other big ninja villages, and we directly launched an attack on Konoha. Isn't it too risky to do so?" As a village defeated by Konoha, he was worried about the attack on Konoha by the power of the Sand Village alone. In the First World War, their village had all its elites, but they were blocked and even defeated by the third generation Hokage leading half of Konoha. Hearing this, Cho glanced at him. Those ninja villages are all hyenas. If you want them to act together, you must have huge benefits, but we are very poor and can't afford them. In this case, why don't we act first and tear off a piece of Konoha's meat? When those hyenas smell the blood and see the profit, they will naturally act without us asking them. This decision was made by the siblings and the third generation Kazekage during the World War. So this time, they continued to use this strategy without thinking. And that girl named Yekang, she is as strong as you, and was originally a strong candidate for the Kazekage. If you hadn't taken this opportunity to send her out, you wouldn't have been able to hold on to your position. After saying that, she walked out. The necessary preparations had been made, and she had to pack up and get ready to go. And this attack on Konoha can integrate the relationship between you and me, so as to avoid being provoked by people from other villages, especially that old shady guy Danzo. Only when we are united, we will not be afraid of any difficulties. After saying that, the person had already left here. Only Luo Sha and the monk were left in the field. The latter was still chanting and worshipping Buddha, as if he hadn't heard their conversation. After Cho had left for a long time, Luo Sha looked up and glanced behind him, with a sarcastic smile on his lips. He muttered to himself, "You are in a hurry to divert the village's attention through war because you are afraid that there will be evidence to prove that it was your grandson, Scorpion of the Red Sand, who killed Lord Kazekage. He even pretended to be doing it for my own good." 3 months ago, the third Kazekage's trip to Lulin was not as rumored by the outside world, that the third Kazekage was alone, and he was accompanied by Scorpion of the Red Sand. It's just that the latter did not appear in front of the people of Lulin, so the outside world rumored that the Kazekage was alone and wanted to avenge his brother. But after the third Kazekage was injured, he disappeared. The people they sent to meet him only saw the remains of the human puppet in the desert, as well as the iron sand used by the third Kazekage in battle, and a lot of blood. They judged that the third Kazekage was killed by the blood. Because the amount of bleeding was extremely large, almost the amount of bleeding that a person would have completely drained. It was quite terrifying. Since then, Scorpion never came back, as if he had been assassinated. But no trace of him was found at the scene. No one in the ninja world saw him either, as if he had evaporated from the face of the earth. According to the person who came back to pick up the Kazekage, the traces they saw at the scene looked like a battle between the Scorpion of the Red Sand and the third Kazekage. Because they found a lot of iron sand on the remains of the human puppet. Later, after this person met Elder Cho, he immediately changed his words and said that he had seen it wrong. It was not a human puppet, but an ordinary puppet, and the remains were not iron sand, but ordinary sand. This kind of talk is just a lie. He didn't believe it anyway, but at this moment, Elder Cho was so powerful that many people didn't dare to say it clearly. He was the same. Although the teacher had given him a chance to help him, he was dead and he could become the Kazekage. So he pretended not to know. He glanced at the monk and said lightly, "Master Fenfu, please take more effort from now on." With that, he left. All of a sudden, the monk in the cage was the only one left in the secret place. After everyone left, he slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, there were some wrinkles on his face, and it was obvious that he was not young. At least around 80 years old. Alas! He couldn't help but sigh. This village may be hopeless. The high-level officials have started another war. I wonder how many people will die this time. Ha ha ha. Old monk Fenfu, look, this is the bad nature of you humans. You never remember the mistakes you made in the past. In Fenfu's heart, Shikaku's sharp laughter suddenly came. This is why it looks down on humans. I don't know what's good about these humans, but the ninja world loves humans and makes them the master of all things and the protagonist of the ninja world. The old man Liudeo also loves humans. For them, he even broke off the mother-son relationship. He also established the ninja clan to protect them. Even before he died, he placed the 9-tailed beasts in different parts of the world to let them protect humans. But are these humans worth protecting? Anyway, it can't see any value worth protecting, so it's better to let them all die. Shikaku, you only see the evil in the human heart, but you don't see the truth, goodness, and beauty in the human heart. Humans are not all what you see. There are also peace-loving people among them. Listening to Fenfu's words, Shikaku muttered without comment, I don't deny what you said, but there are very few such people. I think there is really no need for humans to exist. After that, it didn't say anything more, but planned to go to sleep. Because next, they might let me out. At that time, I have to fight well to vent my feelings of being locked up in the dark sealed space for so long. Alas! Amitabha. With the general mobilization of Konoha, the future 6 people formed a team again. Directly led by Orochimaru, just like the second generation and his guards. When they received the order to set off, it was already 12 noon. Due to the emergency, the 7 of them set off first. Tsunade and Jiraiya followed the rear material support team. In the future, their team will have both combat and support, which can be said to be very comprehensive. And there are 2 elite ninjas with medical ninjutsu, Rika and Kushina. Tsunade is also much more relaxed. In addition, the reform plan promoted by Tsunade in recent years has made many teams have a medical ninja, which greatly increases the survival rate of the team. So her role has been reduced a lot. It is not necessary to use her everywhere like during World War II, and use her as a gyroscope, busy and dizzy. And there is Minato's summoning beast Xiao Shui, they can quickly reach the battlefield. Chapter 646. When the 7 of them arrived, it was already evening. The Sand Village wanted to take advantage of the setting sun to attack Konoha. However, Konoha was at a disadvantage not long after the battle began. On the giant eagle, Rope Tree looked at the teacher with great interest and asked, "Teacher Orochimaru, can I use wood release?" These years, he was suffocated to death. Only when he fought against Mirai 3 years ago, he was quite happy. At other times, he could not use it in front of outsiders. So until now, people's impression of him, the Konoha little Senju, is still a boy with strange power. So he is eager to prove himself that he is the Konoha Senju, not small. And it is very big and durable. After Orochimaru heard this, he thought about it carefully, shook his head and said, "No, the importance of wood release is of great importance. Now it's just the Wind Country Sand Ninja village that attacked us first. Once you expose wood release, other villages that are watching will immediately join this war." As he said, he patted Rope Tree on the shoulder and sighed, "After all, the pressure brought by your grandfather is too strong. They are afraid of wood release and afraid of wood release." Ah! Rope Tree suddenly wilted. "It's too unlucky that I can't use wood release." The giant eagle hovered over the border. Naturally attracted the attention of the people below. Mirai looked at Rope Tree, he inserted his hand into his mouth, and then pulled it out, and drew out the mad knife. He stood up, holding the knife in one hand and the scabbard in the other, and said with a smile, "Brother, if you are dissatisfied with not having enough fun, then don't do it, just stay aside and watch my performance." As he said that, he fell back. Because he was standing on the edge of the giant eagle's back, if he fell at this moment, he would fall directly from its back. At an altitude of 500 meters, if it were an ordinary person, he might fall to death directly. But the future is not afraid. When he was still 50 meters away from the ground, he swung his knife downward fiercely. At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Wind wound!" In an instant, 3 golden streaks were slashed out directly from his iron fangs, and they rushed towards the position of the sand village. Because of this move, his falling speed was greatly reduced. In the sky, the friends saw the future's moves and were all slightly shocked. "This guy is so fucking perverted," Rope Tree muttered. "This move of his is more powerful than before." Ichiraku also echoed. In the past, this move could make a small mountain 3-point. This time, it can directly flatten the mountain. "Let's go down too." Linghua glanced down and then jumped down. Seeing this, Minato also nodded, "Nana, let's go." As he said, he took Kushina's hand and threw a kunao casually. Now, all his kunao have been replaced with trident kunao. He has basically used up all the materials in the treasure. He asked a famous master craftsman from the country of craftsmen to make it. He didn't ask for money, just to make fine weapons. And he made more than 1,000 trident kunao in total. Seeing that the other party didn't want money, Minato used the remaining materials as a reward. On the bird's back, only Orochimaru, Noeki and Ichiraku were left. Ichiraku walked to Noeki and chuckled, "Hee hee. Noeki brother, please." He didn't have the method to jump down from a high altitude and land safely like the future, so he had to ask Noeki for help. Noeki sighed. He also knew that the giant eagle was too big, and if it was lowered, it would be easily targeted. Maybe it would die. Otherwise, the 4 of them wouldn't jump down directly in the future. He began to make hand seals and looked at the teacher at the same time, asking with his eyes if he wanted help. Seeing this, Orochimaru thought about it and nodded. My body is a little fragile, and I really need your help. After all, it is a product of 3 months. Yesterday, all his signature ninjutsu, transformation techniques, etc. were installed. The chakra was activated not long ago. In general, it is about 50% worse than his original body, both in quantity and quality. But it is enough to deal with ordinary battles. It is just right for this battle to hone his skills. On the ground, a move of wind wound in the future successfully slowed him down, and when he landed on the ground, he did not receive much recoil. On the ground, because of the vertical wind wound attack just now, a large pit with a depth of 5 meters and a width of 30 meters was directly impacted on the ground. It cleared a piece of open space. But not many people died. Most ninjas dodged when they saw his attack. Ling Hua fell in another direction. She did not use the power of reincarnation I, but directly opened Kaiten. With the force of rotation, the impact of the fall was relieved. On the way, several sand ninjas were knocked away. When Mirai stood up from the big pit, there was a kunai stuck in the ground beside him. The next second, Minato and Kushina suddenly appeared beside Mirai. Seeing this, the surrounding sand ninjas did not dare to step forward. Because from the situation just now, the newcomer was a very high-class person, and they could not afford to offend him. Of course, everyone on the Konoha side was excited. Although they rarely saw Mirai, they could see from the way they appeared just now that they were very powerful. And they were their own people. The momentum rose all of a sudden. Brothers, our support has arrived. Kill these bastards, hurt them, and make them regret invading our Konoha border. Oh! Kill! Seeing the momentum of Konoha rising, many people on the sand ninja side couldn't help but get angry. They immediately rushed up with weapons. Don't be afraid, everyone. There are so many of us. If we punch him, he will be beaten even if he is cured. That's right, go ahead and kill them. Revenge for the Kazekage. I want revenge. Revenge. A strong man shouted. The sand ninjas were immediately like chicken blood, and everyone recalled the goodness of the third Kazekage. But he was assassinated by Konoha's people. How could they not be angry? So the fear in their minds before was gone at this moment. Future raised the corner of his mouth, he looked at the people who were rushing towards him with a roar, and directly put away the Tessaigan. To deal with this group of trash, just use the crazy blade. You're here, it just so happens that I've been itching to fight these years. And the one who is said to be cured is also the one who is beaten, it seems to be you, I saw you in the World War II. As he said this, he didn't use any techniques, just the 3 Magatama level Sharingan, plus basic swordsmanship, and rushed towards the sand ninja. The same was true for Ling Hua and the others. No one used big moves, and they all used the most simple and unpretentious physical techniques to fight the enemy. However, Nawaki, when he was still 20 meters in the air, saw countless detonating kunai, wind demon shuriken, giant shuriken and other ninja tools shooting at him, and immediately raised his eyebrows. Do you really think I'm a soft persimmon that's easy to bully? Immediately formed 3 seals with both hands. Water style, water flow dragon bullet technique. The next moment, he created a huge water dragon out of thin air, wrapping the 3 of them tightly. The water dragon was very thick, at least 5 meters thick, and it easily wrapped the 3 of them. The people were inside the dragon head, and their bodies did not touch the water. And it was flowing at a high speed, directly pushing away all the attacking ninja tools, none of which passed through the water dragon and hurt the people inside. Seeing this, Yul immediately danced with his hands quickly. After a few seconds, he pinched out a thunder seal and shouted, Thunder Escape Thunder Strike Technique. After the water and fire escape techniques, he developed the thunder escape techniques, wind escape techniques, and earth escape techniques. It can be said that he has all 5 escape techniques. Of course, it was because of cooking. Wind escape technique can be used to make fire and blow some ingredients, such as marinated roast duck. Thunder escape technique can be used to stimulate some food to make it more delicious, and can even painlessly kill livestock such as chickens, ducks, pigs, and cows. Earth escape technique is very simple, such as making stoves, wood stoves, etc., which is very convenient. With the help of Ichiraku, in an instant, the water dragon was covered with electric sparks. Seeing this, the corners of Rope Tree's mouth rose wildly. Ichiraku, use that move. Ichiraku immediately understood and knew which move Rope Tree was talking about. He hurriedly replied, "Then you have to be quick, I'm afraid we will be blown to death. They are still in the water dragon's body. If they use that move, it will be very dangerous." Rope Tree smiled confidently, "Don't worry, I'm sure." As he said this, he immediately controlled the water dragon, broke away from them, and quickly flew towards the sand ninja. Seeing this, Ichiraku felt relieved and immediately increased the amount of chakra. Because he was still in the seal of lightning release, the refined chakra automatically turned into lightning attribute chakra. Ha! With a loud shout from him, a huge force of thunder and lightning emerged from his body, and instantly covered the whole body of the water dragon. Chapter 647. Anyone with common sense knows that a huge electric shock can decompose water into two special gases: hydrogen and oxygen. So, boom! An explosion far exceeding the power of hundreds of detonating talismans exploded directly in the Sand Ninja group. Dozens of Sand Ninja who had no time to dodge were directly blown to death. Seeing the masterpiece of the two of them, Nawaki was so happy that he couldn't find the north. "You deserve it, see if you dare to underestimate us." The action here naturally made the two generals in the other direction aware of it. Kato Dan raised his mouth slightly, he looked at the beauty in front of him, and couldn't help saying, "You can't beat us, Konoha, retreat." The one fighting against him was a big beauty who seemed to wear her clothes backwards. With a bun, she looked very young and cute, and two strands of light yellow bangs fell on both sides of her white forehead, making her look different from the people around her. And her skin is very good. It is hard to imagine that such a person actually lives in the dusty sand village. At the same time, her figure is very good and the proportions are very beautiful. Especially the long legs, thin and long, wearing lavender black silk, which made Kato Dan suffer a lot. Hearing this, Yakang's face was very ugly. She was the commander-in-chief of the Sand Ninja Vanguard this time, and she launched the general attack. She thought that she could easily tear open the border of Konoha. But unexpectedly, the man in front of her was very tenacious. He might not be very strong, but his mind was absolutely calm. In addition, since the implementation of the border reform, their defense has been strengthened a lot. The loopholes that they could find in the sand village before are now difficult to break. And she has fought against this person many times, but she couldn't do anything to him. It is said that this person has not used his signature skill yet. That is spiritualization technique. It is said that during World War II, he used this move to make the people of Sand Village suffer. Even when he stood there, many sand ninjas were frightened. Fear before the battle. So most of the people she brought this time were ninjas who had not participated in World War II. Among these ninjas, some were newcomers, and some were ninjas who had guarded the border. She said coldly, "Het. So what, we sand ninjas are fearless." As she said that, she immediately formed a seal and launched the first attack. 3 fireballs appeared behind her in an instant, slowly floating, like her protector. Seeing this, Kato Dan's face froze. He knew the horror of this technique. It can burn all the water in the body of the person it touches in an instant, turning him into a mummy. At the beginning, a few people who didn't know this were cruelly killed by her with this move. Without thinking, he retreated 10 meters away. There was no one else around them, so he was not afraid of his own people being hurt by her. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Kato Dan finally decided to get serious. "Humph, let me see if your secret technique is as scary as the rumors say." She shouted and rushed towards Kato Dan with a fireball. At the same time, she became alert. "I must be careful to deal with a technique that can make the sand ninjas who participated in World War II afraid." It is said that this technique has 2 weaknesses, one is afraid of thunder, and the other is afraid of the main body being attacked. Then, she immediately made a decision in her heart. Behind her, in a place that Kato Dan could not see, a fist-sized flame appeared again. Although this flame ball is small in size, it uses a lot of chakra. Under normal circumstances, its size is enough to be the size of a human body. It is obviously compressed by her. And it is also the fastest moving fireball in Yakang's hand. This is the counter-killing move she prepared. The Future and his men also launched a counterattack against the Sand Ninja. Dozens of Sand Ninjas have fallen under their command, especially the Future. Each of his moves can take away a person. This caused some of the Sand Ninjas to feel fear. Although this man is very elegant, his knife is really sharp, and he can often gently cut from an angle that his own people cannot see. It was like a flash of white light, and like a pure white ribbon gently stroking. But anyone who is touched by it will bloom beautiful blood flowers in the next moment. It's like a red plum blossom that blooms immediately after the winter snow. Everyone, retreat! A man who looked like the captain of the sand ninjas shouted. Those who heard this order all abandoned the future and the others and immediately retreated. At the moment they retreated, several huge weapons shot directly towards the future. There were huge 3-meter-long shurikens spinning rapidly, and arrows as thick as fingers, densely packed. There were also countless spheres. Mirai, who was dancing happily, saw that there was no one around, and the sand ninja was still attacking him. He felt a little amused. With this kind of thing, he wanted to hurt himself. He was simply fooling himself. Had a trifle. After saying that, his mad sword immediately turned into the appearance of Tessaigan. He could have easily dodged it, but there were many Konoha ninjas behind him. If he dodged it, they would be the ones who would be in trouble. Besides, why should he avoid it? The 1.5-meter-long and palm-wide Tessaigan looked heavy, and it was actually very heavy. But Mirai could easily swing it with one hand. He put the sword behind him and began to exert force on his waist. And a stream of wind was still wrapped around the sword. As he swung it out suddenly, this airflow immediately turned into 3 huge wind traces, which slashed directly at the attacking ninja tools in a fan-shaped manner. Wind wound. Instantly, the sky and the earth turned white. It was as if the sun on the top of the mountain was about to be eclipsed. The sand ninjas, who had already retreated to a safe distance, were all excited when they saw their own people launching war weapons. This war weapon is a super weapon they have recently developed. It is very powerful and can easily destroy ordinary city walls. And those spheres are not ordinary spheres, but artillery weapons such as poison gas. Once exploded, it can easily cover a radius of 20 meters. It is easy to kill the enemy if caught off guard. Before the future came, they easily killed hundreds of Konoha ninjas with these war weapons. The only disadvantage is that it is more troublesome to reload. Look, they fired a wave before, and they have only reloaded it now. But before their smiles fully emerged, a white light appeared in their sight. The light was very dazzling, but the speed was extremely fast. Before they could blink, the light came close to them. They didn't even have a decent defense, and the attack hit them directly. Sizzle. The sound was very crisp. It was not loud at first, and it should not be transmitted far in the battlefield where the shouting and killing were deafening. But the strange thing was that everyone could hear it. It was as if this low tearing sound was ringing in their ears. When everyone looked over, their faces all turned pale. Because there was a hole missing there, a huge dent was pushed out of the ground. This hole was fan-shaped, and the width in the middle was at least more than 30 or 40 meters, and there were 3 very obvious gullies in the middle. And there was no trace of people in the fan-shaped. The battlefield was silent for several breaths. Gradually, someone began to tremble and speak in his heart. Die, die, die. Gudong. Dozens of people died. They all died in this move. Even the war weapons we developed were destroyed by him. The people around him also came back to their senses, and all looked at Uchiha Mirai in fear. This move was so terrible. The commander was also shocked. The most annoying thing is this kind of ninja with strong strength. It's simply a foul. But he also saw some clues from the battle just now. So he immediately shouted loudly, his move does not distinguish between enemies and friends. You immediately bypass him and deal with other Konoha ninjas. Then don't dare to use his move. The frightened people around heard this, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, if you can't beat him, can you beat other Konoha ninjas? And if you have the ability, you can even kill your own people. In this way, the ones who benefit are you and others. What a sinister and evil idea, ahem, what a great idea. So they all rushed towards the group of Konoha ninjas. Seeing this, Mirai smiled faintly and said to the Konoha ninjas behind him, then they will be handed over to you. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the war machines and the commanders beside them. Do you want to dance too? Chapter 648. Next to the war machine. Many people saw the future and what he said, and several people's faces suddenly changed. They were afraid that the future would swing a terrifying slash like before. But they were also prepared for countermeasures. Immediately, dozens of elite ninjas stood up, some of them holding huge fans, and some controlling 3 or 4 puppets. Others held scrolls as tall as a person. One of the commanders shouted coldly. Don't look down on me. I admit that you are very strong, but so what? We are the sand ninjas selected by the elite, and we are completely different from the previous sand ninjas. Of the sand ninjas who returned alive during World War II, 50% stayed, and 50% were directly selected and withdrew from the ninja identity. Became civilians. So the current sand ninjas are all quite strong. At least if they hadn't come in the future, Konoha's border would have been breached. The future didn't say anything, but dragged the mad sword and walked towards them step by step. With every step, his speed doubled. Until he finally started running. The speed of the Tessaigan also increased, causing the sparks it produced to become larger and larger. Seeing this, many of the elite sand ninjas began to roar, to encourage themselves and others. For a moment, they seemed to be in high spirits. Puppet secret technique critical moment. The puppeteers took the lead, and in the blink of an eye, more than a dozen puppets, all making crackling sounds of joint movement, approached the future. At the same time, all their weapons were opened. Seeing this, the future could not help but sneer. Didn't the World War II tell you that puppets are the least threatening to Uchiha? The Uchiha's inside ability can completely avoid the attacks of all puppets. And because of the ability to predict, these puppets are even slower in their eyes. Inferior to ordinary people. But the puppeteer needs to make the puppet move and change the moves through the chakra line, so there will be a delay. In normal times, it doesn't matter if it's a little slow, because the opponent can't react at all. Of course, some puppeteers can also predict and make the puppet's actions no different from ordinary people. Unfortunately, facing Uchiha, this kind of prediction is not good at all. Because they can't predict the Uchiha people at all. Their so-called prediction is ridiculous in the eyes of Uchiha. As the future swung the knife and chopped, the puppet rushing in front was immediately chopped away. But the future couldn't help but be surprised. Hey! Because those puppets were not broken by his knife. He swung the knife again. But this time it was not aimed at the puppet, but the chakra line behind the puppet. As he swung the knife, the chakra line was directly cut off by him. The puppet that lost control fell directly to the ground. Wallai did not check it immediately, but swung Tessaigan and spun around, knocking away all the other puppets that surrounded him. He found that the quality of these puppets was excellent. They could withstand his attacks without being damaged. After getting rid of the annoying things, Wallai looked at the puppets, and the Sharingan in his eyes spun rapidly, looking at the puppets carefully. Soon he saw a scorpion symbol on the back of the puppet's neck. This made him realize something. So that's it, this is the work of the red sand scorpion. No wonder the quality is so good. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly noticed a stream of air approaching him rapidly. He instinctively blocked it with a knife. Bang! A powerful impact force directly blew Wallai away. This force was so strong that it directly knocked Wallai away 60 or 70 meters. He fell to the ground. She was about to slide backwards, but he used the Tessaigan to pierce the ground, forcibly stopping her retreat. Then she looked at who launched the attack. Next to the war machine, there were two girls who looked like twin sisters. They were holding huge fans in their hands and still waving them. At this moment, a sand ninja puppeteer moved his fingers with an ugly expression. A few chakra lines were connected to the puppet, and the puppet was operated to stand up again. Mirai stood up straight, and he moved his left hand casually. Just now, he used his left hand to hold the knife and blocked the air bombardment. The two sisters saw that their strongest combination skills only knocked the man away, and the man also moved his arm casually, as if his hand holding the knife was sore. They were shocked and angry. Damn it! Stop looking down on me! The two sisters immediately called out to the people holding fans around them and shouted, "Everyone! Use the combined ninjutsu together!" Okay! Swish! As people responded, the sound of countless fans opening resounded. With a thought in his mind, the future could not help but put down his hands and formed a seal in a formal manner. At this time, the group of sand ninjas had already waved their fans. Wind style, group large hanging net technique. In an instant, a group of wind blades crossed horizontally and vertically formed a large net and rushed straight towards the future. Some branches that were blown up were easily cut off. There were even a few unlucky birds in the air, which were split into two by this move. The bright red blood made the wind net look more murderous. At this moment, the future had already formed a seal. Fire style, great fire extinguishment. As he opened his mouth and spit, a line of fire was sprayed out of his mouth. When the line of fire fell to the ground, it expanded hundreds of times in an instant. To deal with wind style, you naturally have to use fire style that restrains the wind. In an instant, a huge wall of fire about 40 meters long and 10 meters high burned directly towards the wind net. The so-called fire overcomes wind because the fiercely burning flames can use the wind as fuel, burning it, and can also increase its own power. Looking at the fire wall he created, Future smacked his lips. Tisk tisk tisk, it's still not as shocking as the one created by Madara-sama. After all, Madara-sama's fire style, but it took a whole class of water style to barely block it. While he was talking, the flame had received a great boost, and without saying a word, it quickly burned towards the people next to the war machine. And its area has expanded several times. It reached a length of 50 meters in one fell swoop, almost as big as the wind net. It looks extremely spectacular. Nanny. The twin sister's face changed drastically. The white skin was burned red by the rapidly burning flames. She never expected that the man in front of her would have such a strong fire style attainment. This time it was a real mistake. Fortunately, they were not fighting two sisters. Immediately, several people stepped forward, formed seals with their hands, and then pressed them to the ground. Earth-style earth flow wall. As the technique was activated, countless 3-meter-wide earth walls rose from the ground, barely blocking the attack of the fire wall. Seeing this, the group of sand ninjas were relieved. The twin sisters smiled bitterly. Sorry, we originally planned to use the huge wind-style technique to blow the flames back and let the other party suffer, but unexpectedly, it actually fueled the other party's fire. Someone around immediately comforted them, it's not your fault. Who would have thought that he would be so perverted? Do you know his name? Such a person should not be an unknown person. Someone asked. If they knew the other party's name, they would have a general intelligence. A sword that can transform, and a Sharingan, and he is an Uchiha, and he is handsome. If I remember correctly, he should be one of Orochimaru's disciples, Uchiha Mirai. In the fire and earth battlefields of World War II, he defeated the attack of the rock ninja with the help of the psychic snake. Hearing this, several people present had an impression. It turned out to be him. I didn't expect that in just a few years, he would become so strong. At this time, the fire became smaller, and they began to be alert. Because if nothing unexpected happened, the next wave of attacks would come. But at this time, they suddenly heard the signal to retreat. Woo! A melodious and extremely penetrating voice resounded throughout the battlefield, which stunned many sand ninjas. However, they did not linger in the battle, but forced the opponent to retreat, quickly became alert, and evacuated the battlefield in an orderly manner. Mirai was also stunned. He couldn't help but turn his head to look in the direction of the retreat horn. I found an old woman and an old man standing there, and the horn came from her side. The Konoha ninja who wanted to chase was stopped by Orochimaru. He recognized the old man, Ebizo. This is a shrewd man. It is easy to be caught if you chase in an unclear situation. At this time, Yakeng also fought with Kato Dan. After forcing Kato Dan back, she coldly said something cruel. Wait, my sand village will sooner or later break into your Konoha village. Kato Dan smiled indifferently. What he said was very annoying, you have been beaten by Konoha. Yakeng, equals. You. Humph. Wait, sooner or later I will capture you alive and make you wish you were dead. After saying that, the people quickly evacuated. Kato shrugged nonchalantly. Such words are useless. No lethality at all. Chapter 649. In the border fortress. The 6 people of the future, Orochimaru, Kato Dan, and several border defense captains are all in on a room. Everyone has seen the strength of the future, which is simply ridiculous. And when cleaning the battlefield, they were surprised to find that many sand ninjas were killed by one blow. The person who caused all this was not the Uchiha Future who was in the limelight. His moves looked gorgeous, but he didn't kill many people in the last few battles. But the yellow-haired man who looked as gentle as the sun. In just a few minutes of fighting just now, he killed dozens of people. Although they were all ordinary sand ninjas, they were terrifying enough. He is the real killing god, so terrifying. After several people sat down, Kato Dan couldn't help but sighed, you guys have become so strong. Back then, they were only that big, and their role was limited to playing soy sauce. Now, each of them can actually influence the outcome of a battlefield. If you hadn't joined us today, we would have lost. The other team leaders also agreed with Kato Dan's words. This time, it was indeed thanks to the support of these 6 people and the arrival of Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled, and then as if he had thought of something, his mouth corners suddenly rose even more. They are the protagonists of this battle. Hearing this, everyone, including Mirai, was stunned for a moment, and then seemed to understand what Orochimaru meant. Including Noeki, who was not very smart. His eyes gradually bloomed with surprise. Teacher. What you mean is? The others also widened their eyes slightly and looked at Mirai and the others. After a moment, they all fixed their eyes on Orochimaru, as if they hadn't heard clearly. As if they wanted to see him admit it again. Orochimaru also knew that they were shocked, so he said again, "It's what you think. In this battle, the 3 of us don't plan to take action." After saying that, he continued, "Every generation has its own mission. During the First World War, it was the 3rd generation who was ordered to save Konoha from danger. During the Second World War, it was us 3 ninjas, as well as Kato Dan and Hotaki Sakumo who achieved fame. Now, the Sand Ninjas took the lead, so this battle will be the battle of fame for the 6 of you." Hearing this, Mirai and Minato looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths curved together. Minato still remembered that when he was a child, Mirai had told him that the Third World War would be the time for them to show their skills. Now it seems that it is just as Mirai said. "Mirai, you are amazing. Even such things can be predicted. Although at present, it is just a battle between 2 major countries, and it has not yet risen to the Third Ninja World War. But the National War is the time for them to show their skills." Mirai also looked at Minato with a smile on his face, because Minato was the most dazzling presence during the 3 wars. Although the degree of tragedy was also quite large. There was also the uncle Might Die who kicked out the 3 lucky treasures. The 2 women's faces, which were originally full of smiles, suddenly froze. They each looked at their own men, and then the 2 of them couldn't help but look at each other. Ling Hua still squinted. Although there was no white cloth covering her eyes, she did not open her eyes. But she could still sense the sight. Kushina, _ No, stop them quickly, they are going to twist their mouths. Ling Hua, _ Can't let them laugh, otherwise they will rekindle their old feelings. So one by one, they stepped forward and pulled the 2 of them together. Minato, I have something to tell you. Future, come with me, I have a big treasure to show you. As they said that, the 2 of them dragged the 2 confused people out of the tent and walked to the 2 sides. Everyone, confused face, what happened? Rope Tree on the side was no longer surprised by this. He shouted excitedly, "Don't worry about them, just listen to me and beat you. I am the man known as the 1,000 Hands of Konoha, wait, this war will end soon." Different from the excitement on the Konoha side. The atmosphere on the Hidden Sand Village side seemed a little solemn. In this battle, they all saw a tricky thing. Konoha actually had such a tricky person, and there were 8 of them. A border guard captain, Kato Dan. Orochimaru is one of the 3 ninjas. Although he rarely takes action, he is a famous and powerful man. He is even the strong man who defeated Uegaku during World War II. Nowadays, the new generation of Konoha has also grown up. Each of the 6 is a strong man, especially the one with a knife and the yellow-haired one with a very fast speed. Facing him, few people can persist in the second move. Yekeng said to Elder Cho with a serious face, "Konoha is worthy of being the first ninja village in the ninja world. The strength and capital are terrifying. I am not absolutely sure that I can defeat those people." This is the judgment made from the situation they showed. Cho heard that, her face became more serious. "I admit that I underestimated Konoha. They are indeed very strong." At this time, Ebizo on the side spoke. "Don't worry, other ninja villages should take action." Hearing this, the 2 people in the tent were stunned. Especially Cho, she couldn't help but frowned. "You didn't ask for help from other ninja villages." This made Yekeng anxious when he heard this. "No, our village is no longer able to pay such a huge amount of money. Another purpose of attacking Konoha this time is to plunder resources. If they ask other ninja villages to help, after paying the money, I am afraid that their sand village will immediately fall into an economic crisis. Maybe they will all disintegrate immediately. Even with the help of the 4th Kazekage's magnetic release sand gold. They dare not default on their debts. The sand village is not Konoha village, which can resist the simultaneous attack of the 3 major countries." Ebizo shook his head to stop their worries. He explained, "Don't worry, I didn't ask them for help." Hearing this, the two village beauties of the sand village relaxed. As long as they don't steal the treasures of the sand village. After relaxing, Yaking was a little curious. She asked, "Elder Ebizo, how did you convince them to take action?" When Ebizo heard this, he couldn't help but look in the direction of Konoha, with a complicated expression on his face. Konoha is really too strong, both in terms of strength and foundation. The decision-making of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was really amazing. With the blood power of a powerful family, he raised the foundation of Konoha village. Look, there will be top-level civilians in every generation. Konoha has a wood-release ninja. Although they hid it very deeply, they were still discovered by our spies. I sent this information to the cages of the major ninja villages. And Konoha is developing too fast. They are more jealous of Konoha than we are, so there is a 70% chance that they will directly join forces to attack Konoha. As he said, he took out a piece of information from his arms and handed it to the two women. Cho took it and opened it. I found that these were some secretly taken photos. The first one was behind a store, and there were a few big words written on the door. Ichiraku Ramen Restaurant. There was a silly-looking man who was pressing his hands on the ground. And there were many trees growing around him. In the second photo, it was still that silly guy, slapping his hands on the ground, urging a fruit tree to grow. The third photo. The fourth photo. Until the fifth photo. In each photo, there was a silly boy, and there was always one or more than a dozen big trees around him. Obviously he was the wood-release ninja. It's him. Yaking was surprised. She had an impression of this silly boy. She had seen him in the intelligence before, and he seemed to be called Konoha Xiaoqianju. Because he was a Konoha ninja with a title, she took a closer look. The second was today, she saw him on the battlefield. At that time, he created a lot of water out of thin air, gathered into a water dragon, and cooperated with his teammates. The huge explosion made her remember it vividly. I didn't expect it to be him. Cho was also stunned. But a hint of joy appeared on her face. Very good, he is a member of the Senju clan and has mastered the wood release. In addition, Konoha is developing so rapidly. Under such circumstances, those people will definitely not be able to sit still. Yaking was also very happy. Although she envied Konoha's prosperity, she loved her own village more. As long as they could obtain Konoha's wealth, Sand Village would be much better off. Now that other ninja villages are joining in, the pressure on them, the Sand Ninja, will be infinitely reduced. This is really great. Chapter 650. Iwagakure Village. In the office of the Iwakage, the old man Onoki looked at the letter in front of him and the information in the letter. His face was very wonderful. Because of these 5 photos, he couldn't help but recall that man. That domineering man. Uchiha Madara. And Senju Hashirama who could suppress him. Wood release. He murmured. Although he didn't know how this silly man mastered wood release, he knew a little. Wood release combined with the physique of the Thousand Hands Sage is a very scary combination. And this kind of photo, you can tell at a glance that it was taken with a spy camera, it can't be faked. So. Go back and tell Ebizo that I, Iwagakure, will send troops to Konoha. Hearing this, a sand village Anbu standing below was overjoyed. Although Elder Ebizo said when he came that his trip would definitely succeed, he was also very uneasy when it didn't happen. I didn't expect that Lord Ebizo actually guessed it right. It's really amazing, my elder. Yes, then I'll go back first. The sand village Anbu roared and hurriedly retreated. In the office, only a strong man was left. He frowned and asked, "Father, do you really want to join the war? We just have to wait for them to lose both sides. Isn't it the best choice?" Hearing this, the little old man Onoki, who was suspended in the air, explained with a very solemn face, "Huangtu, you are still too young. You have also seen that the development of Konoha has surpassed our 4 major countries by many steps. And in this era, Konoha also secretly cultivated wood release ninjas. The Senju who mastered that technique, do you know what this means?" Hearing Onoki say this, the strong man's face was not good either. The god of ninja world Hashirama Senju. This super strong man who ended the Warring States period, created the ninja village, and established Konoha. How could he not know? But this guy has mastered the wood release, and there is a high probability that he will not be able to become the second god of the ninja world. After all, it has only been a short time since the death of the first generation of Mu. How could it be possible that the second god of the ninja world was born in Konoha so soon? Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of one. But this guy looks so simple and stupid, maybe he will be like his grandfather, peaceful. Huang Tu said again. In short, he was not willing to go to war, because that would consume the Uegakuer village that had been developed with great difficulty in the war. Onoki flew to his side, and his height of 1.4 meters made him look only as tall as his son. He couldn't help but feel a pain in his heart. Height is always his pain. In fact, it can be seen from his son that he can actually grow very tall, but it was because when he was 12 years old, he was suppressed by Uchiha Madara with his momentum. His body was severely damaged, so that his height remained at 1.4 meters. Now he is getting old, his body is shrinking, making him look so delicate and petite, so he hates and fears Uchiha Madara. I have made up my mind, you go down and let Lao Ziai and Han prepare, this is a good time for them to avenge their previous shame. After saying that, he no longer pays attention to his son, but flies towards the ninja world map hanging on the side. Seeing this, Huang Tu couldn't help but sigh. Alas! Forget it, let's convey my father's order. After all, my father is very stubborn, and he won't change his decision easily. Reikage Village. The third generation Reikage also looked at the news on the intelligence with a serious face. On the table in front of him, there are several photos showing the appearance of Nawake performing wood release. The Sand Village Anbu has been sent to rest by him, and there are 3 people standing beside him at this moment. One looks very similar to him, and the other is a one-eyed man wearing an eye patch. I was originally planning to launch a war against the Kingdom of Wind, the Kingdom of Fire, and the Kingdom of Earth in the near future, but I didn't expect that Sand Village would get there first. The third Reikage crossed his arms and said solemnly. They had just found out about the disappearance of the Wind Shadow and were planning to launch a war against the Kingdom of Wind, but they went to attack Konoha first. It seems that the Sand Village sent this information to more than one village. I guess that Onoki of the Kingdom of Earth and Yagura of the Kingdom of Water also received it. The elder of Sand Village named Ebizo is really calculating. He put out this information, and it is obvious that we have no choice but to send troops to Konoha. If they sent someone to ask for help, or formed an alliance, they, Kumigakuer, could take the opportunity to extort a large sum of money. What a pity! What do you think, father? The smaller strong man asked. He looks very similar to the third Reikage and is the successor of the next Reikage. He is also the son of the third Reikage. Born in the Moonlight clan. He is born with a strong physique and has mastered the family's secret technique Lightning Chakra mode. It can greatly improve the strength and reaction ability of the body. Especially in terms of speed, no one can surpass him. Join the battle, this is a good opportunity, an opportunity for the 4 major countries to send troops to attack Konoha together. The third Reikage did not think much and spoke directly. Dode immediately responded, then I will arrange the dispatch of troops to Konoha now. Water Country. Before the Sand Ninja entered the Hidden Mist village, he was chased back by the Hidden Mist people, but he didn't care. Because the Hidden Mist Anbu who drove him away said that they would also send troops to Konoha. So he happily returned to the Wind Country. For him, he had completed the task assigned to him by Elder Ebizo. In the Hidden Mist village, Yagura stood on the high platform, and 7 people of different appearances gathered around him. One of them was about 2.5 meters tall, standing there like a mountain of meat. Although everyone looked very strange, they all had one thing in common, each of them held a special weapon. They were the recently famous ninja swordsmen 7. Because of the 7 of them, they once brutally destroyed a small country that did not obey the discipline of the Water Country, and were feared by others. The notoriety spread directly throughout the ninja world. Listed as a dangerous S-level organization by major forces. This time, we Mist Ninjas will also join the battle. You are the sharp knives of our Mist Ninjas. You must make a name for our Mist Ninjas. Can you do it? The leader of the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zigwashan Puffer Ghost, walked out slowly. He carried a huge knife wrapped in bandages on his back and grinned, Don Turi, leave it to us, we will definitely do it beautifully. He. When he smiled, he showed a mouth full of sharp teeth. The remaining 6 people also laughed maliciously. Yet. Yagura nodded and walked back to the office holding the crutches. Kurokurega smiled and narrowed his eyes slightly. The third Mizukage died suddenly, I always suspect that he did it. Unfortunately, he had no evidence. On the other hand, Tongko Yiren smiled indifferently. Compared to the third generation, I still like the fourth generation more. As he said that, he waved the hammer in his hand, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Because he won't let us show mercy to the enemy. Hee. That's true. Mori Shinpeki also showed a cold smile. Rain Country. A room that looks quite impressive. Many people gathered here. They all wore the same clothes, and 3 of them looked very solemn. The Sand Village declared war on Konoha. A man with orange hair said with a very bad look. The blue-haired sister on the side said very firmly, I don't believe what the Sand Ninja said. Their shadows were definitely not killed by Konoha. She didn't have much good feelings for Sand Village. During the World War II, this group of ninjas also looted many villages in their rain country. Many people died tragically, and the ground was full of starving corpses. I also know that this matter was definitely not done by Konoha, but they have already started a war. The orange man couldn't help but smile bitterly. He looked out the window. Today is a normal weather, with continuous rain. I don't know when it will stop raining in the rain country. Looking at it, he felt even worse. After so many years of hard work, although he made some forces put down their weapons and choose to live in peace, the progress was too slow. He didn't know when he could make peace in the rain country. Alas, I hope it won't affect the rain country. He couldn't help but pray. But he also knew that the possibility was almost zero. Because the existence of these small countries is to provide a buffer zone between the big countries. If it is a war period, it is a place to provide a stage. It is easy to be affected. This is the sadness of these small countries.